Uh, okay, I hope I'm audible now. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone. Welcome to the mega marathon session. This is a mega marathon session and we are going to cover entire mechanics. Yes, we'll try to wind up this session by midnight. Let us see how much it will be extended because there are a lot of questions I'm going to cover today. And yes, with theory also. Okay, so I'll be covering theory also, I'll be covering questions also. So you can say huge task is there. Okay, anyways, sir, is there any JEE batch in English? Yes, JEE English batches are already launched. Okay, Lecture JEE English, the Prayas JEE English and Arjuna JEE English, all three are launched. Okay, yes, it is 4:03, but thank you for your patience. We are starting the session. The lecture have NLM, circular motion and rotation motion. Yes, it will have everything, complete mechanics starting from units and measurements till fluid mechanics. Okay, so units and measurements, then kinematics, then laws of motion, then work energy power, then system of particle, rotation motion, fluids, solids, everything. Okay, okay. Sir, questions? Yes. Good push-ups. Yes, I need push-ups because let us see, at least 8 hours it will take for this session. So I need physical strength, good physical strength to cover everything in 8 hours. I have to stand at least for 8 hours. Let us see. Okay, so what I'll be covering in today's session, starting from units and measurements, error part also, vernier caliper also, then the kinematics, straight line and motion in plane, laws of motion, work energy power. I am including collisions also, like system of particles and rotation, center of mass, collisions, rotation, everything, then gravitation, then solids, and last the fluids. Let us start the discussion. So I'm starting the discussion. Yes, let us start. Starting the discussion with units and measurements, fundamental things. We have 7 fundamental quantities. Okay, for mass we have symbol M. The name is the unit is kilogram, and the symbol of the unit is kg. The dimension we write for L. Similarly for length, meter. Okay. Not L. It should be M. It should be L. Now it is correct. It should be, there is issue in this. Yeah, it should be L. Then for time we have T. Then for temperature, okay, this is current. Oh, this is current. And then we have temperature, T. Lot of mistakes. Amount, mole. And then we have luminous intensity, that is CD. Okay, all these fundamental units, you know, the dimensions, you know. Now coming to the dimensional formula and principle of homogeneity. How we write the dimension formula of any quantity? So first of all, see any relation of that quantity with the quantities you know. Okay, so write any formula or write any relation. Okay, then write the units of that from there, then write the dimensions. These are the steps we have to follow. Let us find the dimensional formula for eta. Okay, that is my coefficient of viscosity. Let us do that. So for viscosity, how we can find the dimension formula? I don't remember it. Okay, no need to remember any dimensional formula. So any formula you know? Yes, Stokes law we know that my force is equals to 6 pi r eta v. This formula we know, or any other formula you know, that also you can use. Sir, it's helpful for NEET preparation, sir. This is for JEE aspirants, but yes, the concepts will be covering, you know, the concepts are the same, covering all the topics. Yes, complete mechanics, all the topics of mechanics. So force is equals to 6 pi r eta v. Okay, from here I can say eta is dimensionally same as 6 pi is dimensionless constant, okay, r into v. Then for force, I'll write the dimensions. Force is mass into acceleration. Mass into acceleration is mlt minus 2 kg meter per second. Okay, divided by r is length, so L, and then we are having v, that is speed, so meter per second. Like that, and then from here I can write the dimensions of eta. So like this I can write the dimension of any physical quantity. So don't remember the formula. Sometimes the gravitational constant dimension is asked. So generally students, what they do is they prepare a list of all of them. No, don't do that. Let us take, if we have to find for G, we know the formula for force, that is G m1 m2 divided by r square. I can use this relation to find the dimensions of G easily. Okay, now let us discuss the principle of homogeneity. So principle of homogeneity says that you can add two physical quantities which are having same dimensions. You can subtract two physical quantity which are having same dimensions. You can equate two physical quantity which are having same dimensions. So these three operators, if they are used between any of the physical quantities, it means they should have the same dimensions. Because you can add grapes and grapes. You cannot add grapes with oranges, isn't it? Yes. So dimensions should be same. You can add temperature with temperature, not temperature with the length. Then certainly you can multiply, divide other, you can say physical quantities which are not having the same dimensions. Like you can divide length with the time. Yes, that will become my speed. Okay. Or you can divide, let us take force by mass. That will become my acceleration. Then if a physical quantity is, let us take like, it is like, some inside some trigonometric function, let us take sine of anything. So inside a trigonometric function, whatever is the quantity, that will be dimensionless. Whether it is sine or whether it is cosine or whether it is tan or anything else. Okay, so any trigonometric function the function is in itself is dimensionless and the input of that function is also dimensionless. So I'll say that this is also dimensionless and the input of this function is also dimensionless. Both things. And similarly, if you are having something to the inside the log, so this is also dimensionless. Similarly, this log function entirely is also dimensionless. So this is also dimensionless, and we will say this thing is also dimensionless. The input of the log function is also dimensionless. Something is there in the power. Let us take a 2 to the power, something is there. Okay, so this whole thing will be dimensionless. That is in the power. Okay, that whole quantity has to be dimensionless. So these relations, these things you should know to analyze the dimensional equation, whether it is correct, whether it is incorrect. Okay, sometimes some you can say physical quantities dimensions you have to find by seeing a relation. Sir, how long will the life be? Let us see. I think it should be at least 8 hours. Is it helpful? Okay, I already answered that. Then application of dimensional analysis. Where we use dimensional analysis, first is finding the dimensions of unknown. So any physical quantity relation is given to you. Let us take some relation like, some famous relation, P or where, let us take the distance is given as a plus b by t square plus cx by t plus d into x square, somewhat like this. Let us take, okay, so where I can take this as velocity, where v is my velocity and the relation is given like this, where x is my distance and t is the time. Now here you have to find what is the dimension of a, what is the dimension of b, what is the dimension of c, what is the dimension of d, or sometime it is mentioned find the dimension of ab by c or bc by d or CD divided by AB, like that. So now see here, this is equal to sign. It means dimension on left hand side should be equal to the dimension of right hand side. Here this is plus. It means both should have same dimension. Here also plus, both should have same dimension. Here also plus, both should have same dimension. It means dimension of A is same as dimension of V. Similarly, dimension of B by T square is also equal to V, and Cx by T is also equal to V, and dx square is also equal to V dimensionally. So I can say that my dimension of A is same as the dimension of V, which is equal to meter per second. Now dimension of B by T square is same as dimension of V. Okay, so from here I can say dimension of B is equal to T square, dimension of T square into dimension of V, like this, and this will become my L T. Yeah, then Cx by T also is having the same dimension. Cx by T is having the dimension of V. From here I can say the dimension of C is equals to the dimension of T, which is T, divided by the dimension of X, which is L, into the dimension of V, which is LT minus 1. This got cancelled, this got cancelled, so this is dimensionless. M0, L0, T0. Anyways, like this. Okay, similarly you can find the dimensions of D, and if any relation is given, AB by D or BC by D, accordingly you can find the dimension of that. सर प्लीज टेल, अगर मैं टेस्ट सीरीज के फिजिक्स के सारे क्वेश्चंस अच्छे से कर जाऊं तो कितने क्वेश्चन जेईई मेन में बनेगा? As it is you are talking about, few questions you may get as it is, but don't go with as it is. Understand the concept. If you understand the concept behind all the questions in the test series, okay, if you understand the concepts of all the topics that are there, you will be able to easily get 99 percentile. Conceptually I am talking about. You may not get as it is same question, but yes, of course, conceptually you will get. Please reply to this alone. I'll watch without any stress. I mentioned it. Okay. Chemistry and maths. Yes, tomorrow there will be marathon for chemistry and then for maths. Bit set enough. What you are talking about? Bit set enough means? What you are asking, can you please mention in detail? Bit set enough means what? Okay, so this is how we can find the dimensions of unknown. Second is checking the consistency. Checking the consistency means I will use the principle of homogeneity. Okay, a equation is given, I'll see where equal to is there, both sides whether I am having same dimension or not. If yes, yes, good. Where there is a plus sign, I am having both side dimension same or not. Where there is a minus sign, I am having same dimension both side or not. If homogeneity is being followed, then I can say the consistency is there. Okay, so homogeneity should be followed. Next is conversion of unit. Any physical quantity has the numerical value, has its unit. Okay, so if you change the unit of the physical quantity, the numerical value will also change, although the physical quantity will remain the same. Like 5 kg potato, I give the example, 5 kg potato is there. Now you change the unit to grams, numerical value will also change, it will become 5000 grams. Physical quantity is same. So when we say we convert the units, so numerical value in the first system into the first system of units is equal to numerical value into the second system into the second system of units. From here we can relate the numerical values of the two systems. Then derivation of a relation between given physical quantities. So sometimes a relation can be given like, a physical quantity, this depends upon this, this and this. Okay, find the empiric relation. Okay, so there what you have to do, let us take it as given to you like, what should I take? Let us take, it is mentioned that the potential energy depends upon the mass, the acceleration due to gravity and the height. Find the relation. We don't know how much powers will be there. Okay, so you will take the power A here, B here, C here. You will take the dimensional formula like this. you can say the relation like this. Then what you need to do, both sides, the dimensions on LHS and the dimensions on RHS, we will equate one by one. Then we will equate the power of m both side, power of L both side, power of T both sides, like that. 3 equations, 3 variables we will be able to solve, and then we will get A, we will get B, we will get C. From there we get the empiric relation. This is how we use it. For bit set, the lecture enough, sir. Like I prepared for 12th physics 90 plus expecting, but 11th I am 50%. Will I be able to crack bit set with this lecture? This is for JEE Mains. Okay, this is for JEE Mains. Everything we are covering. So certainly you will be able to get the concepts there also. Same thing. But yes, the level of this discussion is as per JEE Mains, which is a bit higher than bit set. Now significant figures. So rules of significant figures first. So any non-zero digit is there. Okay, so that will be significant. So if it is 2.135, so we will say it is having 4 significant figures. Trailing zeros are not significant. These are not significant. So we will say it is having only 1 significant figure. If we put the decimal 20.00, then these zeros are significant. Okay, so it will have 4 significant figures. If there is something like 4.130 into 10 to the power 6, then only count the significant figures in this. Okay, so don't count the significant figures for this power, only here. Okay, this is scientific notation. So here I'll say it is having 4 significant figures. And any other thing? Okay, let us take some zeros are like this, 20013. Okay, any zeros between 2 non-zeros are significant. So here we will say it is having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is having 5 significant figures. Like that. These are the rules for counting the significant figures. Now let us discuss the rules for addition, subtraction and multiplication. So if I talk about for addition, so when we add two numbers, okay, the final answer should have the least number of the decimal places among any of the two. Let us take 2.13 and I am adding 34.71645 like this. So if I have to add like this, so in these type of additions you have to see after the decimal places, which is having the least number of places. It is having 2, it is having 5. So final answer should contain only 2 decimal place, should contain only 2 decimal place. So first you add it, then you round it off to 2 decimal places. First add, then round off. So first we will add it. Okay, so this is 5, 4, 6, 3 plus 1 4, 7 plus 1 8, 4 plus 2 6, 3. So this is the number. Now I need only till 2 decimal places. I need till here. So I have to round it off. This is 6, which is greater than 5. So when you round it off, it will become 36.85. So this is your answer. Same rule is followed for subtraction also. So addition and subtraction is similar. Next is multiplication division. Now in multiplication division, we don't count the number of decimal places. We count the total number of significant figures. So the final answer should contain the least number of significant figures which any of the number is having. Okay, least number of significant figure. Let us take, I am multiplying 15.13 into 1.00. Let us take I'm multiplying like this. So first you multiply it. If you multiply it, you will know it is multiplied with 1. So it should be like this. Then you see it is having how many significant figures? 4. It is having how many significant figures? 3. So my final answer should contain 3 significant figures. Okay. So it should have only 3 significant figures. 3 significant figure, it is 4. Now round it off from where? The last place here. Round it off. If you round it off, it will become 15.1. So this is our answer. Same rule is followed for division also. So first divide and then see which one is having the least number of significant figure. Represent your answer in that form then. Sir, will there be maths and chemistry too? Yes, tomorrow will be chemistry and then day after we will have maths. Good evening, sir. Now only I completed English exam and home, sir. Okay, good evening. Welcome to the session. Sir, how many hours it will take today? I think at least it should take 8 hours. Yes. So we will be live at least for 8 hours. Now let us talk about the error part. So when we make measurements, let us take, I want to find the value of G. Okay, so I am doing some experiment. So I did experiment one time, I got the value of G as 9.9. Then second time I got as 10. Then third time I got 9.7. Okay, so I'll have multiple values. When you have multiple readings, how will you express your final answer? This will learn here. So let us take, you performed an experiment where you are measuring X. You got first reading X1, X2, X3, X4, X5. Okay, so first we find the true value, or we call it as the mean value. How? Take the mean of this. X1 plus X2 plus X3 plus X4 plus X5 divided by 5. I got the true value. Then find the absolute errors in each of the physical quantity. So delta X1 will be equal to mod of X1 minus X bar. Similarly, delta X2 mod of X2 minus X bar. Then delta X3. Similarly, I'll find delta X5 like this. Then find the mean absolute error. Mean absolute error. Then take the mean of the absolute errors. So delta X bar will be equal to my delta X1 plus delta X2 plus delta X3 till delta X5 divided by 5. I got the mean absolute error. Then you find the fractional error, or we call it as relative error. That will be delta X mean divided by the true value, that was X mean. Okay, then you find the percentage error if it is asked. Then multiply this with 100, delta X mean divided by X mean into 100. So we got the percentage error also. Okay, when we will represent the final my reading, I'll say my reading is like this: X, the true value, plus minus the mean value. Here the mean absolute error, the error part. True value plus minus the error part. Good evening, good evening. Can I watch a separate video of yours, or can't follow this which is useful, sir? Or can I follow this? Separate video, you are talking about the one shots. Yes, you can watch one shots, no problem is that. Here I am covering everything. Okay, certainly we'll be going with a greater speed here. Okay, I may not be doing all the derivations in this discussion, but if you need all the derivations or any derivation, the detailed part of that derivation, so what you can do is you can, later on watch that one shot part there. There we have complete derivations and everything. So this is how we find the relative error, we find the absolute errors, and we represent our reading. Now let us take these readings I have for different physical quantities. Now I am using these physical quantities to find mathematically you can say other physical quantity. Then each of this is having error. Certainly the final will also have some error due to that. Okay, that we call as the combination of error. Now let us discuss the combination of error. So combination of error, first addition subtraction, they go the same way. Okay, if two physical quantities, let us take A and B, are added or subtracted to find the third physical quantity. So the error in the third physical quantity will be error in A plus error in B. We find the maximum error. So don't say, sir, why you are not taking plus, minus or like that. Okay, whether it is addition or it is subtraction, we find the maximum possible error. So maximum possible error will be delta A plus delta B. Then if we talk about multiplication and division, okay, let us take Z is equals to A into B or A by B. Then I take log and then differentiate. We get delta Z by Z is equals to delta A by A plus delta B by B, like that. This is how we mention. Okay, now if let us take a physical quantity is there, okay, multiple that depends on multiple other physical quantities. Let us take some physical quantity x. It depends upon let us take a, b, c. Okay, a to the power alpha, b to the power beta, c to the power by c to the power gamma. If you have to write the error in x, how we write? Take log and differentiate. So it will be delta x by x will be equal to, here to the power, a to the power is alpha, so alpha times of delta a by a, b to the power is beta, so plus beta times of b by b, delta b by b, c to the power is minus gamma, but we need the maximum possible error, therefore we will take plus only, because we need the maximum possible error. This is how we relate. If I have to relate the percentage errors, both side multiply with 100. Okay, both side multiply with 100, the format will be in percentage. Is there any issue with the live? बीच में no signal was coming, no signal दिखा रहा था इसमें बीच में. There was some issue with the live, please mention. Can I use it for revision? Yes, this is the purpose here. Sir, 2027 means in the live it was showing no signal. Now it is okay. I'm giving, sir, 2027 means I'm giving, but I can't solve P by Q. No one is here to explain how to do, sir. Give me some suggestion for this, please, sir. You can watch my one shots, okay? There I have good collection of PYQs with the concepts. So I'm explaining the concepts and doing the questions. So that will be better for you to understand everything. And in this revision also, quickly we are revising. So if you want to attend, here also you can take help. PYQ is there, sir? Yes, we are having collection of PYQ. Now let us come to the question part. Till now we discussed complete theory of units and measurements things and error part. So first of all, now match it. The dimensions of spring constant, we know force is equals to kx. Okay, we know this relation. From here I can say spring constant will be force divided by x. Force is meter per second, so mlt minus 2 divided by x is length, so it will be mt minus 2, ml0t minus 2. So we are getting second option. Then which thing you know better from this? Thermal conductivity, Boltzmann constant, or inductive reactance? Anything you know? Okay, if you don't know, then you go step by step. Then we have thermal conductivity. For thermal conductivity, we can use the formula power is equals to Ka dt by dx. This relation we know. Okay, so K we need to find. So K is dimensionally same as power divided by area. Okay, power divided by area, and dx will go there. Dx is same as that of length, so I am writing dimensionally. Okay, so length divided by my temperature. Area is length square, so a length will come here. Power is energy by time. Energy is mL2 T minus 2. T minus 2 divided by time. Divided by time means T minus 3 it will happen. It will be T minus 3 there. So write it T minus 3. This is for power. Then the length, write L here. Then this temperature, write Kelvin there. So what it will become now? M L, because L to the power 2, here this is 1, so 1 will get cancelled. Okay, so L to the power 1 will remain. T minus 3 Kelvin minus 1. ML T minus 3 Kelvin minus 1. We are having fourth. Yes. This question was asked in January attempt. Inductive reactance, you know. Great. Okay. Next is the Boltzmann constant. So we know PV is equals to NKT. This relation we know. PV is having unit of energy, or you can find separately also pressure into the dimensions of volume will have the unit of energy. So this is energy, N is just a number divided by temperature. So mL2T minus 2 divided by Kelvin. This will be the dimensions of Boltzmann constant. mL2T minus 2 Kelvin minus 1. First is there. Okay. Then we have inductive reactance. Okay, but anyways, we got the 3. So 2, then 4, then 1. 2, where is 4? There is some typing mistake. 2, 4, yeah. No. 2, then 4. Okay, there is some typing mistake, I think. Thermal conductivity, we got which one? We got the fourth option, yes. Then we should have fourth, and then we should have 1. And inductive reactance also you can find. What is inductive reactance? Inductive reactance is our XL. Okay, XL is having unit ohm. Ohm means the unit of resistance. So find the dimension of resistance, and then you can match. How to find the dimensions of resistance? We know V is equals to IR. Therefore, resistance is dimensionally same as V by I. Yes, V is volt. Volt unit is energy per unit charge. Okay, energy per unit charge mL2T minus 2. Charge is ampere into time. Then current is ampere. So here we will have ampere to the power minus 2. Yes, third is matching. There is some issue with the options, but these are the things we are getting here. 3 and 4 are same option. Yes, there may be some typing options wrong. Yes, options are wrong. Inductive reactance. Yes, we got it. Consider two physical quantities A and B related to each other as this relation. Okay, as I was discussing here, we need to apply principle of homogeneity. Then we can find the dimensions of A, B, like that. Where E, X, T have dimensions of energy, length and time, the dimension of A into B is. So first of all, find the dimension of A and B, which we can find first. We can find B, because here this is negative sign. Both should have same dimensions. B should have dimensions same as that of X square. Okay, therefore I got the dimension of B as L to the power 2. Then this is E. The dimension of E is mL2T minus 2 energy it is. This E should have the dimension same as this entire thing. In the numerator, the dimension is L to the power 2. And the denominator, the dimension is dimension of A into dimension of T. Like this. So from here you can find the dimension of A. How you will find it? T you will multiply there. L to the power 2 will get cancelled. So dimensions of A is coming as, this will go in the numerator, 1 divided by m T minus 1. So this will become T into m to the power minus 1. Now the dimension of A into B, it will become L m to the power minus 1. Dimension of A into dimension of B will become m to the power minus 1, multiplying the two, this one and this one, then T and then L to the power 2. L to the power 2 Okay, m to the power minus 1, t to the power 1. Second option we are getting. Yes, second we are getting. Simple questions are there, and these simple questions are only asked in mains. Nothing new, isn't it? Provided your concepts are clear, it is very easy to get 99 percentile. Yes, we are getting second. Thank you. Second, next question. If C and V represent the capacity and voltage respectively, then what are the dimensions of C by V? Capacity means it is for capacitance. So we know Q is equals to CV. Okay. So C I can write as Q by V. I can relate like this. Okay. What we need, by the way? What are the dimensions of C by V? So C by V is dimensionally same as C is Q by V. So Q by V into 1 by V. So it is same as dimensions of Q divided by dimensions of V square. What is dimension of Q? Q is charge, that is ampere into time. Charge is ampere into time, AT, divided by V is volt. Volt is work done per unit charge. So W divided by Q, work done is energy, mL2T minus 2, divided by charge. Charge is ampere into time, and square of this whole, because this is V square, na? So square of this whole. So this will become A into T cube. Then here we are having m to the power 2, L to the power 4, T to the power minus 4. Now let us see. M to the power minus 2, yes. L to the power minus 4, yes. And I think they are mentioning the answer in terms of current only. Yes, current they are taking as I instead of A. A to the power is 3, so I to the power 3, yes. T to the power is 3 plus 4, that is 7. Yes, fourth we are getting here. Isn't it? This question was asked in, you can say, shift 2, 26 Feb 2021. This question was very simple. Therefore, I am saying easy questions are only asked. Now let us see this another dimensional analysis application question. A physical quantity Z depends upon 4 observables A, B, C and D like this. The percentage errors are mentioned like this. The percentage error in Z is. So relate Z is equal to this. Now relate delta Z by Z. How? Delta Z by Z is equal to A to the power is 2. So 2 into delta A by A plus B to the power is 2 by 3. 2 by 3 into delta B by B. C to the power is minus 1 by 2, but still take plus 1 by 2 delta C by C. D to the power is minus 3, so 3 delta D by D. Both side multiply with 100 to convert everything into percentage. This is how we will get the final answer in percentage. Now see it. 2 into percentage error in A, that is 2, plus 2 by 3 into percentage error in B, this was B, 1.5. Yes, this is 3 by 2. Okay, plus 1 by 2 into percentage error in C, that is 4%, plus 3 into percentage error in D, which is 2.5. Now write it here. 2 into 2, 4, plus 3 by 2 into 2 by 3 is 1, plus this is 2 here, plus 3 into 2.5 is 7.5. 5 plus 2 7, 14.5%, which is option 2. But generally, as there is approximation in this formula, we take log and then we take differentiation. So this we are what we are approximating, we are writing dA as delta A, that is the approximation. So this formula, these type of formula should be valid only when the percentage error is less. Okay, only when the percentage error is of order 1%, 2%, like that. If you go beyond that, then there is lot of error in that itself. But it's okay, because if it is asked in mains, even in advance also, last year they did the same mistake. So last year in advance they gave percentage error to be 20%. Okay, there was one question from diffraction, they mentioned 20% error there, 2025 question it was. Okay, but still they accepted that answer. But anyways, many things in physics are like that only. Many approximations are there which is like so used to that we consider even if there is error of 10% or 20% like that. Next question. Four persons measure the length of rod as this, this and this and this. The relative error in the measurement of average length is. So first find the mean value. Okay, mean value of length will be L1 plus L2 plus L3 plus L4 divided by 4. So 20.00 plus 19.75 plus 17.01 plus 18.25 divided by 4. I got the mean value or the true value. Then take the individual absolute errors. So delta L1 will be equal to mod of this L1 bar. How much is this, by the way? Let me take the help of calculator. So this is 20 plus 19.75 plus 17.01 plus 18.25 divided by 4, and this comes out to be 18.7525. Okay, this comes out to be 18.7525, but we will use the rules of significant figures. Okay, I need only till 2 decimal places. Each of this is having 2 decimal places. So this is 18.75. Now take the absolute errors. In first, 20.00 minus 18.75. Delta L2 is 19.75 minus 18.75. Delta L3 is 17.01 minus 18.75. Delta L4 is 18.25 minus 18.75. Now find the mean absolute error. Find the mean absolute error. Delta L mean. So that will be delta L1 plus delta L2 plus delta L3 plus delta L4 divided by 4. I got the mean absolute error. Then find the relative error. So relative error will be equal to delta L divided by L mean. Okay, this is my L mean. Absolute error divided by the mean thing, mean value. Now these questions, these type of questions, if they appear in your paper, so better to avoid as of now. Okay, because although this question is simple, but certainly lot of calculations are there. Okay, so as of now when you see this, okay, there is a question on relative error or mean absolute error like that, I understand how to solve, but as of now I will avoid that. I'll come at the end because it will take, I think 5 minutes may take, 4 minutes may take, and lot of calculations is there. So generally avoid calculations initially. Okay, when you attempt the paper in first go, avoid the calculations type of things. Where do we get notes, sir? Notes will be there on our WhatsApp channel. Okay, so you might be there on the WhatsApp channel. So after the discussion we will upload the notes there. Clear? Now you can do the calculation, you can mark the answer. I am moving ahead. Next question. The density of material in SI unit is this. In certain unit where unit of length is changed, unit of mass is changed. Now this is a hypothetical unit system. Okay, the numerical value of the density will be. So I will say, I was saying that numerical value in the first system of unit into the first system of unit is equal to numerical value in the second system of unit into the second system of unit. What is the unit here? This is kg per meter cube in the first system. In the second system, certainly it will be gram. The unit is different, not the gram. It is 50 gram is the unit. For length it is 25. So if I ask you the dimensions, this is meter ml minus 3 like this. So numerical value in the first system and m1 l1 minus 3 in the first system, mass in the first system, length in the first system, is equal to numerical value in the second system into m2 L2 minus 3, like this. Now relate the things. What is numerical value in the first system of unit? That is 128. The mass in the first system of unit is 1 kg. In the second system of unit, it is 50 grams. So let us write that 1 kg in grams. So it will be 1000 grams. Length is in the first system of unit is meter. In the second system of unit is in centimeter. So meter I will write as 100 centimeter. So divided by 100 centimeter to the power 3. So this is for the first system. For the second system, N2 we have to find. Here the length, the mass is 50 grams, okay, 50 grams, and the length is 25 centimeter, like this. Okay, now solve it. So this is 25 into 4 is 100. So this will become 4 cube, okay, 4 to the power 3, and this is 50 into 20 is 1000. So I got my numerical value N2 as 128 into 20 divided by 4 cube, 16 into 4, okay, and this is 16 into 8, 4 into 2, this comes out to be 40. Okay, so in the new system of unit, my numerical value is coming out to be 40, which is first option. Sir, when will you be doing fluids? Fluids is at the end. Okay, so we are going sequentially. Fluid is our last topic. Sir, chemistry also completed in 3 days? Yes. 3 days we are completing maths, 3 days we are completing physics, 3 days we are completing chemistry. Next question. Okay, now if velocity, time and force are chosen as the base quantities, the dimension of mass will be. Now here I don't know what will be the relation. So what I'll do, I'll say that mass depends upon velocity to the power A, time to the power B, and my force to the power C, like this. Now both side write the dimension and then solve for ABC. On the left side, mass, it is m. Velocity is meter per second, so LT minus 1 to the power A. Time is T to the power B. Force is meter per second. Sorry, force is kg meter per second. So MLT minus 2 to the power C. Now, both sides equate m to the power, t to the power and L to the power, and then solve it. So here m to the power, first I am using m to the power, equating both sides. So here it is m to the power is 1. On the right side, m to the power is c. I got the variable c as equal to 1. Next, let us equate L to the power. On left side, L to the power is 0. On the right side, here it is a. Here for b it is 0. For c it is c. A plus c, total L to the power a plus c. Okay, that is 0. It means my c was 1. I got a as minus c, so minus 1. Then equate the power of t. So t to the power on left is 0. Here t to the power is minus a. Here t to the power is minus b. Okay. Here t to the power is, sorry, not minus b, plus b, plus b. Here t to the power is minus 2c. So I got my b as a plus 2c. What is a? Minus 1. What is c? 1. So 2 into 1 is 2. So this comes out to be 1. So I am getting v to the power, v to the power, that is a as minus 1. So I got my v to the power minus 1. B, what is b? Yes, b is 1. So t to the power is 1. And c, that is my force, c was 1. So my force to the power 1. Now come to the options. So I'll have f to the power 1, then t to the power 1, okay, and then v to the power minus 1. This is how we solve these type of questions. Second, yes, second it is coming. Tomorrow maths lecture will be there. Tomorrow is for chemistry. Okay, physics, then chemistry, then maths. Keeping the significant figures in view, the sum of the physical quantities, this plus this plus this. Now, although these type of questions appear very simple, but you need to keep the rules in mind, only then you will be able to answer correctly. And don't see, like here they don't want you to do calculations. Okay, they know you can do calculations very well. They are checking whether you know the significant figure rules or not. Many times you may see questions of multiplication and division also. Okay, generally students try to divide, and no, that is not needed there. Just check the rules of the significant figures. Now here this is addition. So the final answer should contain only, this is 1 decimal place, this is 3 decimal place, this is 2 decimal place. So final answer should contain only 1 decimal place. Now see the options which are having 1 decimal place. Here 2, here 3, here no decimal place, here 1 decimal place. First option. Clear? No, not the second one. Okay, this was for previous question, I think. Here we will have the first answer, because I need answer only which is having 1 decimal place. So that is only one option. Don't do calculations in these type of questions. In my time, when I gave JEE Main, that was I think 2013. So when I gave JEE Mains, in our time also there was one question on significant figures, if I am not wrong. There were, you know, something multiplication and division. Okay, and many students try to solve the do the calculations there. That is not needed. That is not needed. Sometimes they give difficult calculation, okay, to confuse you. They will give 27.37 divided by 0.543. If you spend time in dividing, it's useless. Next, okay, this is simple error calculation question. So I'll say delta z by z is equals to, from this relation I am writing 2 delta a by a plus 3 delta x by x plus 1 by 2 delta y by y into 100. Because I need in percentage, so I am multiplying both side 100. Now 2 into percentage error in a, how much is that? 4. What is that? Sorry, percentage error in a, where a is a constant. If a is a constant, delta a is 0. If a is a constant, this is 0. Okay, this is 0. Put that 0. Then 3 into percentage error in x. In x we are having 4%. So 4 plus 1 by 2 into percentage error in y, that is 12%. 2 into 6. So this is 12 plus 6, which is 18%. So the answer is 18%. A is constant. Yeah. A constant hai? Yes. I just wrote the relation first, and then A, if A is constant, delta A is 0. Understood. Next question. The maximum percentage error in measurement of density of the wire is. So we know density is equals to mass divided by volume. So I am having the error in radius, I am having the error in length, I am having the error in mass. Everything I am having. So density is equals to mass divided by volume. What is volume for a cylindrical wire? Pi r square L. This relation we know. I need percentage error only. So delta rho by rho is equals to delta m by m plus 2 delta r by r plus delta L by L. Multiply both sides with 100. I got the percentage error relation of the density with the mass, the radius and the length. Now, what is delta m? This is my delta m. This is my m. So write it 0.003 divided by 0.60 plus. What is delta r by r? This is delta r, this is r. So 2 into 0.01 divided by 0.50 plus. What is delta L? This is delta L and this is L. 0.05 divided by 10.00. Okay, multiply both side with 100. Okay, so this becomes the percentage error in density. Now simple calculations you can do easily. Clear? Good to go? Yes, I think this question was asked in 2026. Oh my god, this question was asked in 2026 January. And you know, this density error questions are multiple times asked by JEE Mains. If you see PYQs, you'll see multiple questions. Their density error in the density is there. So still many of the students, you know, miss these type of questions. That is not good. If you miss a question which you know like NTA asks and still you miss those type of question, that is not at all good. If there is a difficult question which was not asked, you know, by NTA till now, but they, you know, this time they gave some difficult question, one question that was actually of advanced level, and you miss that question, no problem in that. No problem in that. But if you miss a regular question by NTA, that is not good. Sir, a small question. I am planning to do JEE Advanced 2027. I'm in class 11th right now. Should I do JEE Advanced question parallel to when I study a topic, or after JEE Mains first April attempt in 2027? No, parallelly. When you prepare for the topics, parallelly. Like our batch will be there. So when I'll be teaching, okay, so I'll be covering everything. You need to cover JEE Mains PYQs also. After doing JEE Mains PYQs with the topic, parallel to the topic, you have to do JEE Advanced PYQ also. Okay, and we'll be doing error questions also. So everything, complete mixture. Because some question is intermixed with some chapters. Yes, in advance, most of the questions, I'll say not most, like 20% of the questions or 30% of the questions are mixed. So mixed questions we can do separately. But those questions which are of single concept, they has to be done parallelly with the topics. That will be provided by us. Okay, so you don't worry about that. We will provide you everything. We will be doing Erodo also parallelly. Okay, next question. Which of the following equation is dimensionally incorrect? T is time, H is height, surface tension is S, theta, rho density, R acceleration, okay, R is radius, then G acceleration due to gravity, volume, pressure, work done, torque, permittivity, electric field, current density, length. Now see how many physical quantities are there, and if you go to relate each of the relation on both sides, you are going to take a lot of time, but that is not needed. If you know the fundamental formulas, you will be able to see that many of the questions are directly the formulas here. Many of the questions are direct formulas. Height raised in a capillary tube, 2t cos theta by r rho g. This is correct. This is correct. He is asking for incorrect. Okay, we need to mark the incorrect. This is correct. Next is epsilon d by dt. You know something where we have d by dt? Yes, the drift, sorry, not the drift, the displacement current id is equals to epsilon naught into d phi by dt. Phi e is E dot A, dimensionally I can say that is E into A, area if you take there, it will become current density, which is our J. This is also correct. Then we are having work done is equals to tau into theta. This is also dimensionally correct. Only first is there which is dimensionally incorrect. Okay, so first is our answer. I love your teaching method. Thank you for this appreciation. Sir, from IIT Roorkee. Yeah, I am from IIT Roorkee. Yes, I am graduated from IIT Roorkee. Let us move ahead. Next. Yeah. This was 2026 question only. Time period relation is given with mass and the spring constant. Measured value of mass is given to us. Accuracy of 10 milligram. It means this much is the error. This much is the maximum error. This much is the maximum error in M. So this is my M. This is my delta M. Then 50 oscillations of the spring is found to be, the time is 60 seconds, and this is the resolution. So this is my T, this is my delta T. Okay, I should write a delta T that way only, capital T if I am using, so capital delta T. So don't say, sir, this is, but this is for 50 oscillation, convert it to 1 oscillation. No, that is not needed. if in 60 seconds I am having error of 2 seconds, so my relative error will be delta t by t only. That's okay. What I need, percentage error in the spring constant k. Now the relation of the time period is given. Time period is equal to 2 pi root of m by k. If I say k, that is m, so take square both sides, okay? So m by t square. 2 pi is constant, so I am not taking that. Dimensionally I am equating it. 3 equal to means I am equating dimensionally. Okay, this 3 equal to means I am equating dimensionally. Now write delta k by k is equals to delta m by m plus 2 delta t by t. I need percentage error. Is it in percentage? Yes. Multiply with 100 both sides. Here also, here also. Now put your values. Put the values. What is delta m? Delta m is 10 milligram. So 10 milligram means 0.010 gram divided by 10 plus 2 into delta t is 2, t is 60 into 100. Okay, so this will become 1 by 1000. 1 by 1000 into 100 is 0.1 plus this is 4 by 16, this is 15. So this will become 100 by 15. 100 by 15, if I divide with 5, it will become 20 by 3. Everything in percentage, so 6.67. There is some error, I think, in the options. Two options are same. Anyways, so this much is our answer in percentage. This much percentage. Clear? Easy. Now let us talk about screw gauge and vernier caliper quickly. Sir, please view देख कर demotivate मत होना, हम सब recorded देखते हैं. No problem. I'll continue anyways. Great teaching. Thank you. Okay, screw gauge and vernier caliper. So if I talk about screw gauge, I write the reading. How will I write the reading? My reading, let us take reading, I am denoting with some length or some width or anything, d is equal to, first is the main scale reading plus the least count into the vernier scale. Okay, sorry, you can say circular scale, not vernier scale, the circular scale. So plus the circular scale reading into the least count. So least count into the circular scale reading. Okay, so first for the main scale, then for the circular scale it will be least count into the circular scale reading. How we write the least count? Least count is equal to the pitch. Pitch means in one complete rotation how much it will move on the main scale. Pitch divided by number of divisions on the circular scale. Let us take it moves 1 mm by rotating 100 divisions. So least count will be 1 divided by 100. Okay, and if there is some zero error, so always subtract the zero error. Now when the zero error will be positive, when the zero error is negative. So this is a confusing thing for many of the students. Zero error will be negative when the zero of the circular scale is above the mark on the main scale, above the zero, you can say my point. Okay, so if the zero is here, this is my circular scale. If the zero is above, it means this is negative zero error. And if the zero is below, okay, this is my circular scale. If let us take my zero is here, this is my positive zero error. Next, for vernier caliper, when I measure some distance or length, so I'll say my reading L is equals to the main scale reading plus least count into vernier scale coincidence. Okay, that will be given to you. This is how we write if the zero error is not there. If zero error is there, so minus the zero error. Now here also many times confusion is there when the zero error is positive, when the zero error is negative. If 0 of vernier is to the right of 0 of the main, to right of 0 of main, it means positive zero error. And otherwise, if it is left of the 0 of the main, this is negative zero error. Thank you for such a great teaching. Thank you for your appreciation. Is it possible to give 3D visual, sir? 3D visuals of what? Of vernier scale and screw gauge. I don't have the images right now. Okay. Okay, anyways, you got the idea. Now let us do questions. For vernier calipers, let us do. When both jaws of vernier caliper touch each other, when both jaws touch each other, if it is talking about that condition, it means he is giving, or he or she is giving us the detail of the zero error. Okay, we you can say find zero error when both the jaws touch. Okay, so when both the jaws touch of the vernier caliper, 0 mark of vernier scale is right to 0 mark of main scale. It means what? Zero error is positive. Zero error is positive. How much? Fourth mark on vernier scale coincide with certain mark on the main scale. If fourth mark coincide, it means zero error is 4 into the least count. Then while measuring the length of cylinder, observer observes 15 divisions on main scale. So when you say main scale reading, this is 15 divisions. Now fifth division of vernier scale coincide, it means vernier scale coincidence is my 5 with the main scale. Okay, and measured length is how much? The least count is given to us as 0.1 mm. What is main scale division? Main scale division is, by default we will take, that is 1 mm. Okay. So my length is equals to main scale reading. Main scale reading is, it is 15 divisions. So 15 mm plus 5, the vernier scale coincidence into the least count. So 5 into 0.1 mm. Then minus zero error. This is my zero error plus minus zero error. So minus 4 into the least count. Okay. So this will become 15. This is 0.5. This is minus 0.4. So 0.1 mm. 15.1 mm, which is our option D here. Yeah, D option is 15.1. When can we get the notes? You will get the notes after the discussion on the WhatsApp channel. Guy is truly obsessed with okay, let us start with the next question, screw gauge. Now this previous question was asked in 2026. Okay, 2026, and this question was asked in 2021. Let us read this also. The pitch of screw gauge is 1 mm. So this is my pitch. 100 divisions are there on the circular scale. It means my least count will be pitch divided by number of divisions on the circular scale. What is pitch? 1 mm divided by 100, it means 0.01 mm. I got my least count. Then when nothing is put between the jaws, the 0 of circular scale lies 8 divisions below the reference line. If it is below, zero error is positive. If it is above, zero error is negative. See this again. See this again. If it is above, zero error is negative. If it is below, zero error is positive. So here it is below. So our zero error is positive. 8 divisions below. It means my zero error is positive 8 divisions, so 8 into the least count. When a wire is placed between the jaws, the first linear scale division is clearly visible. It means my main scale reading is 1 time of the pitch, first division, so 1 time of the pitch, so that is 1 mm. And 72 divisions on circular scale coincide with the reference line. Circular scale reading is equal to 72 into the least count. This we got. Now the length is equals to main scale reading 1 mm plus the circular scale reading, that is 72 into the least count is 0.01 mm plus not plus, minus, zero error is minus. So minus zero error minus, this is the zero error, 8 into 0.01 mm. This is how we write it. Okay, so we'll get the what we need here when the wire is placed between the jaws. So here we will get the diameter. This will be the diameter. The wire is placed in between and this is my diameter. I need radius. Radius is equal to diameter divided by 2. Okay, by 2 if you do, you will get the diameter. Clear? Now we are moving to kinematics. Okay, so we covered entire units and dimensions with vernier scale things also separately. That is part of experimental physics and the error part. Now let us talk about the kinematics. I am covering straight line and motion in plane together. So here we are having, first let us talk about position. So for 1D, and here I will be talking about 2D or 3D. For 1D, we denote our position with x only. Okay, is my x. X is equal to this, x is equal to like that, or sometimes y is given as, so that is 1D. In 2D, the position we denote with position vector. Okay, so there will be vector, how much along x, how much along y, how much along z. So for 2D, if I write, so this is xi cap plus yj cap. And if you talk about 3D, you will write the position vector as xi cap, yj cap, zk cap. Sir, vector and differentiation, integration, mathematical tool, those I am not covering in this discussion because anyways you have covered 12th, so basics of maths you all know. So you are going in depth of vectors, in depth of integration and differentiation in maths. Physics, what we need is 1% of that, so you know very well those things. So this is my position. Then displacement is change in the position. Okay, so if the position changes from x1 to x2, so x2 minus x1. Similarly, here the displacement, final position minus the initial position, r2 minus r1. If I talk about speed, speed is distance divided by the time interval. How much? Distance is the path length. Distance is my path length. Total path length. Same here, the speed is the distance divided by the time interval. Distance is the total path length. Then the velocity. So velocity is displacement divided by the time interval. Displacement I wrote as x2 minus x1. Time interval you can write as t2 minus t1 like this. Similarly, here if I write the average velocity, I am talking about average only initially, then I will talk about instantaneous. So average velocity, here also we will write as displacement divided by the time interval. Displacement is my final position minus the initial position divided by the time interval as t2 minus t1. Clear? Then let us talk about the instantaneous velocity. So if I talk about instantaneous velocity, so for 1D we write velocity as just dx by dt. because it is moving along one axis only, just write dx by dt. For 2D or 3D, okay, velocity we'll write as dx by dt I cap, dy by dt j cap, and dz by dt k cap. If k cap is also there, we'll write it. And then if you talk about acceleration, here acceleration we write it as dv by dt, okay, or I can write this as d square x by dt square, double differentiation, v is dx by dt, so double differentiation of x, or we write as v dv by dx, same thing. In 2D and 3D, if I write acceleration, so it will become dvx by dt I cap. Vx is, this is my vx, this is my vy, this is my vz. So dvx by dt I cap, dvy by dt j cap, dvz by dt k cap. And you can write it d square x by dt square I cap, d square y by dt square j cap, d square y d square z by dt square k cap also, same way. Okay, and what else? Now the relations between like the displacement, velocity, acceleration, these you know, you can differentiate the things and integrate the things accordingly, that you know, like we know velocity is equals to my dx by dt. I'm talking about 1D. Velocity we know as dx by dt, so I can say dx is equals to integration of v dt. If you integrate it, you will get displacement integration of v dt. Similarly, you can write for acceleration also. Acceleration we know as dv by dt. So if you integrate, dv will be integration of dv is integration of a dt. Integration of dt will give you change in the velocity. Integration gives you the area under the curve. Differentiation gives you the slope of the curve. So we relate the velocity is the slope of displacement time curve or the position time curve. The acceleration is the slope of the velocity time curve. Okay, acceleration is the slope of the velocity time curve. The displacement is the area under the velocity time curve. Change in velocity is the area under the acceleration time curve. Those things for graphs. Okay. Now uniformly accelerated motion, we know the three famous formulas: v square minus u square is equals to 2as, v is equals to u plus at, and s is equals to ut plus half at square. I can use these formulas for 2D or 3D motion also. Okay, then you write everything in vector form. Okay, here we are not writing as it like representing them in vector form, but if you can say 2D or 3D motion is there, then write everything in vector form. My final velocity square minus the initial velocity square is equal to 2 into a into s. The here will be my vector. Okay, or separately you can relate along x-axis, along y-axis, along z-axis. Any one of the axes you can choose. You can use these formulas same way. And what else? Next is motion under gravity. Now if we talk about motion under gravity, it is a uniformly accelerated motion only. Okay, there we use the formulas of uniformly accelerated motion. A particle is projected like this, it will go to some height, it will come back, how much time it will take, how much height it will cover, maximum height, or at what time where it will be. So if you have to find, use these formulas. Okay, so let us find t flight. At maximum height, I know velocity will become 0. If I have to find the time of the maximum height, I will use this formula, v is equals to u plus at. What is v? 0. U we know. This becomes my time of maximum height. So time, my acceleration is minus g. Let me write here, minus g it is. Okay, so t h max, y minus, taking downward direction as negative, upward direction as positive. So it is equals to u by g. time of flight will be same time it will take to go up, same time it will take to come back. So t flight will be twice of this. That is 2u by g. How much maximum, how much is the maximum height of this? This h max, you can use this formula, v square minus u square is equal to 2s. You can use final velocity is 0, 0 minus u square is equal to 2 into acceleration minus g into the maximum height. So h max comes out to be u square by 2g. Okay, and a particle is dropped from a certain height. Let us take, I dropped from this height h. How much time it will take to reach the ground? You can use s is equal to ut plus half at square. So time will come root of 2h by g, and this time it will fall on the ground. Or the ratio of the distance covered in the first second to the second second to the third second, that is Galileo's number. Okay, odd ratios, 1:3:5:7:9, like that. That ratio continues. In the first second it covers 5 meter, in the second second it covers 15 meter, in the third second, second second means t is equal to 1 to 2, third second means t is equal to 2 to 3. That ratio is of odd numbers. Okay, that you can remember. Let me write here also. The distance s1 is to s2 is to s3 is to s4 is equals to 1 is to 3 is to 5 is to 7 is to continue like that. Okay, this is Galileo's ratio of odd numbers. S1 is distance in first second. This is for second second. This is for third second. I'm talking about the condition when a particle is dropped from a certain height. Okay, then I'm talking about here. Lot of things to cover. Graphs. Okay, so I already gave you an idea about the graphs. So if let us take, we are having my velocity time curve. So area under the curve will be the displacement, because v is equals to dx by dt. So dx is equals to v dt. If you integrate, you get area under the curve. Area under vt curve. If you integrate here, you will get the displacement. So the displacement is equals to area under the velocity time curve. And if let us take, I find the slope of velocity time curve. So what is that? Acceleration we know, dv by dt. Okay, what is this? Slope of velocity time curve. Differentiation gives us the slope. Okay, so my acceleration is equals to slope of the velocity time curve. Now if I take dt on the other side, my dv is equals to integration of a dt. What is integration of dv? Integration of dv is my change in the velocity. Don't say integration of dv is v. No, I will put the limits v1 to v2. So when you write v2 minus v1, actually that will be change in the velocity. So a change in the velocity is equal to what? Area under acceleration time curve. What is this? This is my area under acceleration time curve. So t is equal to root 2h by g is for what? The time taken by this particle to reach the ground. The time it will take from, if I am dropping it from height h, it will reach the ground in time root of 2h by g. How I got this? Using this formula. Displacement is minus h because it is going in the downward direction. U was 0, it was dropped from rest. Acceleration is minus g. Time is t square. So from here you get t is equal to root of 2h by g. Okay, and the xt curve is there. If xt curve is there, Okay, so I know v is equals to dx by dt. So my velocity is slope of xt curve. This is my velocity. Velocity is equals to slope of xt curve, or I mentioned that. Okay, no. Or I can write here this dx is equals to this, so that displacement will be area under the vt curve that I already talked about. And for uniformly accelerated motion, the xt curve is upward parabola when acceleration is positive. The xt curve is downward parabola when acceleration is negative. This you should keep in mind. Now, I talked about xt curve, vt curve, et curve. These are the standard graphs we talk about generally. But many times in 2026 also there was one question where vx curve was given, we need to draw the ax curve. If those type of things are mentioned, or sometimes v square t curve is given, like you may find some type of sometimes such questions, then what you do? Write the equation of the curve, most of the time it is straight line. Write the equation of the curve, then mathematically relate it with velocity, acceleration, and or whatever is required. Questions. A particle moves along x-axis, has its displacement x varying with time t according to this equation. C naught and C are constants of appropriate dimensions. Which of the statement is correct? The acceleration we need, acceleration, initial velocity, acceleration. Okay, I need acceleration. So first find velocity. How? Differentiate it. Differentiate this thing with respect to time. If I differentiate this, it will be C naught into 2t. Clear? T square differentiation is 2t. Plus, if I differentiate this, okay, so this will become 2 into t minus 2. So 2c into t minus 2. I got the velocity. Then acceleration is differentiation of velocity with respect to time. Differentiate this. If I differentiate this, this is 2c naught. If I differentiate this, it will be plus 2c. Clear? So acceleration comes out to be 2 into c plus c naught. Fourth is correct. The acceleration of the particle is. The acceleration of particle, this is wrong, this is wrong. Initial velocity, initial means t is equals to 0. So put t is equals to 0 here, this will be 0. Put t is equals to 0 here, it will be minus 4c. It is saying 4c, incorrect. When we talk about velocity acceleration, the sign should be there, okay, sign should also match. We talk about speed, that is okay. But if they talk about magnitude of the velocity, then you can just take the magnitude. If it would be mentioned here, the initial magnitude of velocity or the initial speed of the particle, then it will be 4c. Easy, yes, it was easy. Next question. As shown in the figure, a particle is moving with constant speed. How much is the speed? Pi meter per second. Consider the motion from A to B. Okay, A to B, the magnitude of average velocity. So how we write average velocity? That is my displacement divided by the time interval. It is moving from A to B. How much is the displacement? This. This is the displacement. How to find it? Draw the perpendicular. This angle is 60. This angle is 30. This is R. So this is R cos 30. This is also R cos 30. So displacement becomes 2R cos 30 divided by time interval. How much time it will take from here to here? It is going with constant speed. Yes. So the time interval will be the total length, total distance divided by total time. How much is this distance? Theta into R. Theta is 2 pi by 3. R into 2 pi by 3. This is the total distance divided by the speed. Speed is v. I got the interval. Now write v average is equals to 2r cos 30, this was delta t here, divided by delta t is 2r pi by 3 into v there. Now put the values. V is given as pi meter per second. So pi is getting cancelled, 2r is getting cancelled. Okay, cos 30 is root 3 by 2, and this 3 will go in the numerator, 3 root 3 by 2. So 1.5 root 3, fourth option. Clear? These are the basic question of these topics. Next is, this is from motion under gravity. A ball is thrown vertically upward with an initial velocity of 150 meter per second. The ratio of velocity after 3 second and 5 second is this. The value of x is. So we are throwing the ball with 150 meter per second. The ratio of velocity after 3 second and 5 second is. So what is the velocity? V is equal to u plus at. This we will use because this is uniformly accelerated motion. So velocity will be u is plus 150, upward I am taking positive, acceleration is minus g, so minus 10 into t. After 3 seconds, so v at 3 if I write, put t is equals to 3, so 150 minus 30. At 5 second, put t is equals to 5, 150 minus 50. Now take the ratio, so this is 6 by 5. So x comes out to be 5. Second option. I hope this is clear to you. Next is, okay, this is another question from 2026 January attempt. Water drop falls from tap on the floor 5 meter below a regular, 5 meter below at regular intervals of time. The first drop strikes the floor when the sixth drop begins to fall. This is an easy question. Let us see how many of you can do. Try to attempt this. This is the tap. The water is falling here. This total is given to us as 5 meter. Drops are falling at regular interval. The first drop strikes the floor when sixth drops begin to fall. So first is here and sixth is here when sixth drop begins to fall. So here it would be somewhat 2, 3, 4, 5. The height at which the fourth drop from the ground will be. How much is this height? Whenever you do question, if it is possible to draw a diagram, always prefer to draw a diagram to solve the question, because it will be very good to visualize and actually give you a confidence that yes, it is possible to do. So now here each, you can say, is separated by regular time interval, not that each of this distance is same. No, it will not be same certainly. So as we go down, the distance will increase, separation will increase. Each time interval is same. So t naught, t naught, t naught, t naught, t naught, 5 t naught. Total interval is 5 t naught is equals to the time it took for drop 1 to fall, because 5 t naught is taken by drop 1 to fall, a height of 5 meter, root of 2h by g. So t naught is basically equal to 1 by 5 seconds. So this fourth drop fell for 2 by 5 seconds. So in 2 by 5 second, how much distance it will cover? Half g t square, square of 2 by 5. That is 4 by 25. 2 into 5, 2 into 5. Okay, so this comes out to be 0.8. So this comes out to be 0.8 meter, this total. If this is 0.8, total was 5, how much is this? 4.2, 5 minus 0.8, 4.2. That is third option. T is equals to constant. Yes, each interval is constant between them. Starting from the origin at t is equals to 0 with initial velocity 5 j cap meter per second, particle moves in xy plane with a constant acceleration of this. Time at time t, its coordinate are this and this. We need to find what is t and what is y naught. So there are two options. Either I can simultaneously use the equation of uniformly accelerated motion, or I can use that separately along x-axis, separately along y-axis. So let us do separately because that is easier. So first of all, I am talking about x-axis. Okay. So along x-axis, if I say the displacement along x-axis is equals to ut plus half a t square. This is how will I write. What is the displacement? Where was the particle? Starting from origin. Starting from origin, it means displacement along x-axis is 20 is equals to initial velocity along x was 10 into the time we need to find the time, yeah, t plus half. What is the acceleration along x-axis? What is the acceleration along x-axis? Wait a minute. This was acceleration, sorry. I did a mistake. The initial velocity along x-axis is 0. Initial velocity is only along y-axis. This is my uy. Uy is given, ux is not given. It means ux is 0. This is my ax. This is my ay. So this is 0 plus half ax. Ax is 10 into t square. 2 into 5, t comes out to be 2 seconds. I got t as 2 seconds. Now I need y naught. Again write displacement along y-axis is equals to uy into t plus half ay into t square. Now write it. What is uy? Uy is 5. So 5 into what is time? Time is 2 seconds. So 2 plus half. What is ay? Ay is 4. 4 into t square. T square is 4. 2 into 2. So this is basically 10 plus 4 into 2 is 8, which is 18. So 18 is my y naught. Displacement is equal to y naught. Initially it was starting from 0. So I'm getting 2 seconds and 18 meter. That is the fourth option. Initial velocity only along y-axis. Yes. That this was acceleration thing actually. Perfect. Good. Next question. A body moves on a frictionless plane starting from rest. Sn is the distance moved in t is equals to n minus 1 to n second. Sn minus 1 is from n minus 2 to n minus 1. The ratio of Sn minus 1 and Sn is this. For n is equals to 10, the value of x is. Okay. So the body is starting from rest. This is given to us. How we write the distance moved in nth second? First thing is, this is a question of uniformly accelerated motion. This is not mentioned specifically. This is a JEE Mains PYQ. It is expected that it should be mentioned, but by seeing the question you can understand they are taking the acceleration to be constant. So this is basically uniformly accelerated motion here. My acceleration is constant. So when the acceleration is constant, if I find how much distance it cover in n seconds, so that is ut, the displacement in n second, as u into t is n plus half a t square. This much in n second. In n minus 1, okay, total I am talking about. It will be u t plus half a t square. How much will be the distance covered in nth second? That will be the difference of the two. So Sn, that is from n minus 1 to n. So difference of the two, subtract that. If you subtract it from this to this, it will become u plus half a, okay, it will be n square minus n minus 1 whole square. So this is u plus half a. A square minus b square is a plus b into a minus b. A plus b if you do, that is 2n minus 1. A minus b if you do, that will be 1. So this is the distance covered in nth second. Many of you remember this formula. If you don't remember, no problem. Yes, Kala remember. That is good. I derived it so that you can understand. So this we got the distance covered in nth second. Now it is mentioned that it starts from rest. If it starts from rest means this is given to 0. This is given as 0. So I will say that the distance covered in nth second is half a into 2n minus 1. So for n is equal to 10, I need the ratio for n minus 1 and n. So I need S10 and I need S9 basically. What is S10? A by 2. Put n is equal to 10, 20 minus 1 is 19. What is S9? Put n is equal to 9. A by 2 into 9 into 2, 18 minus 1 is 17. Clear? Yes. Now take the ratio S9 divided by S10. So when you divide it, it will become 17 divided by 19. Okay, 17 by 19 you can write as 1 minus 2 by 19. So which gives us x is basically equal to 19. 19 is the answer. Yes, that is the distance travelled in nth second. Yes, yes, we need to find the distance travelled in nth second. This is what we are doing here. I derived it and then I solved it. Good. So one student yesterday was asking, sir, sometimes I get confused, I don't remember the formulas, so I miss few of the questions. So here let us take, if you remember this formula, well and good, it will save your time. If you don't remember this formula, not a big problem, quickly you can subtract and write the equation. Okay, so understanding the concept will actually help you to remember the formula. If you understand the concept, it will be very high probability that you will remember this. And even if you don't remember it, still you can invest some time and quickly derive it. Sir, in lecture JEE 2027, does you guys include some fundamentals of class 11th for students who wasted class 11th or any orientation classes? We will not be revising class 11th, okay, but whenever in between, whenever the 11th concepts will be needed, there will be discussing that. Like gravitation concepts are needed for electrostatics. So when we will be teaching electrostatics, then we will be talking, we will be relating them with the gravitation concepts. So this is how whatever fundamentals are required for your 12th, they will be covered that way. And yes, in between there will be some marathon sessions, there will be some revision sessions for class 11th, okay, there you will be able to cover the concepts of class 11th also. Third is the answer. Okay, here you are talking about. Anyways, let us solve it. An object moves with speed v1, then v2 and then v3 along a straight line AB, BC and CD respectively. AB is equal to BC is equal to that is CD, okay, each is 1/3 of that. Then average speed of the object will be. So I see average speed, okay, if I say average speed, that is my total distance divided by the time interval, total time interval. Okay, so what is the total distance? This plus this plus this. You can take each as d, d, d. So what is the total distance? 3d divided by time interval. Let us take, here it takes t1, here it takes t2, here it takes t3. So t1 will be d by v1, t2 will be d by v2, t3 will be d by v3. Okay, then d will be cancelled. You can take d here that will be cancelled. It will become 3v1 v2 divided by v1 v2 v2 v3 plus v3 v1, that is option third. Yes, many of the students did this just by looking at it. Good, very good. सर टेस्ट सीरीज का एक क्वेश्चन करा हुआ हूँ जिस चैप्टर का फॉर्मूला याद नहीं आ रहा, पूरा रिवीजन हो रहा, कॉन्फिडेंस आ रहा है, थैंक्स, ग्रेट, दिस इज व्हाट इज नीडेड. How do I study class 11th? Also, this is a big burden right now. I wasted class 11th. I regret it not starting it from the beginning. Okay, now one option is you can watch the one shots. Okay, so we have one shots we have covered. So there you can go and watch the one shots of the topic which you missed. Okay, so there the fundamentals and derivations, everything is there, complete details. That is one way. Another way is let us take, don't watch the complete one shots, only watch those subtopics which you feel difficulty with. It will save your time. Okay, so let us take from gravitation, few of the things you know, few of the things you don't know. Which you don't know, watch only those, that will be certainly again helpful. Another way is like whenever I will be talking during the discussion in the class in 12th. Okay, so there you will get to know, okay, so here we'll be applying some concepts of gravitation, here we'll be applying some concepts of SHM, here we'll be applying some concepts of you can say waves or some concepts of other topics. So then you have to go one by one there, and at the end you can quickly revise 11th. That is also one way, but better if you have time right now, so better to go and revise. That will actually anyways help you. Sir, how do I study class? Okay, I took this. Sir जी बहुत डिप्रेशन हो रहा है, लास्ट चांस है JEE मेन का, नहीं हुआ तो क्या करूँगा? JEE मेंस में 88 परसेंटाइल ही आया था ड्यू टू केमिस्ट्री. So first thing is, don't get depressed. If you get depressed and then you appear in the exam, so whatever you could have done, you will not be able to do. So depression will anyway will decrease your score instead of increasing it. So depression will not help you at all. So first thing is, be positive. Okay. Now, if you will be positive, there will be a greater chance that what you are studying you will be able to apply in the exam. Very good chance it is. Okay. So first thing is, you should be positive. Okay. Be positive with your efforts. Now, you cannot guarantee, we cannot guarantee, or you cannot guarantee what you will get, but you can guarantee what you can do. That you can guarantee. You can guarantee yourself, yes, physics I am covering very nicely and I am going to cover each and every question nicely. Chemistry, you can guarantee, yes, I will complete all the topics. Okay, if you are having difficulty in the organic, I will study organic very nicely and I will do sufficient number of questions and then I will appear in the exam. This you can guarantee. If you do this thing, then what will happen? Automatically a confidence will come. Doesn't matter what your final result will be, but what it could be, it will be better than that. Understand that. Okay. So first thing is, be positive with your efforts. Result will automatically follow. आज बोर्ड एग्जाम खत्म हो गए, तो आज से मैं क्लास ज्वाइन करूं तो समझ में आ सकता है. Yes, we are covering everything from the basic. Coffee arrived. Yes, it is chai, not coffee. Second is the answer. Okay, some of you did this question. Let us solve this. Particle moves from point this at t is equal to 0 with initial velocity. Okay. It is acted upon by a constant force which produces a constant acceleration. This is the acceleration. The distance of the particle from the origin at t is equal to 2. So this is uniform acceleration. Although acceleration is along x also, y also, but it is uniform acceleration. I can use the formulas of uniformly accelerated motion. S is equal to ut plus half at square. Now here I am using simultaneously both. Total displacement is equals to total initial velocity moves from this point at t is equal to 0 with an initial velocity is this. This is basically my u. So u is 5i cap plus 4j cap into the time. What is the time? T is equal to 2. So 2 plus half into a. What is a? This is my acceleration. So write 4I cap 4j cap into t square. 2 square is 4. So from here I'll get the total displacement. Total displacement will be my final position minus the initial position. This is the initial position, which is 2I cap plus 4j cap. This will become 10I cap plus 8j cap plus this will be 8I cap plus 8j cap. Add I cap with I cap. Add j cap with j cap. This is my r minus this. So r will be this plus of this. So plus 2I cap plus 4j cap. So this became 20I cap plus 16 plus 4 is 20j cap. So the distance from the origin becomes 20 root 2. Okay, root of this square plus that square. Okay. You could have done this separately also. Separately use this formula along x-axis the way I did the previous question. Then separately use the formula along y-axis. Then you can find your x coordinate, y coordinate. That way also you can do. Coffee graded in the chai. Okay, here one time I like requested for coffee also, but that was not that good. So generally I prefer chai here. Let us continue. A ball is thrown vertically upward with velocity this from the top of the tower. The ball strikes ground after 6 seconds. The height from the ground up to which the ball can rise will be. So what is happening here is, ball is thrown vertically up from here with speed 19.6. It will go like this, come back. From the top of the tower, the ball strike the ground after 6 seconds. Means here it reached at t is equals to 6 seconds. It is here at t is equals to 0. Then how much time it will take to reach the maximum height? U by g. U by g, 2 seconds. So here it is t is equals to 2 seconds. Here it will reach here t is equals to 4 seconds. It will reach ground t is equals to 6 seconds. The height from the ground up to which the ball will rise will be this. What is this total height? This height we know. Can I find this height? This? Yes, directly. Here it is 2 seconds, here it is 6 seconds. How much time it take to drop from this maximum height to this? The total time is 4 seconds. In 4 seconds, it was starting from rest. How much distance it will cover? S is equal, starting from rest, okay, half g t square. Okay. The height up to from the ground up to which the ball can rise will be k by 5 and the value of k. This is my k by 5. So k comes out to be 400. That's the same thing I did, sir. Okay. सर कुछ ऐसा भी क्वेश्चंस दीजिए ग्रुप में जो आपको लगता है आ सकता है प्लीज. 490 is the answer, sir. It's wait a minute. I took G as 10, but G is not 10. 9.8. 9.8 is, so half G t square. Total time it takes is 4 seconds. Yes, so 16. Now this total height is given as k by 5. So k comes out to be 5 by 2 into 9.8 into 16. This is 2 into 8. 2 into 8, 40 into 9.8. How much it is? 40 into 9.8, 98 into 4. Okay, yeah. 392. 490 is the answer. No, 490 is not there. Please check your calculations. Previously, I took G is equals to 10. Therefore, this was coming out to be 400. G is 9.8. So, this will be 392. 392 is the answer. Please check your calculations. कुछ ऐसे questions which can come. Okay, the varieties which we are covering here, I took 200 marathon question previously, and if you see many of the question from 200 marathon question, they were directly in the January attempt, and they were PYQs only. I did a collection of PYQs which I took. Okay, the VX graph was there. We need to draw the AX graph, that was there as it is. Okay, and there were few more as it is questions, but we don't go after this. We don't say like only these questions will be coming. No, we say that these type of questions will be coming. So focus is on the concept, not on the question. This is what is required. Okay, focus is not on the question, focus is on the concept. So learn these concepts. These concepts will be certainly asked. Whichever concepts I am going to cover today, questions will be from those concepts only. I cannot say that questions will be same as these. No, it may be different, but conceptually it will be the same. Screw gauge I explained very nicely. If something is asked from screw gauge, what is expected outside that? Nothing. In the velocity time graph, okay, is having shape like this. The acceleration time graph will be acceleration is slope of this. Here slope is negative constant. Here slope is positive constant. Initially acceleration is negative, then acceleration is positive. First option is there. Next, yes, this question I was talking about. This question I took in 200 question marathon when I was doing, and this was same again repeated in January attempt. So Vx graph is given, we need to plot the Ax graph. So first, now this is not a standard type of curve. We study Vt, we study Xt, we study At. This is not standard, this is Vx. How to solve? First write the equation. Y is equals to mx plus c. Let us take this is V naught, this is x naught. So y, this is my v, is equals to slope is minus v naught by x naught into x plus the intercept, that is v naught. So this is my velocity. Vx relation I know. I need Ax relation. How to get Ax relation? A is equals to v dv by dx. This relation you already know. Now put v here. So A is equals to v, which is minus v naught by x naught into x plus v naught into dv by dx. Differentiate it again. So this will be minus v naught by x naught. So this will become v naught by x naught square into x minus v naught square by x naught. This we are getting. Now see here, slope is positive, the intercept is negative. Slope is positive, intercept is negative. Check. Slope is positive, intercept is negative. Second is correct. Yes. As x increases, velocity constantly decreases. Yes. As x increases, velocity constantly decreases with the graph. Yes. What you want to say? What do you want to say, Sachin, from that? Please mention. Okay. If you want to have an idea, just you can say idea just by analyzing, you may have. Okay. But I am telling you the standard way how we do this. So first we write the equation, then we follow, okay, what we want now. I need Ax relationship, therefore I got the Ax relationship. So, okay, then I solved it like this. So you will take a lecture batch? Yes, I'll be there. Next, from the Vt graph shown, the ratio of distance to displacement in 25 second of motion is. Now, this question previously also I took. You need not solve this question actually. If you see the options, you need not solve this question. Why so? It is ratio of distance to displacement. Now, distance is always greater than or equal to displacement, you know. It means this ratio will be greater than 1. If I say distance divided by displacement, certainly it has to be greater or equal to 1. Which option is greater or equal to 1? Only one option, that is option 3. Okay, so only one of the option is there which is correct, so need not solve it. Now if you want to solve it, you can solve. How? Distance is, now this is my velocity time curve, by the way. Area under the curve give me displacement. This area will take positive, this area we will take negative because this is on the negative side. So when we find displacement, this much area minus this. When you find distance, this much area plus this. Yes. Okay. So when you write, let us take this total area is my A1. This total area is my A2. So I say that my distance is A1 plus A2. My displacement is A1 minus A2. Why we take minus? Here velocity is negative. It is moving in the opposite direction. Okay, here it is moving in the opposite direction. Therefore, this is actually negative. Therefore, we subtract it like this. Now, when we find A1, how will we find A1? So, these are different, you can say, shapes here. So, you can first find this. This is triangle 1 by 2 into base into height. This is 25. 1 by 2 into 5 into 10, 25. This is 5 into 10 is 50. This is a rectangle. Now again, this is a trapezium. 1 by 2 into sum of the parallel sides, 10 plus 20, 30, into the distance between the parallel sides, 5. This is 5 into 5. This is 75. How much is this? 1 by 2 into base into the height. This is 5. This is 20. 1 by 2 into 5 into 20 is 50. Okay. Same way, this is also 50. So when you say A1 will be equal to 25 plus 50 plus 75, okay, that is plus 50. So 50 plus 50, 100, and 75 plus 25 is 100, 100 plus 100 is 200. A1 comes out to be 200. When you find A2, A2 is 50. So distance is 200 plus 50, which is 250, 200 minus 50, which is 150. Now you take the ratio of the two, that will become 5 by 3. But if I will be in the exam hall, if I see this question, I will directly say the option has to be greater than 1. Only one option which is greater than 1. I'll mark 3 with full confidence and I'll go ahead. Sir, doesn't get demotivated by views. Yeah, I am not demotivated anyways. Distance always additive and displacement plus with negative part. Yeah, displacement, if negative part is there, so we have to consider the negative sign. Your class are useful for many non-Hindi students. Oh, that's great. Understanding, yeah. Sir, ये पर negative area calculate कर रहे, I didn't get your question. What is? यहाँ पर negative area calculate कर रहे हैं. Yeah, this is the negative area. Okay, 50. The positive area is 200. Okay, distance, add them to displacement, subtract the two, like that. Where are you from? I'm from Delhi. Okay. Sir, do some good conceptual question from free fall. I took already some good conceptual question that as per mains level. I'm not going to advanced level or very difficult level. No. What is asked in mains, I took already. Okay, one question was there where tap was there, regularly the drops were falling. We need to find the distance between the drops and like that. So that I already took. Now let us talk about the projectile motion. A particle is projected with some initial velocity u. Okay, it moves like this. The path is parabolic. This we say as take as x-axis. This we take as our y-axis. We analyze the motion separately along x-axis, separately along y-axis, because these two axes are independent of each other. If they are independent of each other, separately I can write the equation along x-axis, separately along y-axis. They are perpendicular to each other. Yes, PWJ English helped to many students. For non-Hindi students, keep going, sir. Yeah, thank you. Now, if I talk along x-axis, what is the initial velocity? Ux, the component of the initial velocity, u cos theta. Along y-axis, what is the velocity? Initial velocity, u sin theta, this component. Along x-axis, is there acceleration? No. So, ax is 0. It means along x-axis, the velocity will be constant. It will be always u cos theta. Along y-axis, acceleration is there? Yes, it is there in the downward direction g. It means along y-axis, I'll say my ay is minus g. Why minus? It is in the downward. Okay. So, separately, I'll see along x-axis, along y-axis. If I say along x-axis, my initial velocity was u cos theta. This is my ux. Here, let me use a different color. Ux is my u cos theta. Uy is my u sin theta. Along x-axis, acceleration is 0. Along y-axis, acceleration is minus g. Along x-axis, if you write the velocity at any time, it will be u cos theta only, constant. Along y-axis, v is equals to u plus at. U is u sin theta, uy minus gt. This is how the velocity is varying. Along x-axis, if you ask me how much distance it will cover, what will be the x coordinate? That will be vx into t. Vx is constant only, therefore I am writing like this. What will be y? S is equals to ut plus half at square. U is u sin theta, t plus half, a is minus g. So here a negative sign will come, minus half g t square. Okay, this is how we write the x coordinate and y coordinate along x-axis and along y-axis. Sir, within today, will this part be completed, sir? Yes, total mechanics, complete mechanics, we are planning to complete. Let us see. Tomorrow is the chemistry session, and then day after tomorrow, math session. Sir, ji Bihar aayega. You want me to come to Bihar? Okay, so this is how we write. From here, if I have to find how much time it will take to reach the maximum height, at maximum height, my Vy will be 0. If you put Vy is equals to 0, you will get the time of maximum height as u sin theta by g. Time of flight is twice of the time for maximum height. So this will become 2u sin theta by g. What is this maximum height? Here I need time, I know time, you put that time as u sin theta by g, you will get the maximum height. So h you will get u square sin square theta by 2g. You need the total range, this along horizontal. So range is along horizontal, the distance is, the x coordinate is varying like this. Put t as t flight is 2u sin theta. So 2u sin theta by g into u cos theta, this will become u square sin 2 theta by g. Okay. If you need the equation of trajectory, the x relation with y, from here put t, that is x by u cos theta in this, you will get y is equals to x tan theta minus g x square by 2u square cos square theta. So I got my xy relation. Sometimes it may be asked what will be the velocity after 1 second. So after 1 second, this will be the velocity along y-axis. Along x, it is always constant. Okay, so anything if it is asked, you can analyze it like this. Sir, will you complete JEE syllabus in this series? Physics, chemistry, maths. Yes, we'll be completing the complete syllabus. Today we are planning to complete mechanics. I'm with you until the whole part is completed. That's great. Thank you. One small question in projectile motion. Okay, please mention your question. What is your question? Okay, so this is how we will analyze the things in projectile motion. Then relative motion. Relative motion means you are analyzing the motion, okay, of other particle with respect to your reference frame or with respect to other particle, like that. So let us take, this is A, this is B. A is having some velocity VA, B is having some velocity VB. Direction may be different, okay? Don't say they are in the same direction. VB. A is having some acceleration AA, B is having acceleration AB. Okay. So when you say velocity of A with respect to B, you are sitting on B and then seeing A. So that will be velocity of A minus velocity of B. When you say velocity of B with respect to A, that will be minus of this. Okay. Similarly, if I talk about acceleration of A with respect to B, okay, so then you can say this is acceleration of A minus acceleration of B. Similarly, opposite if you say acceleration of B with respect to A, so it will be AB minus A, like that. And you can find the position also. Similarly, I can say position of A with respect to B, this is position of A minus position of B, that way. And then if you, let us take my acceleration is constant, then you can use the uniformly accelerated motion formulas also in my relative frame. Okay, in my relative frame I can use the formula of uniformly accelerated motion also. No sir, it's clear. Okay, great, getting it. So complete, you can say frame is changing basically here. Frame is changing. When I am saying velocity of A with respect to B, actually I am sitting on B and then I am seeing A. Okay, if I will be moving with same velocity of A, I will say A is rest. If I will be moving with different velocity, then I will say okay, A is having some velocity, like that. Okay, then I am talking about Rainman problems. We will talk about Rainman problems. We will solve also some Rainman problems. Rainman means the rain is falling, a person is there. If the person is stationary, standing on the ground, he will see the actual velocity of the rain. Now what if the person starts running? He will see the velocity with respect to him. So we will say velocity of rain with respect to man is equals to velocity of rain minus velocity of man. Rain is falling. We don't know whether it is falling vertically or at some angle. Let us take rain is falling like this. A man is there on the ground. It is running like this with velocity of man. Now you ask, tell me at what angle he has to put his umbrella with the vertical so that rain will not fall on him. Okay, so it means he is seeing the rain. So velocity of rain with respect to man will be velocity of rain minus velocity of man. This is velocity of man, this is minus velocity of man vector. Take the resultant of these two. Okay, the resultant of these two will come somewhat like this. This is my velocity of rain with respect to man. And at this angle theta with the vertical, he has to hold his umbrella to protect himself. This is the concept behind this. Then river crossing problem. So there are different conditions. First is the minimum time. So minimum time he has to, when he has to cross in minimum time, he should always point perpendicular to it. Certainly, this is the velocity of man with respect to river. This we talk about the velocity of man in standing water, or when the water is not moving, he can swim with this velocity. That is the meaning of this. This is the velocity of man with respect to river. This is the velocity of river. Resultant, he will move somewhat like this. Okay, so time minimum will be this total width, displacement along y divided by velocity along y. I am putting my velocity along y only to minimize this time. Man with respect to river. This will be the drift in this case. Drift will be velocity along horizontal. What is that? Velocity of rain into the time minimum. What is that? W divided by velocity of man with respect to river. This is the drift. Okay, and you can find this is the theta at which he will resultant go. Second thing is zero drift case. Okay, This is second condition, zero drift case. Means he should move in such a direction such that the total drift will be zero. Then he should point his velocity somewhat like this, such that when you will add the velocity of a river in that, the resultant of these two vectors will come like this. The resultant of these two vectors will come somewhat like this. Then I'll say it will move like this and it will reach here. This was the velocity of man with respect to river. This was my theta. The horizontal components are cancelling. It means velocity of man with respect to river, sine theta is equals to velocity of my river. So sine theta is velocity of river divided by velocity of man with respect to river. Actually, this will be given to you, velocity of man with respect to river. They will explain, okay, this is the velocity with which he can swim. So he should swim at this angle with the vertical, then he will reach direct opposite point. Here drift is my zero in this particular case. There can be some other condition when the person has to move along a line. The person is here, it is mentioned he should reach B. Now he should point his velocity such that, okay, he will point his velocity with this line such that resultant velocity will come along this. So let us take, he is pointing like this at some angle theta. This is velocity of man with respect to river. This is velocity of river. Resultant of these two vectors is along AB. Okay, so this is my resultant direction. So it is swim along AB. Okay, so for this to be zero, this perpendicular component and this perpendicular, we are component along this line and velocity of man with respect to river component along this line, they will cancel each other. From there we will find how much is my theta and all. Can you explain things once again? Can you explain the river crossing with drift case 1? Yes. This is case 1, minimum time condition. This is minimum time condition. To cross the river in minimum time, he should point his velocity in this direction, vertical. Why so? Time will be displacement along y divided by velocity along y. If I put my velocity like this, my velocity along y is increased, therefore the time will be minimum. But resultant person will move in this direction. Why so? Because velocity of person will be resultant of his velocity and the velocity of river, isn't it? If you try to swim like this, try to cross the river, but river will also make you flow, na, isn't it, in its direction? Yes, the same thing is happening. The person is trying to swim like this, river is also pushing the person in this direction, so resultantly the person will move like this, therefore the drift is coming. Here I am swimming somewhat like this to make the zero drift. Here I am swimming somewhat like this such that resultant I move along AB. Got the point, Sachin? Please mention if that is clear. Now let us solve some questions on this. Projectile A and B are thrown at angle 45 degree and 60 degree with vertical respectively from top of 400-meter high tower. If their ranges and time of flight are same and ratio of their speed of projection VA and VB is, okay, anyways. So this is the top of the tower. This is 400 meter. Particle A and B are projected at 60 degree and 45 degree, 45 and 60. So this is my A, this is with the vertical, okay. 45, this is VA. And VB is somewhat like this at an angle 60 with the vertical. It is mentioned their ranges and time of flight. Now time of flight depends on what? The component along vertical. It depends on what? The vertical component of velocity. So if their time of flight is same, it means the y component of velocity should be same. It means VA cos 45 has to be equal to VB cos 60. Now range, what is range? Range is time of flight into the x-axis component. Time of flight is same, this is mentioned same. It means v1x should be equal to v2x. It means the horizontal components also should be equal. So VA sine 45 is equals to VB sine 45, sorry, sine 60. Is it possible for both the conditions to happen? No. If you divide it, it will come 1045 is equals to 1060. That is not possible, na? 1045 cannot be equal to 1060. It means this condition what is given is not possible. So we will say none of this. Actually, this was previous year question and this was the error in this. Next question. The trajectory of projectile motion is given. X and Y are measured in meters. The maximum height attained by the projectile will be. So this equation is given to you. You need to find the maximum height. Means what is the maximum possible value of Y. Now one thing is, first relate this equation with the standard equation. What is the standard equation of equation of trajectory? X tan theta minus gx square divided by 2 u square cos square theta. This is the standard equation. If I equate, I got my tan theta is equals to 1. It means theta is equals to 45. If theta is 45, I know maximum height is u square sine square theta by 2g. Theta is 45, put 45, this will become 1 by 2. So u square by 4g, this is my h. I need u square by 4g. Now put theta 45 here also. If you put, it will become g, this will be 1 by 2, it will be g by u square x square. Okay. So g by u square is 1 by 20. You see, g by u square is basically my 1 by 20. It means u is equals to root of 200. Now put here, what is u square? 200 divided by 4, g is 10. So this comes out to be 5. So the answer comes out to be 5 meter. So just many times these type of questions are asked. Trajectory equation is given. I think one question was there this year also, 2026. Equation of trajectory was given, if I'm not wrong, or maybe different a bit. But yes, many times these type of questions is asked. So better way is write the standard equation, then relate the coefficients. X coefficient is tan theta, x coefficient is 1, it means tan theta is 1, theta is 45, and relate these also. Next question, a boy throws a ball into air at 45 degree from horizontal, like this, to land it on a roof of a building of height h. So this is the roof of the building from the ground at height h. If the ball attains maximum height in 2 seconds and land on the building at 3 seconds, so it will attain the maximum height, it lands like this. So here it was 2 seconds and here it attained at 3 seconds. Then the value of hs. Okay, so I basically need at t is equals to 3 seconds, how much will be the height of the ball from the ground? That is equal to the height of the building, isn't it? And one thing is given to me is at t is equals to 2 seconds, it attains the maximum height. This means th is 2 seconds. What is th? U sine theta divided by g. This is given to me as 2. Or u sine theta I can write just as vy. So my uy by g is given as 2. So uy is basically 20 meter per second. I need how much will be the height from the ground at t is equals to 3. Use the formula along x-axis. I am finding the displacement along y-axis. I am finding the displacement. Displacement along y-axis is equals to uy into t minus half g t square. What is uy? 20. 20. What is t? 3 seconds. 3 minus half g 10 t square. T was 2, sorry 3. 3 square is 9. 2 into 5. This comes out to be 60 minus 45, which is 15 meter. 15 meter. Fourth option. Easy. Great. Okay, I hope you all are able to understand these questions. These are important questions. All are important questions. Each concept I am covering here, I have taken the varieties of question. Okay, I am not taking similar type of question. I am taking varieties of questions such that each concept is covered. Each concept from the particular topic is covered for you. So the collection is like this. A stream of river is flowing with speed 2 km per hour. A swimmer can swim at 4 km per hour. What should be the direction of swimmer with respect to flow of the river to cross the river straight? River straight means this is zero drift question. This is zero drift question. Now see again. Zero drift. Zero drift will happen when sine theta, theta with the vertical, is equals to v river divided by velocity of man with respect to river. Okay, now come here. So my sine theta is equals to velocity of a river divided by velocity of man with respect to a river. What is velocity of a river? 2 km per hour. What is velocity of man with respect to river? This is the velocity of man with respect to river with which he can swim. So that is 4. So this is 1 by 2. So this theta is my 30 degree. Now but see, it is mentioned what should be the direction of the swimming with respect to flow of the river. He is not asking with the vertical. I got my answer that he should go like this. This angle I got 30 degree. But he is asking with the flow. Flow is in this direction. How much is this angle? 90 plus 30. Okay. So my total theta will be 90 plus 30, which is 120. Yes, drift is equal to 0 condition it is. CC is complete, sir. What you are talking about? Please say what is CC? What you are talking about, please mention. Okay, another question. A swimmer wants to cross the river from point A to point B. Line AB makes an angle of 30 degree with the flow. Magnitude of velocity of swimmer is same as that of velocity of river. Means velocity of man with respect to river is same as velocity of river. This is given to us. So, now when he say magnitude of velocity of the river, by default they understand that this is with respect to river. Okay. Theta, okay, that he should move along line AB. So this is which condition? Cubic centimeter. What was it? I didn't get, please explain. Okay, so this is the third condition, that he should resultant move along this direction. I mentioned there that he should swim somewhat, let us take like this, such that the total velocity along the direction perpendicular to this will be 0. This is the velocity of river. This is the velocity of man with respect to river. So man with respect to river perpendicular component is sine of theta. So this is velocity of man with respect to river sine theta. Velocity of river, this component, this is perpendicular to this line. Okay, this is 30 degree, this is 60 degree. Okay, so and this is theta. Okay, anyways, so this will be velocity of river cos 60 or sine 30. So velocity of man with respect to river sine theta comes out to be velocity of river cos 60 or sine 30, anything. Sine 30 I am writing because here it will be simplified. Now here you see this is given to us, it means this and this got cancelled, theta comes out to be 30 degree. Just a joke, okay. I don't know, somebody was talking about CC. Somebody was talking about CC. Other students should also take participation in this discussion. Try to solve the questions parallelly. Okay, just watching this discussion will not help you that much. What is needed is have a notebook with you, have a pen with you, solve the questions parallelly with me and follow the steps. If you follow the steps quickly, you will be able to revise all the things very nicely. Sir, I didn't understand the question. Sachin, this was condition 3. I was talking about 3 conditions. This was the third condition. When person has to move along this direction, he should swim. Resultant, he should move along this direction. Now, resultant velocity is sum of the two velocities. Which one? Velocity of man with respect to river and velocity of river. So, he is saying the resultant of these two vectors should come along this direction. Then only it will move from A to B. Now, I am saying if the resultant of these two vectors should come along this direction, it means there should be no perpendicular component to this. It means the perpendicular component of man with respect to river should cancel the perpendicular component of river with respect to this line AB. Okay, so these two perpendicular components should cancel each other. Therefore, I equated them and solved the theta from here. Okay. Clear? I hope you got it now. If still you have some doubt, you can mention, I will clear it. Next question. A fighter jet is flying horizontally at certain with speed 200 meter per second at a certain height. Okay, so you can say, my fighter jet is moving like this with speed 200 meter per second. When it passes directly overhead an anti-aircraft gun. So here is my anti-aircraft gun. The bullet is fired from the gun. The bullet is fired from the gun at an angle theta with the horizontal. So the bullet is fired like this at an angle theta from the horizontal. To hit the jet, if the speed of the bullet is 400 meter per second, the value of theta will be. Now finally, this bullet should hit the jet. When it is possible for the bullet to hit the jet, they should have same horizontal component, na? Horizontally they are at the same x coordinate. When they will collide, they should cover the same displacement along x direction. It means both should have same horizontal velocity. Its horizontal velocity is 200. Its horizontal velocity is 400 cos theta. This should be equal to 200. This is the point here. Yes. Yes, since the magnitude is same, the theta is same. Yes. Okay, clear? So 400 cos theta is equal to 200. So I will say theta comes out to be 60 degree. Next question. This is Rain Man problem. When a car is at rest, its driver sees raindrops falling vertically. It means this is the actual velocity of the rain. It means rain is actually falling vertically. This is the velocity of rain now. Okay. He sees the raindrop coming. Okay, now when driving the car with speed v, so now this car is moving with speed v. He sees the raindrops coming at angle 60 degree. What he will see? He will see velocity of rain with respect to the car. So velocity of rain minus the velocity of car, and the resultant of these two is coming 60 degree with the vertical. It means in this triangle now you can say tan 60 is equal to this side, which is equal to v divided by this side. So tan 60 is equals to my v divided by vr, right angle triangle. Okay, then on further increasing the speed to 1 plus beta v, the angle changes by 45 degree. Next condition was he increased the speed to 1 plus beta times v. Now instead of v, take 1 plus beta v. Now this resultant angle comes out to be 45 degree. Now you say tan 45. This is equals to 1 plus beta into v divided by this, which is v river. V by v river was tan 60. So this is 1 plus beta into tan 60. See this? V by v river, okay? V by v river is given as tan 60. So the tan 60 is root 3. So 1 plus beta. So 1 is equals to 1 plus beta into root 3. Oh, sorry, wait a minute. I need what I need, by the way. The value of beta is close to. Let me read it again. I think something is missed. On further increasing the speed of the car to 1 plus beta v. Now the speed of the car increased 1 plus beta into v. The angle changes to 45 degree. Now this angle became 45 degree. Beta is close to. And initial condition was this. Here we got 1060 to be my V divided by V river. So V by V river I placed at 1060. 1 is equals to 1 plus beta into 10 of 60 is root of 3. Beta comes out to be negative. Beta comes out to be negative. Something, let's see again. He sees the raindrop to be coming vertically initially, that was the condition. When driving car with speed V, he sees raindrops to be at an angle 60 degree from the horizontal. Oh, sorry, I did mistake. This angle was mentioned with the horizontal. This was 60. If this was 60, this angle will be 30. This you can say 30 here. Okay, this will become 30, which is 1 by root 3. So 1 plus beta will be basically equals to root 3 not 13. Beta comes out to be a 1.73 minus 1, so 0.73. Okay, that angle was with horizontal. Clear? Good to go. Next question. Next question. A river is flowing from west to east direction with speed 9 km per hour. If a boat capable of moving at maximum speed of 27 km per hour in still water crosses the river in half a minute while moving with maximum speed at an angle of 150 degree to the direction of river flow, then the width of the river is, okay, let us see, analyze the condition nicely. West to east my river is flowing like this with speed 9 km per hour. If the boat is capable of moving with this maximum speed, this is the velocity of boat with respect to river. It crosses the river in half a minute while moving at an angle of 150 to the direction of river. Now this is how if it moves. What is the speed? 27 km per hour. How much time it takes to cross? The time is half a minute. So this is 150. How much is this angle? 60. Resultant velocity will be resultant of this 27 and velocity of river. But only I need along y-axis. Okay. So the time to cross the river will be equals to displacement along y-axis when it will cross, that is width of the river, divided by the y component of the resultant velocity, that is 27 cos 60. You have to convert the units also. I solved the question in class. Okay, great. So width of the river I basically need. So width of the river is time to cross. This time is given in minutes, half a minute I can say, that is 30 seconds, into this was in kilometer per hour. Convert that to meter per second. So multiply with 5 by 18. Cos 60 is 1 by 2. So 9 into 2, 9 into 3, 9 into 3, everything else is fine, 2 into 15. Okay, so 15 into 15, 2 to 5 by 2. This comes out to be 112.5. That is second option. Yes, second is coming. Perfect. Next, circular motion. So it's been almost 6:30. Oh, greater than 6:30. Almost been more than 2 hours. We are continuing this discussion. Okay, so we are taking a break of how much time? 15 minutes. We'll be back at 6:55. Okay, so we are taking a break of 15 minutes. We'll be back at 6:55. So take some rest. We'll be back. So I am back. Hello, hello, hello. Many of the students were waiting. We are back with our discussion. So I'm going to start from circular motion. I'm completing everything. Many of the students joined now. Let me tell them that I'm completing everything, entire mechanics. I started from units and measurements, each single concept I'm taking, and till now we reached circular motion. Let us discuss about circular motion. So here I'll be discussing the kinematics of circular motion, and then some part of the circular motion, the dynamics part, will be in the Newton's laws of motion. Okay, yeah. So my angular velocity, my angular displacement is change in the angle. Okay, let us take, okay, the particle is starting from somewhere at this point till here. Initially this was theta 1, then this is theta 2. Okay, so there, this is my delta theta. Delta theta is my angular displacement. The way we write the displacement, we write the angular displacement. Angular velocity, rate of change of angular position. Angular acceleration, rate of change of angular velocity, and I can write this as d square theta by dt square. Okay, if angular velocity is constant, alpha will be 0. Okay, and if my alpha is equals to constant, it is somewhat like my acceleration is constant. Okay, I am relating the my circular motion with the, you can say normal, you can say my how the position and things vary. So uniformly accelerated motion, we have three equations. What? S is equals to ut plus half at square, v is equals to u plus at, v square minus u square is equals to 2s. This is when a is equals to constant. Now if alpha is equals to constant, I can write the same equations. Angular displacement is equals to initial angular velocity into time plus half alpha t square. Final angular velocity is equals to initial angular velocity plus alpha into t. My final angular velocity square minus initial angular velocity square is equals to 2 into alpha into angular displacement. JEE revision हो रहा है. Yes. Okay, so these we can use when alpha is equals to constant. When my alpha is equals to 0, okay, when omega is constant, we call this as uniform circular motion. At any instant, if angular velocity is omega, the speed will be r into omega. R is the radius. Okay, the speed will be r into omega. At any instant when angular velocity is omega, speed will be r into omega. When the particle is moving in circular motion, two things are happening. One is the direction is changing, another can be the magnitude of speed is changing. So therefore two accelerations are there. One is the centripetal acceleration that is responsible to change the direction, another is the tangential acceleration which is responsible to change the magnitude of the velocity. Okay, so we are having two accelerations here. Let me write here. First is the centripetal acceleration, okay, that we write as v square by r. This is towards the center. This is pointing towards the center. At any time when the particle is here, it will be here. Okay, in this direction. If the particle is here, it will be here. If the particle is here, it will be like this. This is responsible for changing the direction. It is not changing the velocity. Why? So it is always perpendicular to the velocity. Now perpendicular to the velocity, it's not changing the velocity. It is responsible to change the direction. Second type of acceleration is the tangential acceleration. This is responsible to change the magnitude of speed. or change the speed possible for changing speed. If speed is constant, tangential acceleration is 0. My tangential acceleration is along the tangent. It can be in the direction of velocity or opposite. If speed is increasing, in the direction of speed. If it is you can say speed is decreasing, opposite to the velocity. So the particle is moving like this is the velocity. Okay. So my tangential acceleration can be in this direction also. It can be in this direction also, depending upon whether it is increasing or it is decreasing. Okay. Now my tangential acceleration, A tangential, this is equals to r into alpha. This is how we relate. I was using small, so r into alpha. The net acceleration of the particle will be resultant of these two. These two accelerations are perpendicular to each other. So if you ask me, sir, what is the resultant acceleration? So resultant acceleration is equal to root of the tangential acceleration plus the centripetal acceleration. This was the centripetal, this is tangential. Centripetal acceleration I can also write as omega square r. V square by r, V is equals to r omega. So this is same as omega square r also. If it's kinematics versus dynamics now. Okay, is this clear? Let us do some questions on this. A ball is spun with angular acceleration this, where time is in seconds and alpha is in radian per second. Yeah, unit you know. Omega unit is radian per second, alpha unit is radian per second square. At t is equal to, the ball is having this angular velocity. This is my initial angular velocity, omega naught. And angular position is this. This is my initial angular position. The most appropriate expression for angular position is the angular acceleration constant? No, it is not constant. So I will not use the question of alpha when it is constant. No, I'll use the equation, general equations. I'll write alpha as d omega by dt. This is how will I write. Okay, this is my 6t square minus 2t. Find omega from here by integrating it. Okay, so d omega is equals to 6t square minus 2t dt. Solve it. Omega limit initial angular velocity 10 radian per second to final angular velocity omega, integrate it, 6t cube by 3 2t cube minus 2 into t square by 2 t square, limit 0 to t. From here I got my omega minus 10 is equals to 2t cube minus t square, minus 10 will go on the other side, so plus 10. Now write this as d theta by dt. Then again integrate. Okay, so d theta integration will be integration of this with respect to t. So this will become 2t to the power 4 by 4 minus t to the power 3 by 3 plus 10t. Limit. This integration will be theta. Limit. Initial angular position 4 to final angular position theta. Time goes from 0 to t. Okay, so when you write, it will be theta minus 4. This entire equation will be as it is. This will go on the other side, so it will become plus 4. So t square, t to the power 4 by 2. There is a mistake. 6t square 2t cube. This seems to be correct. That was 10t. This will be 2t t square. That is correct. Okay, that will be 10 there. Yes, and then again integrating it. This is 2 into t to the power 4 by 4 minus t cube by 3 plus 10t and plus 4 it will be there. Anyways, I think there is a mistake here. This in the options, this will be 2. So t to the power 4 by 2 minus t cube by 3 plus 10t plus 4. This was t to the power 4. Okay, I hope everything is clear. 2 times integration, that's all. Next question, circular motion. A flywheel is accelerated uniformly from rest and rotates through 5 radian in first second. The angle rotated by the flywheel in the next second will be. So how we write the angle rotated? The angular displacement S is equals to ut plus half a t square. This is given as 0 because it starts from rest. So it is half alpha t square. In first second 5. So use this for in first second, means t is equals to 1. In 1 second, 5 is equals to half alpha into 1 square. In 2 seconds, how much it will cover? In 2 seconds. In 2 seconds, it will cover half alpha into 2 square. This is in 2 seconds. But I need in the next second. So minus what it covered in the first second, half alpha into 1 square. So this is delta theta at in t is equals to 2. It means from t is equals to 1 to t is equals to 2. Okay. So this, what is this? This is 4 minus 1 is 3. Alpha by 2 was 5. 15. 15 radian. Yes, yes, perfect. Great. Next, a stone is tied to 180 centimeter long string. Its end is making 28 revolutions in horizontal direction in every minute. Now, if this is mentioned, it means omega is constant. It is a uniform circular motion thing. The magnitude of acceleration of the stone is, if it is uniform circular motion, it means initial acceleration is 0. Only centripetal acceleration is there, which I can write as omega square r or v square by r, anything I can write. 28 revolution every minute. What is omega? Omega is in radian per second. Okay. In 1 minute, 28 revolution. In 1 second, this many revolution. In 1 revolution, this much radians. It means this much radian per second it is covering. That is my omega. Okay. And pi is given as 22 by 7. So this is 2 into 30. 14 divided by 15, 14 by 15 into 22 by 7, 7 into 2. This is 44 by 15. Omega I got. Now 44 by 15 square into the radius. Radius is 180 centimeter, so 1.8. I hope calculations are fine. 28 revolutions in every minute, 28, so 28 by 60 revolution every second, okay, into 2 pi angle. So this much angle every second, 2 into 30, okay, this was 14 and this will become 15, 14 by 15 into 22 by 7, 44 divided by 15. That is correct. Omega square by r, 1.8. Sir, can we use Sn is equals to u plus, yeah, that we can use, Sachin, that we can use. But instead of u, we will consider omega naught, that is 0. Instead of a, we will consider alpha. Okay, everything else is fine. Perfect, you got the point. It means directly, yes, we can do directly. Great, that's great actually. If you are able to relate circular motion like this, it means you understood it perfectly. Now, let us move to laws of motion. So, 3 laws. First is the law of inertia. Second is force is equals to rate of change of linear momentum. Okay, and mass generally, we consider that to be constant. So m into dv by dt, that is my m into a. Okay, and dp I can write here f into dt. If I integrate this change in momentum, we write as my impulse. Okay, my final momentum minus initial momentum. This is f dt. This is my impulse. Impulse. Okay, we call this as impulse, which is equals to change in momentum. Okay, and this is coming as area under ft curve area under ft curve. Also sometimes average force is asked. So this is the differential term. I can write average force also from this. So F average, instead of dp write delta p, instead of dt write delta t. Change in momentum divided by the time interval. This is how we can write. And the third you can say law of motion is, you can say, if for every action there is equal and opposite reaction. Okay, if A applies force F on B, so B will apply minus F on A. Okay, minus F means in the opposite direction. Yes, yes sir, it's all about the physical quantity. Clear sir, great. Free body diagram. Now whenever we analyze the motion, we analyze the forces. Okay, what all forces are acting, then we find the accelerations and all. So whenever you analyze the forces, any object is there, show all the forces to it. Force due to gravity will be there. Okay, you can say some, maybe you are applying some force, some F will be there. If it is in contact with some surfaces, there will be some normal forces also from the surface. There can be some friction force also. So show all the forces. Then if my force is, let us take F, it is somewhat like Fxi cap, Fyj cap, Fzk cap. Then along x-axis you can write this as mass into acceleration along x-axis, mass into acceleration along y-axis, mass into acceleration along z-axis. You can separately analyze the motion along the perpendicular directions, and easily you can find the accelerations or velocities or how much time it will take along those directions. Next is the tension force. Tension force is due to a rope. Or let us take, I am talking about the rope first. So rope tension will be the pulling one. Okay, rope will always pull. Okay, so if you are having, let us take multiple blocks like this, you are applying some force there. Okay, so this tension force will be pulling these two blocks, this tension force is pulling this entire system, this tension force is pulling this system here. Okay, and when we consider the ideal string means the massless string, ideal string or thread. Means the massless, okay, massless, and we consider, like if it is moving through a pulley or like that, we consider the frictionless also, the pulley surfaces. So in ideal string, if the single string is there, everywhere the tension will remain same. Okay, tension is same throughout. Okay, these fundamental things I'm just quickly revising. Then there is spring force. If a spring is there, the spring force depends upon the elongation or the compression. Spring force F is equals to K into X in magnitude. If the spring is elongated, having X as extension, it will pull with force Kx. If the spring is compressed by amount X, it will push with force Kx. The direction of force is opposite to the direction of displacement. Here displacement towards right, force is towards left. Here displacement is towards left, force is towards right. Therefore, when we write this force with the sign, we write F is equals to minus Kx. Now equilibrium. Equilibrium means, here we are talking about translational equilibrium. Equilibrium means my acceleration is 0. If acceleration is 0, it means force is 0. Okay, this is for translational equilibrium. A body can be moving with a constant speed, a constant velocity. It can be in equilibrium. Force is 0 means my force along x-axis is 0, my total force along y-axis is 0, my total force along z-axis is 0 separately. Okay, then accelerated bodies. If you are analyzing a body which is accelerating, okay, with some acceleration, let us take a body is there, it is accelerating in this direction with some acceleration a. So what you can do? You can write the total force in this direction, that should be equal to m into a. You can write separately also. Force along x-axis is m into x, separately along y-axis, separately along z-axis. How long the session be? We are completing the entire mechanics. Let us see how long it will take. I think 8 hours at least. Now pulley problems. Thread is ideal, pulley is ideal, no friction on the pulley. If the tension T is here, here the tension will also be T. Thread is ideal means it is massless and it is inelastic, means the length of the thread will not change, thread will not elongate, thread will not compress. That is also there, okay? An ideal thread, when we talk about, it is inelastic, or I should say incompressible, or whatever it is, okay? Length remains same. That will not change. Now, if two bodies are connected with thread, they will have the same acceleration. If it will have acceleration down A, it will have an acceleration A in the above direction. Now, separately you can write the F is equals to ma equation for these two blocks, solve for T, solve for A. Or there is one simple trick, that is write the total pulling forces divided by total mass. Acceleration is equals to total pulling forces. Here 3g, here 2g. Both are in opposite sense, 3g minus 2g. Okay, so m1 minus m2 into g divided by the total mass m1 plus m2. Okay, I am taking this as m1, this as m2. If the pulley is like this, here also the tension T is there, here also the tension T is there. If it is moving down with acceleration A, it will move like this with acceleration A. There also you can write pulling force divided by total mass, or separately also you can write equation. Here T is equals to 3 into A. Here I can say my 2G minus T is equals to 2 into A. Solve for T and solve for A. If there are multiple pulleys, some is movable, some is, you can say, pulley which is not moving, then in those type of questions what you have to do, first thing is write the tensions everywhere. This tension is T, this is also T, because same thread is going, this is also T, same thread is there, it means this is 2T here, okay, on this block. The next step is, because tension is the internal force, it will not do any work. So summation of T dot A for T dot X for all the blocks is 0. Therefore, if I differentiate that twice, it will be summation of T dot A is equals to 0 for all blocks. This will give us relation between the accelerations. Let us take this acceleration is A1, okay, this acceleration is A2, like this. Then you say T dot A is 2T, down is A2, minus 2T A2. T A1 plus T A1 is equals to 0. You related A1 and A2, then individually write the equation for the blocks and solve it. Okay. And now here this is the wedge constraint motion. Now in these type of constraint motion, you can see this wedge can only move in this direction with acceleration A. Let us take this acceleration is A1. This second can only move in the vertical direction because the rigid boundary is there. So let us take this acceleration is A2. Contact between them is maintained. It means if I say the component of accelerations perpendicular to this direction has to be 0, because the contact is maintained. Contact is maintained, so the component of acceleration along this direction has to be same. This is theta, 90 minus theta, this is theta, okay, this is my A1, this is my 90 minus theta. So I will say A1 along that, A1 cos theta, now A1 sin theta, 90 minus theta. So A1 sin theta is equals to A2 into cos of theta. This is how we relate these, and now separately we can show the normal and other forces and analyze the motion like this. Okay, pseudo force. Pseudo force means, now when I write the second law, okay, F is equals to ma things when we apply, that is with respect to ground by default. Okay, ground is our inertial frame of reference whose acceleration is 0. But what if you are setting in a train that is moving with some acceleration? Can you apply that? Then no. Then what you need to do? Then you need to apply pseudo force. So we apply pseudo force when our frame of reference or the frame on which we are sitting is moving with some acceleration. If the frame of reference is accelerated, that means non-inertial, we apply pseudo force. Non-inertial, we apply pseudo force. Let me explain you here with an example. Let us take this person sees. You ask this person, tell me what is the tension in this. So this person will say that this is having a force due to gravity in the downward direction, tension in the upward direction. It is moving with acceleration a naught as the lift is moving with a naught. So this person will write a equation T minus mg, that is m a naught, and this person will say tension is equals to m into g plus a naught. Now if you ask this person B, tell me what is the tension. Now this person will say this block is at rest only. If it is at rest, T should be equal to mg. He will say wrong equation, isn't it? Now this person has to understand that I am sitting on an accelerated frame. So if I have to write the equation for this block, I will use pseudo force. I have to use pseudo force. Okay. So when B will analyze, when this person will analyze, it will apply a pseudo force. In which direction? Its acceleration is a naught upward. So it will apply a pseudo force which is m a naught in the downward direction. Now he will write the equation. Now he will say it is having T in this direction. It is having this pseudo force m a naught in this direction, and its acceleration is 0. Because he is saying with respect to him, he will say its acceleration is 0. Okay. Another force is mg also. Mg also, force due to gravity is certainly there. Okay. Now he will say this acceleration is 0. Now apply equilibrium. So T is equals to m a naught plus my f pseudo, which is m a naught. So tension comes out to be m into g, mg plus m a naught. So that is a naught plus g. You see, now they are having the same equation. Now they are having the same equation. Okay. So if somebody is accelerated frame of reference, it has to use a pseudo force. Awesome energy, Sumit sir. Thank you, Gaurav sir. Gaurav sir will be taking a session tomorrow. Sir, can you explain me the third case, a multiple mass one? Yeah, okay. Sir, did you ever met Gaurav sir and Dipendra sir in person? Not yet. Okay. So Gaurav sir joined before me here. So that time he came to Noida. So I was not there at that time. So after a few days I joined. So that time Gaurav sir was not here. And Deependra sir joined at the end. And he didn't came to Noida yet, but they will come soon. Okay. Yes, I was talking about this multiple pulley. So when you solve multiple pulley questions, their blocks are attached like this. This is not a single thread. Their accelerations are different. So what you need? You need the relation between accelerations also. You need to find individual accelerations. So what you do first step is mark the tension everywhere. This tension is T. This is T in this complete thread because this is single thread. If this is T, pulley is massless, this has to be 2T. First thing that you have to do is T dot A for all the blocks is equal to 0 because tension force is internal force, work done by tension force is 0. For all the blocks T dot A is equal to 0, I am considering this acceleration A2 in this direction, this acceleration A1 in this direction. So T dot A, so T into A1 same direction, so plus T1. T dot A, 2T in upward direction on this block, acceleration A2 in the downward direction, therefore minus 2T1. T dot, now A dot B is AB cos theta. If they are in opposite direction, theta is 180. If they are in the same direction, theta is 0. By this, I related A1 and A2. Tensions I already related. Now I will write the equations for two blocks. I'll write for this block, this is T. So I'll say for this block T minus mg is equals to ma. For this block, I'll say mg is a downward 8g minus 2t is equals to ma 8 into a2. This. So this equation, and this equation related a1 and a2. From solving these three equations, three variables are there now, a1, a2 and t. Someone tell me total physics in 3 days or only mechanics in 3. No, total physics in 3 days. Mechanics today. I'll be completing mechanics today. Okay, deviation of deviation of string inside a vehicle. A vehicle is there, a mass m is there. This vehicle is moving with some acceleration a. Certainly, when it will move with some acceleration a, it will be deviated with the vertical with some angle. Let us find what is this angle theta. Now there are two ways to do this. You can do in with the pseudo force method also and by general method also. General method, this tension is T, this force on this is mg. Vertical direction it is having 0 acceleration, horizontal direction it is having acceleration a naught. Take the component of T. This is T cos theta. This is T sin theta. So my T cos theta is equals to mg. My T sin theta is equals to ma. Divide these two. Okay, so tan theta comes out to be a by g. I got my acceleration. Sorry, I got my tensions in theta and all. Theta I got, I can find tensions also. Another way is the pseudo force method. Now see the pseudo force method. Pseudo force method is, you are sitting inside. You will say, this block is at rest, it's not moving. You are sitting inside the train, you will say, the block is not moving. Yeah, I cannot see that it is moving. Yes, you cannot see. Now, if it says the acceleration is 0, it has to apply a pseudo force because it is in non-inertial frame. Its acceleration is towards the right. It will apply a pseudo force towards the left, which is ma naught. This is force due to gravity. This is tension force. This angle is theta. Now he will also write the equations like this. Vertical direction, equilibrium. It means T cos theta is equals to mg. Horizontal direction, equilibrium, means T sin theta is equals to ma naught. Divide these, it will get the same answer. Thank you. Okay. Good evening. I want your advice about taking a drop for JEE. I attended JEE coaching in class 11th but discontinued midway and focused only on boards in class 12th. Do you think it is possible for me to crack JEE in a drop year? Also, I belong to general category, so I am a bit worried about the competition. Please guide me, sir. See, cracking JEE mains is not a big deal. If you are focused, you can very easily crack JEE mains, very easily. Okay, provided you are focused. Certainly for JEE advanced, you have to put little more efforts. Okay, provided you are a general category boy, don't worry about that. You can do. But if your focus is not there, okay, if you are having a clear focus that I have to crack and really it matters for me, yes, it matters. College matters a lot. Okay, so if you want to have a really good college, you want to put efforts, put full efforts. Okay, put full efforts for 1 year and that is enough. That is enough to crack. Okay, you will get a very good percentile. But if in between again you doubt yourself or stop putting the efforts or discontinue your efforts, then what will happen? You will be at the same condition at the end of 1 year. So when you are taking a drop, first clear your head. First thing is decide that I have to do it. If you decide I have to do it, nothing can stop you. It's not a big deal. You can very easily crack it. Provided clear focus is there, zero distraction is there. Nowadays what happens, most of the students are distracted. Distracted by what? Mainly smartphones, social media, okay, continuous distraction. And this smartphone, social media takes everything. It will take your health, it will take your focus, it will take your career from you, okay, and will give you nothing. It will give you nothing meaningful. So therefore you have to first is clear your brain. First avoid these distractions, keep everything aside, have a clear cut focus. If that clear cut focus is there in your head and you are there, yes, I am going to utilize my time very nicely, Nothing can stop you. Trust me. Okay. But that, that mindset has to be there. If that mindset is there, nothing can stop you. Trust me. Gaurav sir, and you are in same center? No, we are not in same center. I am in Pegasus. Okay, at Noida. Gaurav sir takes classes from home. He's from MP, Satna. Sir, I got 97.62 percentile in mains. Any possibility for IIT, sir? Shift was very difficult as well, sir. I was only able to attempt 8 questions in maths. Okay, so yeah. Any possibility in IIT? Yes, possibility is there. Provided, again I'll say, you cleared the cutoff, it means you have a possibility. You cleared the cutoff, you are eligible for JEE Advance, it means you have a possibility. Now how much efforts you can put, that is also there. Now see how much efforts you can put for that. If you can put very good efforts, yes, of course you will have something. Get 50% score in advance, now you'll get a good rank. In advance, you need not solve everything, just get 50% score, you will get a good rank. Just because of IIT, I have sacrificed so much. Like my screen time is under an hour daily, sir. Great, great Sachin, that's good. Except lectures. Yeah, lectures is not counted in screen time. That is investment. Next is cutting the string. You might have seen questions like this, two blocks are connected with a spring, string is cut. Just after cutting, tell me the solution of these two blocks. Now, in these type of questions, understand the spring force will take time to change. Spring force will take time to change. So, just after cutting, the spring force will not change. This block will say spring is applying the same force. Initially, I was having mg force downward, spring force upward, which was balancing mg. Immediately after cutting, spring force will not change. Spring force still be balancing mg. It will say my acceleration is going to be 0. Okay. It will say my acceleration is going to be 0 because spring don't know actually the string is cut at this moment. It will know, but after some time. Sometimes, there is a joke in the class, and some students, they don't understand, they laugh after some time. So it's like same with the spring. Spring will not know the string is cut or not. It will know after some time. Therefore, its acceleration will be 0 only. But this block, the string tension was there. Now this tension of the string is not there. It will have some acceleration. This was kx. This was kx, which was equal to mg. This is equal to mg. It is having 2 mg in the downward. String is not there to balance it now. String is not there to balance it now. Total force in the downward direction is equals to mass into acceleration in the downward direction. 3 mg is equals to m into a. A comes, 2m into a. Okay, a comes out to be 3g by 2 of this block. Okay, of this block I'm talking about. Let us take this as a2. So this is a2. This was a1. Sir, take my name, Chandrasen. Hello Chandrasen, how are you? How your preparation is going? Okay, you got the point here? Is this clear to you? Great. Let us come to the questions. Cricket player catches a ball of mass 120 gram moving with 25 meter per second speed. If the catching process, will I be able to complete this because it's 7:30, huh? 7:30. I'm planning to complete by 12. Let us see. A cricket player catches a ball of mass 120 gram moving with 25 meter per second. If the catching process completes in 0.1 second, the magnitude of force exerted by the ball on the hand of the player is average force is equal to change in momentum divided by the time interval. How much is the change in momentum? Mass, this is the velocity, final is 0. Okay, so initial momentum was mg, final momentum is 0. So change in momentum is m into v. M is 120 grams, so 0.120, converting that to kg. Velocity is 25. SI divided by the time interval as 0.1 second. So 0.1, just solve it, you will get what the average magnitude of the force. Same force the person applied on the ball, same force the ball applied on the person, direction is opposite, magnitude is same. A flexible chain of mass m hangs between two fixed points. Now this question was asked in 2026 January attempt. See this. A flexible chain of mass m hangs between two fixed points at same level. This level is same. The inclination of the chain with the horizontal at 2 points is 30. Considering the equilibrium of each half of the chain, the tension of the chain at the lowest point is here. At this point, what is the tension? Let us find, let us apply equilibrium. Let us take here, this tension is T. So symmetricity says here also it should be T. Yes. On this total my string, downward force is mg, total upward force is, take the component of this T. This is 30, this is 30, this is T sine 30, this is also T sine 30. Total upward force is 2T sine 30, total downward force is mg. So 2T sine 30 is equals to mg. This tension comes out to be mg. But this is not the answer. He is not asking this tension. It is asking tension here. This tension and this tension is different. It's not ideal thread. It is having some mass. Try to understand this. It is having some mass. The tension is not same everywhere. I need what is the tension here at this midpoint. Now let us draw the free body diagram of only half portion of this chain, that is like this. Here this tension was T. It is at an angle 30 degree with the horizontal. Here this tension is T mid, let us take like this. Okay, this will be horizontal. Why so? Because symmetricity says na, it will be horizontal at the midpoint. Now this is equilibrium in the vertical also, equilibrium in the horizontal also. Let us apply equilibrium in the horizontal. This horizontal force is T cos 30. This should be equal to this horizontal force, that is T mid only. What is T? T is equals to mg. So this is mg cos 30. This comes out to be tension at the midpoint. This 2 should be out of the root. What is that? सर मेरे घर में कोई पढ़ने नहीं देता है, बहुत टॉक्सिक माहौल रहता है, पर मैं पढ़ना चाहता हूँ, मेरा सपना है मैं आईआईटी में जाऊँ, इस हालात में क्या कर सकते हैं? सत्यम. Now Satyam, many times it happens. You know, at my home also initially there was some problem because there was some fight between me and between our parents and neighbors. It happens during my JEE journey. There was continuous fight, and each day आज इसके साथ ये हो गया, आज वो हो गया. So Indian people, there are many times these type of problems happens in our families, but you have to maintain your focus. You have to see how and when you can save your time, which time is better for you. Maybe morning, okay, it may be early morning. So early morning you can wake up at 4, you can start your preparation then, if it is possible, because 4 till 10 nobody will disturb you. Okay, so wake up early in the morning 4, or wake up till night also you can wake up. Okay, sleep a bit early and then you can wake up at maybe 9, 10, and then whole night you can study. So you have to see which time zone you have to use. So decide your time zone accordingly. Generally after 12 nobody is there to disturb you. Okay, so sleep such that you will wake up at 12, and then from 12 till morning maybe 6 or 10, whatever is suitable for you, you can study till that time. So you have to change your time zone. Changing time zone will take some time, body will adjust, but 2-3 days if you try, it will be okay. So then you will be able to adjust it. Sir, take my name, Lily. Hello. What is that? Sir, is the lecture enough for April attempt? Yes, this lecture is enough for April attempt. Therefore, we are having this. I hope this is clear. Or if there is some other adjustment that you can do is like if you can take membership of library, if it is possible financially for you, that you can try. Okay, so generally if you are in Delhi, I think they charge, how much they charge in libraries? Maybe 2000 or something like that in libraries. You can invest 2000 per. सर मैं लाइब्रेरी में 5 से 7 घंटे पढ़ता हूँ, लेकिन दिक्कत ये होती है जब मैं घर आता हूँ, जब मेरे को उल्टा सीधा बोलते हैं. Now, if then you have to see other option. Okay, then you may look for hostel, or you may look for moving to some other city or like that, if it is possible for you financially. That also you have to see. So yeah, you have to see what is possible for you. Choose the best one. मैं पटना में रहता हूँ. Okay, Satyam, you have to see which is possible for you, which thing you can do. Either you can change your time zone so that when you study nobody is there, okay, or you can, you know, move to other city, or if you can go to your relatives where the environment is peaceful or okay, that also you can try. Sir, I got 87 percentile in Gen attempt. Is doing only past 3 years enough for getting 97 percentile? It can be enough provided you understand the concept behind the questions also. Sometimes we do the questions, but you know, not with the mindset that I have to understand the concept nicely. If I understand the concept nicely behind each question, it will be very good. अलग नहीं करेंगे मेरे parents. Okay, then you change your time zone. In the daytime when they are available to say anything to you, you should be sleeping. And at the night time, you should be studying when they are sleeping. Okay. 3 blocks ABC are pulled on a horizontal smooth surface with force 80 Newton shown in the figure, the tension T1, T2. Now this whole system is moving horizontally like this. So this whole system will move with common acceleration A. So I can say this acceleration A will be total force 80 divided by the total mass of this system, which is 5 plus 3 plus 2, that is 10. So acceleration is 8. Acceleration I got 8 now. I need tension T1 and T2. T2 is pulling these two blocks. So you can say T2 is equals to mass of these two blocks into the acceleration 64. Now you have to find T1. T1 is pulling this block. So T1 is equals to mass into the acceleration here. That is 40. So it is 40 and 64. Sir, I plan to study only physics and chemistry. Can I get 97 percentile? You know, don't drop a complete, you know, subject. That is not good. You can drop few of the topics of that particular subject. Okay, at least do some short topics. Okay, some questions are asked from those topics, and those topics are doable. Like those are easy topics. I think Deependra sir made some videos also. You might have seen he made some shorts there. He mentioned like these are the short topics. These are the topics which are easy, which you can cover. He made some many strategy videos also. So you can take help from that. Take help from that. At least do those parts. So you'll have, okay, like I did at least this much portion of the maths. Okay, and if some questions comes, certainly some questions will come from there. Okay, so these questions I'll attempt. Difficult portion you can avoid. Then it will be easy for you to get. A steel block of mass 10 kg rests on horizontal surface as shown. When 3 iron cylinders are placed on it as shown, the block and cylinder go down with an acceleration 0.2 meter per second. Okay, the normal reaction on by the floor if mass of iron cylinder are equal and of 20 kg each. Okay, steel block is 10 kg, this is 20 kg, this is 20 kg, and this is 20 kg. What I need, the normal reaction R by the floor on the mass. How much will be the normal reaction on this 10 kg? So this 10 kg, let us take normal reaction is N. From the top also there will be one normal reaction. Let us take this is N1, from the top this is N2. Okay, this whole system is okay. Anyways, I just need the normal reaction. What you can take is this total as one system, one block. How much is the mass? 20 plus 20 plus 20 plus 10, 70 kg, one block. This block is having one force in the downward direction mg, which is 70 g. Another force is the normal, and it is having an acceleration 0.2 in the downward direction. Now write the equation. Downward force mg 70 g minus n is equals to ma. Now you can solve for n. Clear? Find the acceleration of 3 kg when acceleration of 2 kg mass is 2 meter per second. This acceleration of 2 kg mass is 2 meter per second towards the right. What will be the acceleration of this 3 kg block? Now see this thing. Let us take spring is extended, having some extension, and that is x. So it will apply some force in this direction on this block kx. Same force will be on 3 kg kx. Now for this 2 kg block, if I write F is equals to ma, it will be 10 minus kx divided by the mass, or is equals to ma, anything I can do, is equals to m2 into the acceleration 2. So from here I got my kx to be 10 minus 4, that is 6. Now for this 3 kg block, we are having only kx towards the right, not kg, this was kx. So I will say kx is equals to m into its acceleration. Let us take that is my a. Okay, so I will say a is kx, which was 6 divided by 3, that is 2. Okay, so 2 meter per second. Next question. Sir, even friction will be there in previous question. Friction is not mentioned. If it is not mentioned, here also it is not mentioned, here also it is not mentioned. If it is okay, here you are saying yes, here friction is there. Okay, here friction is there, but you see it don't have any tendency to move in the horizontal direction. Friction force will be 0 in the horizontal direction, but we need to analyze forces in the vertical direction only. Friction will not apply force in the vertical direction. Friction can only apply force along the horizontal direction. So that friction force is not coming in picture, and still that is 0. 3 दिन का पहला session है. Yes, this is the first session. Next, 3 blocks M1, M2, M3 having masses 4 kg, 6 kg, 10 kg respectively, as shown in the figure. The tension in the rope 1, T1, when they are moving upward with acceleration 2 meter per second. Okay, so this is moving with 2 meter per second. It means these whole system is moving up with acceleration 2 meter per second square. I need tension T1 here. So this total mass you can draw as one block having M1 plus M2 plus M3, 6 plus 4 plus 10, 20. This force T1 in the upward direction. Downward force on the 3 blocks is mg, and this whole is moving upward with acceleration 2 meter per second square. So now you write the equation T1 minus mg is equals to m into a. Simple. Then you can find T1. Next question. A uniform metal chain of mass m, length L passes over a massless and frictionless pulley. It is released from rest with a part of length L hanging on one side and rest of the length L minus L hanging on other side. Okay, this is L, this is L minus L. At a certain point of time, L is equals to L by x. The acceleration of the chain is g by 2, the value of x is. Okay, we need to relate. Now acceleration is g by 2. I can effectively draw it like this, this whole mass as the mass of this block, this whole mass as the mass of this block. Let us take this is m1, this is m2. At a certain point when L is equals to L, the acceleration of the chain is, the direction of the acceleration is not mentioned. let us take acceleration is in this direction because it is shown to be of longer length. So let us take acceleration is in this direction A. So how will I say A? Total pulling force m2 minus m1 into g divided by total inertia m1 plus m2. This is given as g by 2. This is g by 2. G got cancelled. So 2 into m2 minus m1 is equals to m1 plus m2. 2m2 minus 2m1 is equals to m1 plus m2. So m2 is equals to 3m1. Mass, this is a uniform chain. Mass, you can say it is mass per unit length into the length. So mass per unit length into the length, mass per unit length into the length. So L2 comes out to be 3L1. So this is my L2, this is 3 times of L1, which is L. So L comes out to be 4L. So L is equals to L by 4. So L by 4. Then the value of X is 4. The options are wrong here. Next question. Sir, as per given figure, weightless pulley P is attached on a double inclined frictionless surface. The tension on the string will be, how much will be the tension? Let us take this whole system is moving here. This acceleration is A. So this acceleration will also be A. Now see the forces along this. Similarly, see the forces along this. For this block, mg will be in the downward direction. This component of mg will be mg sine 60. This tension is T. Moving down with acceleration A. So I will say 4g sine 60 minus T is equals to 4A. For this block, mg here, this component will be mg sine 30. So 1 into g sine 30. This is T there. It is moving with acceleration A in this direction. So I will say T minus 1g sine 30 is equals to m into A. So 1 into A. 2 equations, 2 variable. You can solve for T and you can solve for A. सर कुछ टाइम हम लोग भी दीजिए सॉल्व करने के लिए. यू कैन सॉल्व पैरेलली बिकॉज देर आर लॉट ऑफ क्वेश्चंस. Okay, so I am very sure that it will be very difficult for us to cover all of them, but let us see. This is, what's the time now? It's 8. Almost half of the time is gone, and we have not covered half of the slides. We have a lot of slides still, but still let us try to increase the speed. A person standing on balance inside a stationary lift measures 60 kg. Stationary lift, acceleration is 0. It means my m into g. Okay, this is my weight. Okay, so mg, which is my w, weight I can say, that is given as 60 kg, or the mass I can say is my 60 kg. The weight of the person if the lift descends with uniform downward acceleration of 1.8 is. Now when the acceleration is downward, g effective becomes g minus a. You know that. If acceleration is upward, g effective becomes g plus a. So weight will be m into g minus a. What is m? 60. What is g? 10 minus 1.8. Now you can do the calculations. Next, this question was asked in January attempt. Let us read this. This is a block here, slides down from the top of the frictionless inclined surface. The inclined plane is moving towards the left with constant acceleration a naught. The angle between the inclined plane and the ground is theta. The base length is L. Assuming initially the small block is on the top of the inclined plane, the time it takes to reach the lowest point of the inclined plane is. Now tell me, this block is moving how much this distance? Is that with respect to ground, or is it with respect to inclined plane? With respect to inclined plane. With respect to ground, motion will be different. So it is moving like this. This is with respect to ground. sorry, with respect to incline. So better to solve this question with respect to inclined only. You know the distance, you will be able to find the acceleration. Now the problem is my inclined plane is not an inertial frame, it is having acceleration. If it is having an acceleration, I have to apply a pseudo force. Pseudo force in the opposite direction. Now this is the pseudo. Now I am sitting on the inclined plane, now I am observing it. What all forces are there else? mg force, the force due to gravity is there. Okay. With respect to this inclined plane, it will be having an acceleration a here. Let us take a relative. How much is a relative along this direction? This is mg, this angle is 90 minus theta, this component of mg is mg sin theta. See this component of mg is mg sin theta. That component of ma naught, the pseudo force will be ma naught cos of theta, because this is also theta. So total force along the inclined plane is mg sin theta minus ma naught cos theta. This force is equals to mass into acceleration. So this relative acceleration I got g sin theta minus a naught cos theta. Relative acceleration I got, how much is this length it has to travel? This is L, this will be L by cos theta. So this total length is L by cos of theta. How much time it will take? S is equals to ut plus half a t square. U is 0. S is L by cos theta is equals to half a relative t square. From there we can write what is t. I hope this thing is clear to you. Pseudo force is needed to solve this question very quickly. Next is friction. So friction is of two types, you know, static friction and kinetic friction. Static friction is when there is no relative motion between the two surfaces. Okay, if there is no relative motion between the two surfaces, we call the friction to be static, and static friction is less than equals to mu into n, when n is the normal force between the surfaces. Okay, mu s we use here, that is coefficient of static friction. Next is the dynamic or the kinetic friction Fk. Kinetic friction is when there is a relative motion between the surfaces. Kinetic friction is always constant, that is mu into n. We say mu k, the coefficient of kinetic friction, into the normal n. So when you are trying to move a block which is at rest, so initially you are, let us take, increasing the force slowly. Thus friction will also increase the force slowly. Okay, you are increasing force, friction will, block is at rest. If you reach above the limit of static friction, then the block will start moving. Let us solve this. A system of two blocks of mass 2 kg and 8 kg is placed on smooth table as shown in figure. Okay. The coefficient of static friction between the blocks is given as 0.5. The maximum horizontal force that can be applied to the block M so that the blocks move together. Now these two blocks move together. What is the maximum value of the F? Certainly there is a limit, because if this F will become too high, this block will not be able to move with that. What can be the maximum possible acceleration of this block? On this block only friction is acting in the horizontal direction. On upper block friction will be in the forward direction, lower block in the backward direction. F is equals to m into A. So what is the maximum value of this? For that I will use the maximum value of the friction force. Static friction, moving together means this friction is static. Maximum value of the static friction is mu into n. What is n? N is mg there, is equals to m into A max. So my maximum acceleration for them to move together is mu into g. Therefore this maximum force, now these blocks will move together, so this F is equals to m plus m into A. F max will be equals to m plus m into A max A max is mu g, so m plus m into mu g. Now put the values, solve the numerical things, you will get the answer. Next question. Next question. A block of mass 40 kg slides over a surface when a mass of 4 kg is suspended through an inextensible massless string passing over frictionless pulley as shown below. Okay. The coefficient of kinetic friction between the surface of the block is 0.2. Surface and the block. Okay. So here 0.02. The acceleration of the block is. So these two blocks will be moving together. Certainly, if it is moving with acceleration A, it will also move with acceleration A. This tension is T, this will also be T. This friction force when it is moving will be kinetic only, that is mu into N. What is N? N is mg, 40g is 10. Okay, so 4 into 2, that is 8. This is 8. So for this 40 kg block, if I write T minus 8 is equals to AM into A. For this block, if I write mg downward 40 minus T is equals to M into A, 4 into A. Now two equations are there, two variables are there, you can solve it. Next question. A block of mass 5 kg is placed on a rough inclined surface as shown in the figure. F1 is the force required to just move the block up the inclined plane and F2 is the force required to prevent the block from sliding down. Then the value of F1 minus F2 mode is. Okay. So to just move the block up the inclined plane, F1 is the force when you have to just move. Just move means it has tendency to move in that direction. Friction force will be in the downward direction and it is just moving, so the friction force will be maximum and that will be mu into N, that is mu normal will be mg cos theta. This block is in the inclined plane. Okay, this force is mg, this force is N. So mg, this component is mg cos theta. So N is basically equal to mg cos theta. So normal is mg cos theta. This friction is mu mg cos theta. So when you are just moving it up, mg is this, one component of mg will be in this direction also, mg sin theta. So when you are just moving it up, just moving up means with zero acceleration in that direction. So F1 will be equal to mg sin theta plus mu mg cos theta. Okay. Next is F2 is the force required to just prevent it. Now when I will be just preventing it to slide, friction will be in this direction. Okay, this is my F2, this is friction. Friction is mu into N, mu mg cos theta. Okay, and this mg sin theta force here. I will say here my F2 is basically equals to mg sin theta plus F2 is equals to mg sin theta is equals to F2 plus this. Okay, so F2 is equals to mg sin theta minus mu mg cos theta. Now you can take the ratio by putting the value of theta and mu. Okay, very less students are able to continue the practice with us. Don't worry, those who will do the practice, they will be able to get good percentile, no doubt about that. Therefore I am here with this much collection. Like I could have taken less questions here, isn't it? It's possible, but why I'm taking so many questions to here to practice here and to discuss here, so that you see different varieties, you solve different type of questions, you understand all the concepts. Then it will be sir, can you explain me once again? Sachin is saying, Okay, this question. So what is happening, Sachin? When you are just moving it up, that in that case friction will be in the downward direction. Kinetic friction opposite to the motion. Kinetic friction will be in the downward direction. Just moving it up with zero acceleration. When you are preventing it from sliding down, just preventing, it means it is sliding down, it has tendency to slide down, so friction will be in the upward direction. So the direction of friction is changing. So in the first case mg, it is mg sin theta plus mu mg cos theta. In the second case it is mg sin theta minus mu mg cos theta. Direction of friction is changing. In case 1 friction was downward direction, in case 2 friction is in the upward direction. That difference is coming there. I hope you got the point. If still you are having doubt, you can again mention. Next question. Okay, this question was asked in 2026. Just a minute. Okay, let us see this question. In the given figure, the blocks A, B, C weigh 4 kg, 6 kg, 8 kg respectively. The coefficient of sliding friction between any two surfaces is 0.5. Between here also, and at the bottom surface also 0.5. The force friction F to slide the block C with constant speed. C is sliding with constant speed. Constant speed means acceleration is 0. See this? Constant speed means acceleration is 0. Block C will be moving with zero acceleration toward the left. These two blocks will be moving together with zero acceleration towards the right. Will these two blocks move together? Yes, these two blocks will move together. Why? Because the acceleration is 0 na. For zero acceleration, okay, bare minimum force will be able to pull this block with that zero acceleration. Now individually I am showing the free body diagram. For block C, this force is F. There will be a tension force T in the direction. There will be friction force in this direction because C is moving towards left. Friction force here will be in this direction. How much? Mu into N. Normal reaction here will be mg, mass of this total 6 plus 4 plus 8, 10, 18, 180. Okay, so this is 180 into mu. What is mu? By the way, mu was 0.5. So by 2 is 90. So this is the friction here. Any other friction? Yes, this will all here also will be the friction on this surface because these two blocks are moving there. This C block is moving, so relative motion is there between the surfaces. Here also will be the friction. How much? Mu into N. How much is the N? This is 10. Okay, so 10 means 100 Newton is the normal into 0.5, so 50. So this is 50 on C block. Acceleration is 0. So I can say F is equals to 50 plus T plus 90. Next, for A and B, both blocks will move together. These both blocks will move together. How much is the mass? 10. Okay, so this 10, let me draw here. This is 10 kg. One force is tension force. Another force is the friction force. Friction will be in this direction here. How much? 50 only. Acceleration is 0. So I will say T is equals to 50. T is equals to 50. Put it here. F is equals to 50 plus 90. So it comes out to be 190 Newton. This was a good conceptual question. This was asked in January attempt. Okay. Juice. Next, one end of a massless spring of a spring constant K is and natural length L naught is fixed while the other end is connected to a small object of mass M. This is the spring, small object of mass m. Lying on the frictionless table, the spring remain horizontal on the table. If the object is made to rotate with angular velocity omega about an axis passing through the fixed end, the elongation of the spring will be, the natural length is L naught. Let us take, now it moves in circle, some elongation I am considering x. So this length will be L naught plus x. Yes, this force will be k into x. Force is equals to mass into centripetal acceleration, omega square into radius is L naught plus x. It is okay. Then the elongation of the spring is what I need? I need x from this equation. So I can say kx minus m omega square x is equals to m omega square L naught. So x comes out to be m omega square L naught divided by k minus m omega square. Third, clear? Lot of questions we are doing, we are moving with good speed. I hope you are able to catch. Okay, circular motion we didn't discuss yet. Just a minute. Okay, dynamics of circular motion is still pending. So let us discuss the dynamics of the circular motion. Here I will be talking about friction, okay, mainly friction and the circular motion. So a car is moving in a uniform circular motion. When the car is moving in a uniform circular motion, okay, you might have question, okay, what is the maximum possible speed, or what is the minimum radius, or these type of things. So this is the circle, car is moving like this with some speed v, it is having a centripetal acceleration. It means there has to be some force also towards the center. Who will provide that force? Friction is only available. So I will say the friction force will be equals to mass into the centripetal acceleration. Okay, what is the centripetal acceleration? V square by r. This is my friction force. This friction force is kinetic or static? Static, because there is no motion towards the center. Static friction force has its limit. What is the limit? Mu into n. So static friction is less than equals to mu into n, n is mg. It means my mv square by r is less than equals to mu mg. So v basically is less than equals to root of mu rg. It is having an upper limit, means the maximum possible speed of a car while taking a turn is equals to root of mu rg. If speed exceeds than this, what will happen? Skidding will happen then. Okay, static friction is not able to provide that force, then skidding will happen. Next is smooth banked road. Okay, so there is smooth circular banked road. A vehicle is moving, it is, let us say, coming out of the plane, circular like this it is. Okay, here friction is not there. Then what should be the speed, okay, of this you can say vehicle, so that it is able to move in this circular path like this. So one force is mg in the downward direction, another is the normal, it is having a centripetal acceleration in this direction. Okay, and let us take this angle is theta. जूस नहीं क्या? जूस थोड़ी देर में ले आना. Okay, so here this is moving in a circle like this. Okay, it is coming out of the plane, a circular like this. Okay, there is no friction here. Now you can apply equilibrium in the vertical direction. There is no acceleration in the vertical direction. So if this angle is theta, this is also theta, this is 90 minus theta, this is also theta. So n cos theta is equals to mg, n sin theta is equals to mass into the centripetal acceleration, divide this, tan theta is equals to v square by rg. So the velocity we get is equals to root of rg tan theta. Next is rough banked rod. So I discussed that this is the speed when friction is not required. If that is the speed when friction is not required, when friction will be there, there will be some upper bar and there will be some lower bar, because friction can change its direction. Static friction is there, na? It can be in the upward direction, it can be in the downward direction. When the velocity is maximum, it will have a tendency to go out, then the friction will be acting in the downward direction. When the velocity is minimum, it will have a tendency to come down, then the friction will be acting in the upward direction. There comes V max and V minimum, and V max is equal to root of Rg into mu plus tan theta upon 1 minus mu tan theta. There you know. And V minimum is equals to root of Rg into mu minus tan theta divided by 1 plus mu tan theta. Just change the sign. The friction force changes. Okay, now you see here this. You see here that if I consider a friction force also here, okay, that for critical condition you will take mu into n, okay, maximum and minimum condition, and then write the equations, then you will be able to get the maximum and the minimum possible values of the my speed. Clear? Coming to the question. Yeah, this is a negative lift question. Previously I discussed this. Let us see this. Just a minute. A modern Grand Prix racing car of mass m is traveling on a flat track in a circular arc of radius r with speed v. If the coefficient of static friction between the tires and the track is mu static, then the magnitude of negative lift acting downward on the car is. Now, the high speed cars are designed in such a way that when they will move, due to the speed difference above and below the car, it will have a negative lift. Negative lift means that pressure difference will try to push the car towards the road. What is the advantage of that? Normal reaction increases. What is the advantage of that? If normal reaction increases, you will be able to take sharp turns. Maximum friction value increases, isn't it? Maximum friction value increases. Yeah. Hi sir, hello. I'm preparing for JEE 2027. Hello. Okay, same here. Sachin is also a 2027 aspirant. Okay, good to see you here. So your 11th concepts are being revised. Yes. 12th guys are like out of the exam today. They are tired. So 11 students are there. Okay, you understood the concept behind. Yes. Now, this car is here. Okay. Moving with velocity v. Its centripetal acceleration is towards the center. This centripetal acceleration will be provided by the friction force. So this friction force is equal to mass into centripetal acceleration. Now this friction force will be equal to, because mu, what is that? Maximum speed is given, na? Yeah, having a mass m on a flat track on circular tires with speed v. If the coefficient of static friction between the tires and the track is mu, then the magnitude of negative lift Fl acting downward on the car is, assuming force on the 4 tires are identical and acceleration due to gravity is g. Okay. Now this friction force is equals to mu into n, maximum condition if I talk about. What is the normal now? Normal will be having two things. One is force due to gravity, okay, it will be balancing. Another is it will be balancing the negative lift also. This is my car, this is the force due to gravity, and there is some lift force also due to the pressure difference, and this is my normal. So normal is basically sum of the two, mu into mg plus the negative lift. This is equals to mv square by r. From here you can write what is the negative lift. I am the only one watching now. I don't know, maybe. Anyways, many of the students will watch in the recorded version because today was a 12th exam. They are out of the exam and they want to take some rest. Anyways, moving forward, a car is moving on a horizontal circular curved rod of radius 50 meter. The approximate maximum speed of the car if friction coefficient between the tires is this. So V max is equals to root of mu rg. You can put the value, you can solve for it. We just did this. Next is, okay, the maximum permissible speed of the car is V naught. Okay, this is friction, bank road with friction. So V max we know that is equal to root of Rg into 1 mu plus tan theta upon 1 minus mu tan theta. Okay, so from here you can write mu in terms of V max. This V max is given to us as V naught. You can take square of V naught and solve for mu. Dot product, work done, Fx graph. We are moving to work energy power now. Okay, so we completed laws of motion with great efforts. It's almost 8:30 and now we are starting work energy power. First of all, talking about the dot product. So you know how to take the dot product. A dot B is equals to AB cos theta, and if where theta is the angle between the two vectors, and if that is in the component form like this, AX BX, sorry, AX I cap, AY j cap, AZ k cap, and B is BX I cap, BY j cap, BZ k cap. So you can write AX into BX, I dot I is 1, I dot j is 0, I dot k is 0. Okay, so you'll write it as AX BX into AY BY into AZ BZ. Okay, this is the dot product, A dot B. Okay, these two are the same things depending upon what you know. If you know the components along x, y, z, you can use. If you know the angles and the magnitudes, that you can use. Work done. How work done is defined? The general expression for the work done is W is equals to integration of F dot dr. R is also vector. Okay, now there are different conditions. If F is constant, if the force is constant, you can take F out. Work done will become F dot integration of dr, that will just give me displacement F dot s. If the force is not constant, then you have to integrate. Okay, if you know F as Fx I cap, Fy j cap, Fz k cap, then you can write your dr as dx I cap, dy j cap, dz k cap, and like that you can solve. Or if let us take Fx curve is given to you, this is force and this is your displacement or position, that curve is given to you somewhat maybe like this, then the work done will be area under the curve because integration gives the area. So work done here, area under the curve. Now let us have some questions quickly. A small particle moves from this position to this position under the force. This is my force. The value of work done is F dot S. Force is constant, therefore I am able to use, because this force is constant. What is S? Displacement is final position minus the initial position. This is my final position. This is my initial position. So final particle moves to position this. Okay, this is final actually, and this is initial. Now first find the displacement by subtracting these two. What we need to subtract? Final minus initial. 5 minus 2, 3i cap, minus 2 minus 3, minus 5j cap, 1 minus minus 4 plus 5k cap. Got the displacement, take dot product with force. So work done is equals to 5i cap plus 2j cap plus 7k cap dot with 3i cap minus 5j cap plus 5k cap. Take the dot. 5 into 3, 2 into minus 5, 7 into 5, sorry, 35. That's all. Next question. A block of mass m is kept on the platform which starts from rest with constant acceleration upward g by 2. The work done by normal on the block in time t is. How much will be this normal force, by the way? On this block, downward force mg is there, upward force normal reaction is there. It is moving up with acceleration g by 2. So write equation n minus mg is equals to ma. Okay, n comes out to be 3 mg by 2, normal force I got. It is having acceleration g by 2. In time t, how much displacement will be there? Starting from rest. So half a t square. This is the displacement. This is the force. Both are in the same direction. Force is constant or not? Force is constant. Work done will be F dot S. Just multiply these two. 3 by 2 into 1 by 4, it will be 3 by 8 g square t square into m. Yeah, divided into m. Yes, that is there. Correct. I hope this concept is clear to you all. Great. Moving ahead. Marathon means we have to move with greater speed. Okay, with greater speed. So therefore we have to cover a lot. We have to increase our speed. Therefore we are increasing. The force is given. The work done when the particle moves from y is equals to this to y is equals to this. The particle is only moving along y. So the work done here will be integration of f dy. Force is also along, particle is also moving along y. So work done is equals to integration of, this is 5y plus 20, okay, into dy, like this. Now solve it. Integration of 5y will be 5 by 2 y square plus 20y. Now put the limit. Y goes from 0 to 10. What is this? 5 by 2 into 10 square, which is 100, plus 20 into 10 minus 0, that is 10. This comes out to be the work done. Yes, sir. Okay, great. Next question. Force is given. Now this is xi cap minus xi cap plus yj cap. The work done by this force in moving a particle from 1, 0 to 0, 1. Okay, this A is 1, 0. 1, 0 to 0, 1 along the line segment. Along this line we are moving. How much will be the work done? So work done is integration of f dot dr. This is how we will write. Okay, so what is F? F is minus xi cap plus yj cap. What is your dr? Dr you can write as dxi cap plus dyj cap. I'm not writing dz because anyway z is not there. So I'm not writing dz there. Now dx, when you take the dot product, it will become what? Minus x dx plus y dy. Now integrate it, it will become minus x square by 2 plus, here we will put the limit of x, and here it will become y square by 2. Put the limit. X goes from 1 to 0. X goes from 1 to 0. Y goes from 0 to 1. 0 to 1. So when you will put a 0 here x, and then when you will put 1, it will become 1 by 2, and here also it will become 1 by 2. This comes out to be 1 joule. Okay. Moving ahead, two bodies of mass 4 gram, 25 gram are moving with equal kinetic energy. The ratio of magnitude of their linear momentum. Ratio of magnitude of linear momentum. Their kinetic energy is equal, are equal. How we write the kinetic energy? P square by 2m. Okay, so K1 is equals to K2. It means P1 square by 2m1 is equals to P2 square by 2m2. 2m2. Okay. So linear momentum, P1 by P2 ratio I need. So P1 by P2 is equals to root of m1 by m2. What is m1? 4. What is m2? 25. So 4 by 25 root will be 2 by 5. Again moving ahead, work energy theorem. So work energy theorem says work done by all the forces that are acting on the body is equals to change the kinetic energy. That is equal to change in the kinetic energy. Okay, that is work energy theorem. So work done by all the forces. Change in the kinetic energy means half m final velocity square minus initial velocity square. Okay, half mv2 square is the final kinetic energy, half mv1 square is the initial kinetic energy. The conservative forces and non-conservative forces. Let us talk about conservative forces and non-conservative forces. So conservative forces are those forces whose work done is independent of the path followed. Means work done will depend only on the initial position and the final position only. Doesn't matter which path you follow, the work done will be same provided you move from the same position to the same position. Okay, and yes, there is potential energy associated with conservative forces. Gravity is conservative force. Yes, we know potential energy due to gravity, how we write. There, electrostatic force is conservative force. Yes, electrostatic potential energy is there. Spring force is a conservative force. Spring potential energy is there. Whenever conservative force does negative work, that work is stored in the potential energy. Okay, conservative force will never dissipate the energy. So when only conservative forces are acting, we say total mechanical energy is conserved. Either it will be in form of kinetic, or it will be form of potential, or it will be in the mixture of the two. But energy will not be dissipated. Non-conservative forces like friction and all, when they act, they dissipate the energy. Okay. Work done by the gravity is conservative and friction is non-conservative. Like friction force is non-conservative, we will say. Gravitational force is conservative in nature. I'm not writing much. Then potential energy, I mentioned that the potential energy is associated with the conservative forces. Okay, so whenever conservative forces do negative work, that work is stored in the potential energy. Okay, so minus of du will be will be equal to f dot dr, like that. Or if I say f is equals to minus del u by del r, I can write it like this also, minus of del u by del xi cap, del u by del yj cap, del u by del z k cap. Okay. equilibrium is when the total force acting is 0. Now force acting is 0, it means du by del r is 0. It means there is either a maxima of potential energy or minima of potential energy. Okay, so when the potential energy is maximum, we say that equilibrium is unstable equilibrium. When potential energy is minimum, that equilibrium is our stable equilibrium. So there are two types of equilibriums. Okay, so I say that when the potential energy is maximum, so first is equilibrium. Equilibrium means force is equals to 0. It means del u by my del x or del r, that is equals to 0. So two conditions can be there. U potential energy is maximum or potential energy is minimum. When potential energy is maximum, this is stable equilibrium. When potential energy is minimum, this is unstable, potential energy is maximum means unstable equilibrium. When energy is maximum means that is an unstable condition. When energy is minimum, it means that is a stable condition, stable equilibrium. Now, when we write gravitational potential energy, we defined a reference. From there we take the height. Okay, so if we define a reference on the 0 0, from there if we measure the height as h, so we say my potential energy is equals to mgh, where height is from a reference point. YouTube screen. Okay, similarly we write spring potential energy as half of k into x square. Whether the spring is compressed by x or spring is elongated by x, the spring potential energy is half k into x square. Okay, conservation of mechanical energy. As I was saying, when only conservative forces are acting, it means no dissipation of energy is there. Total mechanical energy means the sum of the kinetic energy plus the sum of the potential energy, that will remain the same, constant. Sir, I will join you after having my dinner. Okay, Sachin, no problem. Shubham, no, you are not alone. Other students are also there, few. Vaishnavi. Okay, hello Vaishnavi. So conservation of mechanical energy is applicable only when conservative forces are acting. So okay, so when only, I should write when only conservative forces are acting, the total mechanical energy is conserved. Which is sum of kinetic plus potential is equals to constant. Why so? There is no dissipation of energy, therefore that is constant. Now just a minute. Hello. Okay, I am back. Some conceptual question. An object moves from position R1 to R2 under conservative force. The work done by the force is this. This is true. In actual paper there was some negative sign. Okay, so that was a mistake by NTA. Whether it is conservative force or whether it is non-conservative force doesn't matter. If the work done, we write like this only. General expression of the work done is integration of F dot dr. Statement 2. Any object moving from one location to another location can follow infinite number of paths. Yes, this is true. Therefore, the amount of work done by objects changes with the path it follows for a conservative force. No, 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 no. The amount of work done will not change. This is wrong. Work done by the conservative force is independent of the path followed. This is the definition of what we say conservative force, independent of the path followed. So, statement 2 is incorrect. S1 is true, S2 is false. Next, the potential energy is given, x, y, z are in meter, magnitude of x component of the force acting on the particle at this. I need only Fx. What is Fx? Minus del u by del x, partial differentiated with respect to x. This is y only. This differentiation will be 0. Its differentiation will be 0. Its differentiation will be 4 into x. So minus 4 into x. Here my x is equals to 1. So this becomes minus 4 Newton. Magnitude is 4. Okay, next question. Given below is a plot of potential energy function of the system in which particle is one-dimensional motion, okay, when a conservative force Fx acts on it. So total mechanical energy is 8 joule, means the sum of the kinetic energy plus the potential energy, that is constant, that is equal to 8 joule. The incorrect statement for the system is, okay, where are the statements? Somehow the statements are missing. I don't know. Anyways, let us leave it. I'm moving ahead. Particle of mass m moves in a straight line, velocity varies like this. Total work done by the forces as the displacement goes from 0 to d. When the displacement will change, velocity is given like this. What is the total work done? Total work done is equal to change in the kinetic energy. Okay, so half m into final velocity square minus the initial velocity square. What is the final velocity square? Final velocity is at x is equals to d, it will be alpha root d. What is the initial velocity? That is at x is equals to 0, that is 0. Now square and put it here, half m v2 square, so alpha square d square. We got the work done, half m alpha, alpha into d it will become, not d square. Alpha square into d, half m alpha square into d. Now next, a 0.4 kg mass takes 8 seconds to reach ground when dropped from a certain height p above surface. The loss in potential energy in the last second is, you can find how much distance it travelled in the last second and into mg, that will be the drop. It takes 8 seconds to reach ground. Here to here, it is taking 8 seconds. In 7 seconds, how much it will travel? We will find. How much it travels in 8 seconds? We will find. This is the difference of that. Half g 8 square minus 7 square. That is the difference into mg. This much will be the drop in the potential energy. Simple thing. Now another question. This is based on spring force and all. Okay, a spring gun having spring constant 100 in a small ball B of mass 100 gram is put in a barrel as shown. By compressing the spring by 0.05, there should be a box. Okay, there should be a box placed at a distance d on the ground so that ball falls on it. If the ball leaves the gun horizontally at a height of 2 meter, the ball will leave horizontally with some speed v. What should be the value of d? So from here, how much distance I should put this what is that box so that this ball will exactly fall there? It means this distance is equals to the horizontal range of the ball. What will be the horizontal range? In horizontal direction, velocity is constant or not? Constant. How much is that? V. So v will be constant in the horizontal direction. How much time it will take to drop? In the vertical direction, there is no initial velocity. The time to drop is root of 2h by g. This is my t flight. So t flight is this. What is d? D will be horizontal velocity into t flight. Okay, that is my v. What is vx is my v only. So just I can say here, this is my v into t flight. What is V? How to find? Initially the spring was compressed and then it was released from there. So the potential energy stored in the spring will convert into the kinetic energy of the ball. So half k into x square is equals to half m into the v square. So v comes out to be x root of k by m. We got the velocity. Now this velocity we will put here and we'll get d. So d comes out to be x root of k by m, this is the velocity, into time of flight, which is root of 2h by g. What is x? This is x. This is mass. This is our k. G we know, height is 2 meter. This is our h. We'll put the variables and we'll solve it. Hello, hello, hello everyone. Those who are joining right now, hello everyone. Now let us talk about power and vertical circular motion and collisions. So power we write as F dot V. At a particular instant, if the force is F and the velocity of the particle is V, then the power at that particular instant is F dot V. Next is, let us talk about the vertical circular motion. Ball is attached to a string like this, given a certain velocity, it moves in vertical circle like this. Now there can be asked, find the velocity here, find the velocity at this point, find the velocity at any other particular point. How we can find? Apply the conservation of mechanical energy. You may be asked, find the minimum velocity such that it completes the vertical circle. For that minimum condition, at this point the tension becomes nearly equal to 0. If you see here, mg in the downward direction, t there, that is 0. That is equals to mass into centripetal acceleration. This is root of g into r. By that we will get, okay. From there you will apply conservation of potential energy and total mechanical energy between these 2 points. That will come out to be root of 5 into r into g. Okay. This is the minimum velocity required to complete the circle. Now at any point in between, if you want to find tension, if you want to find velocity, so you can just apply the force acceleration equation and the conservation of mechanical energy. I'm not going into the detail, we'll solve some questions. From there you analyze. Now collisions. So collisions are of basically first type is the elastic. I'm talking about 1D collisions first. Okay. So elastic collisions where the total energy is conserved. Momentum is conserved, okay. Total energy is conserved. Inelastic collision means the energy is not conserved. So elastic will say my total my kinetic energy, or so I should say mechanical energy, whatever it is, the energy is conserved. Okay. So conservation of energy is there. So if we write that in terms of coefficient of restitution, so we say coefficient of restitution is equals to 1 for elastic collision. How we write E? E is equals to velocity of separation divided by velocity of approach. This is how we write the coefficient of restitution. For inelastic collision, after the collision, the two particles move together with common velocity. Perfectly inelastic. Okay, they will move together. Because perfectly elastic, inelastic, E is equals to 0. E is equals to 0 means V separation is equals to 0. V separation is equals to 0 means they will move together with common velocity. In between, you can say elastic and perfectly inelastic, there is, you can say E can be 0.5, E can be equals to 0.75 or 1 by 2, 1 by 3, that can be given to you. Accordingly, you can take that. Now for 2D collisions, then you can write, conservation of momentum along x-axis, conservation of momentum along y-axis, and accordingly you can solve the questions. I'm not going into very much detail of this, the theory of these, okay. If you want to know the exact details, how I'm talking about these things, then you can watch the one shots, my one shot, there I have completed everything, okay. And also If the two particles are of same mass colliding head on elastically, after collision their velocities will exchange, okay, they will get interchanged. Sir, in my JEE 2027 aspirant, can I crack JEE Advanced in 1 year if I give my full efforts 200%? I am not starting from scratch but still not confident. Yes, if you give your 200%, no doubt about this, you will be able to get IIT, no doubt about this. But you have to be consistent. Consistency is the biggest problem with the students, you know that. If I ask some students, okay, sit and watch this 8-hour marathon live and solve question parallelly, okay, they will come see for 15-20 minutes and then say, oh, the teacher is not cracking some jokes, okay, it looks like boring, just solving some question, students will leave. We understand. Consistency is the biggest problem with the students, okay. If you maintain consistency, you will be able to crack. If you lose the consistency in between, it's doubtful. A body of mass this moves under an action of time dependent force that is given like this. The power developed by the force at any time t is. So what is the power? F dot v. Basically I need velocity and then I'll take the dot product with the velocity. How to find the velocity? Velocity is not given. I can find acceleration and then I can integrate to find the velocity. Acceleration is equals to force divided by the mass. What is the force? This is the force. This is the mass. Divide this with 2. So 3t I cap plus 3t square j cap. This is the acceleration. Okay. From acceleration we can find velocity. This I'll write as dv by dt. I'll integrate and find. It is moving under the action of time. It starts from, is it mentioned, the begins to move? Yeah, begins to move means initial velocity was 0. It starts from rest. So integrate it. dv is equals to, integration of dv is equals to integration of this 3t square, let me integrate, 3t square by 2 I cap plus 3t cube by 3 j cap, like that. If v will become 3t square by 2 I cap plus t cube j cap. I got my velocity. I know the force, I know the velocity, take the dot product x with x, multiply with 60 here. So this will become 9 into t cube plus 60 square into this t cube. So 6t to the power 5. 9 t to the power 3 plus 6 into t to the power 5, that is option 4th. Clear? A body of mass 2 kg is initially at rest, start moving unidirectional force under the influence of a source of constant power P. Power is constant. A displacement in 1 second is, displacement 1 in 4 seconds is, anyways, I think displacement in 4 seconds it should be like this. Then the value of alpha is, okay, power is constant, mass is given. So in, let us take any time t, how much energy will supply? Power into time, this much energy will supply. That energy will be equal to change in the kinetic energy. This much energy will go and that will be equal to change in kinetic energy. It was starting from rest, so it will be equal to half mv square. Okay. From there you will relate your velocity with the power. What is the velocity? 2 pt by m root of this. I got this velocity with the time. Now this velocity I'll write as dx by dt. From here I'll integrate to find the displacement. Integrate to find the displacement and that will be my answer. Next, okay, a bob of mass m is suspended from a light string length L. It completes, okay, it has imparted a minimum horizontal velocity at the lowest point A such that it completes the half circle reaching the topmost point position B. The ratio of kinetic energy at A and B. So minimum velocity to reach here is 5 gl. What will be this velocity here? Root of GL. Velocity ratio of kinetic energy at A and B. So V square ratio, that will come out to be 5/1. 5:1, second option. Clear? Next, okay, this is another question on vertical circular motion. A bob A of mass m is attached to a massless rigid rod of length 1 meter pivoted at point P and capped an angle 60 degree with vertical as shown. At distance of 1 meter below point P, an identical bob B is capped at rest on the horizontal surface that extends to a circular track of radius r. The bob just manages to complete the circular path of radius r up to point Q, yeah, being hit by elastically by the bob A, then radius r is. It will hit with elastically, okay, this masses are same, the velocities will get interchanged. The velocities get interchanged, it will have some velocity v, and that should be sufficient to complete the vertical circular motion here. So it is root of 5gr. It means it starts from 0 here, rest, okay, it will reach here. It means when it will come here, just before hitting, it should have the same velocity, that is root of 5gr. Now I apply conservation of mechanical energy. This is the first initial condition, this is the final condition. Initial kinetic plus potential is equals to final kinetic plus potential. Initial kinetic is 0, initial potential is mg into h, this is 1/2. So mg into h is equal to final half into m into v square, and thus v is root of 5gr. So v square will become 5gr, 5 into g into r, m by 2, m by 2. What we need, by the way, we need r, okay. So this becomes g, g is also getting cancelled, by the way. R comes out to be 1/5. Yes, first option is there, 1/5. That is the correct one. Moving ahead. Body of mass 2 kg moving with speed. This makes elastic collision with another body at rest, continues to move in the original direction, but with 1/4 of the initial speed. The speed of another body after collision is. Now see the condition. 2 kg moving with speed 4 meter per second makes elastic collision with another body at rest. Okay, this was another body at rest and continues to move in the original direction but with 1/4 of its initial speed. Finally, after collision, moving with 1/4 of 4, that is 1 meter per second, the speed of the another body after the collision is. So this another body, let us take, is having some speed v. I don't know the mass, you may take the mass to be m. We need to find what is v. So what we can apply? We can apply conservation of momentum and conservation of energy. Instead of conservation of energy, we can take coefficient of restitution. Okay, it will help us easily to solve. So first is conservation of momentum. 2 into 4, this is the initial momentum, this is at rest. Final momentum is 2 into 1 plus m into v. This is the conservation of momentum. Now second thing you can apply is coefficient of restitution. It is elastic, it means E is equals to 1. Velocity of separation v minus 1 divided by velocity of approach 4. From these two equations, I can find what is v, I can find what is m. Two equations, two variables, easy to solve. Another question, okay, this is of collision, and here also this is another question of coefficient of restitution, then another question of 2D, and then we will have, okay, these three questions. Now this question I am leaving for you to solve. This is a simple question, okay, this is your homework. What is happening? Let me explain. A and B having equal masses, block A is given initial speed v towards B, which collides perfectly inelastic with B, okay, means they will move together. The combined mass collides with C, also perfectly inelastic, whole system will move together, if 5 by 6th of the initial kinetic energy is lost in whole process. Now you know the initial velocity, you know the final velocities, you can find how much kinetic energy is lost, and that you equate with 5 by 6 of the total, okay, and from there you can find the values of m by m. Simple. Next, a ball is dropped from a height 20 meter. Okay, this is simple question of coefficient of restitution. This also I am leaving, you can do this. And this question here, m1 is equals to 2m2, particle A is moving at this velocity, another particle B m2 initially at rest. If v1 v2 be the velocities of particle A and B after collision, m1 m2 is a relation is given, v1 is given, the angle between v1 and v2 is. So what you can do is apply conservation of energy and apply conservation of momentum. Conservation of momentum, write equation along horizontal direction, along vertical direction, and then apply conservation of energy, then you will be able to find the V2. This is also your homework, okay, collision questions I am leaving for homework. Now we are starting the next chapter, okay. First of all, system of particles, then rotation motion. Now here we are taking a break of 10 minutes. We will be back at 9:10. Back at 9:10. हेलो, नहीं अब तो ब्रेक ले रहे हैं, खाने जा रहा हूँ। हाँ भाई यार, कोई बच्चा नहीं है लाइव में अब, फालतू में। तो 0 0 जा रहा है, 0 हो जा रहा है, कभी 1 ऐसे। हाँ वही वही हो रहा है, हाँ हाँ। अब तो मैं घुमा दूंगा भाई, अब मैं उतना ज़्यादा डिटेल में नहीं जाऊंगा, पहले मैं डिटेल में जा रहा था, शुरू में बच्चे थे कुछ। हाँ फालतू में मैंने ज़्यादा पीपीटीज और ज़्यादा क्वेश्चंस डाल दिए, इसमें उतना नहीं डालना चाहिए था। हाँ कमेंट भी कम ही आ रहे थे। हाँ वो मिल रहा है, बिस्किट बिस्किट मिल रहा है, चाय बिस्किट। हम्म, चल रहा था मुझसे। करता वाइंड अप करूंगा मैं इसको, ज़्यादा बनाना। हम्म, ठीक है। सेकंड। हाँ 15 लिया था पहला, अभी 10 लिया था। चलो देखते हैं, मैं सोच रहा हूँ वाइंड अप करके मैं निपटाता हूँ, ज़्यादा कुछ खींचने का कोई मतलब नहीं है। पीपीटी थोड़ी छोटी बनानी थी तो कॉपी कर दी। इंजीनियर वाला के भाई के लिए कितना आएंगे? इंजीनियर वाला। हाँ। ठीक है सर, ऐसे ही करूँगा अभी। Hello, we are back. Okay, so next NEET वाले देख सकते हैं. Yes, you can watch. Okay, so next chapter we are starting now from here. System of particles and rotational motion. So beginning with the concept of center of mass. How we write center of mass? Okay, so if let us take multiple point masses are there, m1, m2, m3, m4, m5, m6, like that. Okay, so axiom we write as m1 x1 plus m2 x2 so on divided by m1 plus m2, the total masses. Similarly we write the ycm. Similarly we write the zcm, or we can write like rcm is equals to m1 into the position vector of the first, m2 into the position vector of the second mass, like this, divided by m1 plus m2. So on. This is when there are discrete masses. Now if the masses are, you can say continuous distribution is there, not point masses are there. So for continuous distribution we will integrate instead of summation. Here we are doing summation, then we will do integration. Okay, so there we will write this is for continuous mass distribution. For continuous mass distribution, my axiom will be integration of x dm divided by integration of dm. Integration of dm is total mass. Similarly, ycm is integration of y dm divided by integration of dm. Similarly, my zcm is equals to integration of z into dm divided by integration of dm. Okay, and in my one shots you have seen the derivations for the center of mass of a semicircular ring. For uniform ring, center of mass is at the center. For uniform disk, the center of mass is at the center. For semicircular ring, we have the center of mass at a distance, uniform semicircular, at a distance of 2r by pi. For a disk, okay, the center of mass, this is disk, okay, this is semicircular ring, this is 4r by 3 pi. Okay, if let us take a solid sphere is there, solid hemisphere is there, this distance will be 3r by 8. If we are having a hollow hemisphere, this is hollow hemisphere, this distance will be r by 2. Okay, if a uniform rod is there, the center of mass is at center. If let us take a square sheet is there, the center of mass is at the center of the square sheet, or the rectangular sheet is there, the center of mass is at the center. For uniform distribution, the center of mass is at the center. If let us take you are having two non-uniform masses, okay, two uniform distributions, let us take there is one sphere, there is one the circle, you can say rectangular kind of sheet. Its center of mass you know, let us take it here, coordinate is x1 y1, x2 y2, here mass is m1, here mass is m2. Now if you write the center of mass of these two, so I'll say my axiom will be equal to m1 x1 plus m2 into x2 divided by m1 plus m2. Similarly, I'll talk about the ycm as m1 y1 plus m2 y2 divided by m1 plus m2. सर के पास कमेंट सेक्शन नहीं है क्या? आई एम देयर, आई एम एबल टू सी योर कमेंट्स. ओके, आई एम एबल टू सी योर कमेंट्स. थैंक यू. Yes, you can watch this. If you want to watch for NEET also, you can watch it. Now let us do some questions. 3-point masses 10 kg, 1.5 kg and 2.5 kg are placed at 3 corners. The triangle sides are mentioned. The center of mass of the system is at point. Now how the location is given? With respect to 1 kg, the location is given. Okay, so you take this as 0, 0. This is my 0, 0. Here the coordinate is 3, 0. Here the coordinate will be 0, 4. Like this. Now you find axiom and you find ycm. If I write axiom, m1, I am taking this as 1, this as 2, and this is 3. m1 into x1, m2 into x2, m2 is 1.5, m3 into x3 divided by m1 plus m2 plus m3. Similarly, write YCM here, m1 into y1, m2 into y2, m3 into y3 divided by m1 plus m2 plus m3. You will get XCM and YCM. You will see how much is the distance for XCM, how much is the distance for YCM, and you will mark the answer. I am leaving the calculations for you. Next, a center of mass of a thin rectangular plate with sides of length A and B, whose mass per unit area varies like this. So, mass per unit area is varying with X. Mass per unit area is varying with X, but it's not varying with Y. Along the Y, the mass per unit area is not varying. It means the YCM will be Y by 2. YCM will be B by 2. That is clear. XCM we need to find. Okay. What will be the coordinate of center of mass? Okay. At a distance x from here, we'll take a thin strip, okay, of thickness dx. Its XCM is x only. Now here if I say XCM is equals to integration of x into the mass of this strip divided by integration of dm. This is how we write. What is dm? dm will be area of this strip, area is b into dx, into the mass per unit area, sigma. This is that, okay. So it will be b dx into sigma is sigma naught x divided by AB. This B is getting cancelled. So this comes out to be sigma naught x by A into dx. This is my dm. Now put this dm here and here. Integration of x into dm sigma naught x by A dx divided by integration of sigma naught x by A dx. Now sigma naught by A is a constant. See this here, sigma naught by A is a constant that I can take out of integration. This will get cancelled, this will get cancelled. Integration of x square will give you x cube by 3. X goes from 0 to A. So this will be A cube by 3 divided by integration of x will be x square by 2. So A square by 2. So this comes out to be 2A by 3. So coordinate XCM comes out to be 2A by 3. So 2A by 3 comma B by 2, which is first option. A we are getting here. Okay, let us continue further. Next question. Circular hole of radius A by 2 is cut off out of the circular disc. Okay. The centroid of the remaining circular portion with respect to O will be the center of mass it is asking about. So from center at what distance is it mentioned like this? The centroid of the remaining circular portion with respect to O. Yes. So from O, where the center of mass will be. Now total mass you can consider as m. This you can consider as this total disk plus this disk small portion of negative mass. This has positive mass. So this plus this will give me this. I am subtracting it. This plus this will be this. So it will behave like a disk of negative mass. Radius is 1 by 2, mass will be 1 by 4. Its mass is minus m by 4 if this mass is m. So if I find the coordinate of XCM, m1 that is m into x1. For this the center of mass is at the center A plus m2 x2. What is m2? Minus m by 4. What is x2? Here. How much is this? A plus a by 2, 3a by 2 divided by m1 plus m2, m minus m by 4, 3m by 4. This is how we got the coordinate of the center of mass. Now, what you can do, you can just do the calculations and will get cancelled from here. A minus 3a by, what is this, 3 by 8, 3 by 8, it will become 5 by 8 divided by 3 by 4, so 4 by 3, so this comes out to be 5 by 6 into a. That will be the distance of center of mass, 5 by 6 into a. That is the first one. Clear? So when some portion is removed, you can consider that portion of negative mass, and that negative mass you can accordingly consider in your calculations, and then you will be able to easily find the coordinates of center of mass. Displacement, velocity. So the displacement of center of mass is, let us take m1, m2, m3, m4, these are the point masses. m1 into the displacement of the first one, okay, r1, or I can say delta r1, so m1 into delta r1 plus m2 delta r2 plus m3 delta r3 divided by m1 plus m2 plus m3, so on. This is how you can find the displacement of center of mass. Velocity of center of mass, just differentiate it with respect to time. Okay, so VCM is equals to, what I can say, m1 into v1 plus m2 into v2 and so on divided by m1 plus m2, like that. And if we talk about acceleration of center of mass, differentiate that equation again, it will become m1 into a1 plus m2 into a2, so on, divided by m1 plus m2 plus m3, so on. Okay, this is how we can find ACM. Now, conservation of linear momentum. If let us take the F external is 0, if the external force on a system of particle is 0 or a system is 0, then what we will say, my VCM, like we say that ACM is equals to total external force divided by my total mass. If F external is 0, if F external is 0, it means acceleration of center of mass is 0. If acceleration of center of mass is 0, it means VCM is equals to constant. If VCM is equals to constant, it means m1 v1 plus m2 v2, this summation till mn vn, this is equals to constant. Yes, and this is my momentum. Therefore, I will say my total momentum will be conserved when external force on the system is 0. There can be internal force, but external force has to be 0. Now, coming to some questions on center of mass. A body of mass m is at rest explodes into 3 masses in the ratio 1:2:2. Two smaller pieces fly off perpendicular to each other with velocity 30 and 40. The velocity of third particle will be. So 3 masses are there. I am taking 3 masses like this. One, it is in the ratio 1:1:2. So you can consider as m is to 2m. Two smaller particles fly off in perpendicular direction with velocity 30 and 40. Let us take this velocity is 30, this velocity is 40. Now, the third particle will somewhat move like this with velocity v. What should be v? Total initial momentum was 0. Total final momentum will be 0. Okay. So, because there is no external force, if F external is 0, means my momentum will be conserved. So, I will say my total momentum is 0. Because that was initially 0. Okay. Initially it was at rest, where it is mentioned explodes. Okay. Initially that was at rest and it explodes like this. So, total final momentum has to be 0. What is the total momentum of this? This is 30 mv, 40 mv. So, the total momentum will be in this direction of these two particles, that will be 50 into mv, perpendicular, na? Resultant of those two, 50 into m. into 30 m and 40 m. So 50 into m. That should be equal and opposite to the momentum of this. What is that? 2m into v. So 2m into v is 50 into m. V comes out to be 25. Clear? We are moving ahead. Next. A block moving horizontally on a smooth surface with speed 40 meter per second splits into two equal parts. If one of the part moves with the speed in same direction, then the fractional change in the kinetic energy will be. Now you can find the velocity of the other particle the same way as I did, and then you can see how much is the initial kinetic energy, how much is the final kinetic energy. So it will be easier for you to do. Next is gravitational potential energy of system of particle. So if let us take, there is system of particles, this is mass m1, m2, m3 like this. You want the gravitational potential energy for this system. What you can do is just take the height of the center of mass. Okay, let us take, this is my YCM. So the gravitational potential energy will be the total mass m1 plus m2 into g into YCM. Even if there is some uniform kind of body, uniform kind of distribution, okay, or non-uniform, any distribution, just find the coordinate of center of mass, take the height from your reference, the potential energy will be mg into YCM. That's all. Yes, watching बहुत कम है. You are, this is true. Next, conservation of mechanical energy. Now, mechanical energy will be conserved. When it will be conserved? When only conservative forces are acting. When only conservative forces are acting, we can conserve the mechanical energy. Next is linear momentum of system of particles. So linear momentum will be conserved when F external is 0. For this, F external should be 0, and for this, only conservative forces. I'll show you a question on this. You'll understand it. Here, you see. Initially, this block B was here. Okay, all the surfaces are smooth. This A is there. Okay, now B is released. When it comes at the bottommost point, find the speed of the bigger block when smaller block reaches the bottommost point. When smaller block will reach at the bottommost point, what will be the speed of the bigger block? Here, what is happening? Is there any, you can say, external force in the horizontal direction? No. No external force in the horizontal direction. So in the horizontal direction, I can conserve momentum. In the vertical, I cannot do. Next is there any dissipative force here, non-conservative force here? No. Only conservative forces are there. So I can conserve the mechanical energy also. So let us take the second condition is somewhat like this. Okay, this is my block A. At that particular instant, it is moving in this direction with velocity v1, and this B here, okay, it is moving, okay, that will be somewhat here. This B is moving with velocity v2 in that particular direction. So we have to do two things. First is conservation of momentum in the horizontal direction. Initial momentum in the horizontal direction is 0. Final momentum in the horizontal direction has to be 0. I am considering this, what is the masses? Figure shows a block A of mass 6m. This is 6m. And a block B of mass m. This is m. So I will say my 6m into v1 has to be equal to m into v2. This is the conservation of momentum. Now conservation of energy. I am taking this as a reference. The potential energy of this block A is not changing. This is on the same level. Only for block B is changing. What is decrease in the potential energy? That is mg into r. Radius is r I am taking. Radius is mentioned to us. Okay, anyways, I am taking this as r. This will be equal to increase in the kinetic energy. So half into MA. MA is 6m V1 square plus half into this mass m into V2 square. So these two equations are there. From there we can find what is V1, what is V2. That is very easy. Are you going to cover center of mass and collisions too, sir? Collisions I have covered, center of mass I have covered. Both things I have covered. Center of mass is actually recently I covered. Now rigid body and general motion. So rigid body can have, you can say, pure rotational motion, pure translational motion, or combination of the two. Pure translational motion will be when, if you see the path of 2 points, let us take this point moves like this point on the body moves like this. If these paths are parallel, then I can say this is pure translational. Next is only rotational, means a rigid body is there about an axis, it is rotating like this, so I will say it is rotating like this. Third can be combination, that is translational plus rotational. You can take an example of a sphere rolling like this. So there is rotational motion about the center and the center is translating like this. So it is combination of rotational plus the translational, the two. Now rigid body constraint for velocity and acceleration. Let us take a rigid body is there. If you take any 2 points on the rigid body, their separation cannot change. Sir, why you ignore me? No, I am not ignoring. I answered your question. I think you mentioned some. I am not ignoring, I am explaining the things. Okay, so this is a marathon, so we are planning to cover everything. So therefore, I am just keep on going with the discussion. Okay, so if we take 2 points, let us take this is A, this is B. Their separation cannot change. It means these 2 points can only move in circle with respect to each other. Yes, that is the thing. The 2 points on a rigid body can only move in circle with respect to each other. Their separation cannot change. Okay, let us take this is the velocity of A and you can say this is the velocity of B. This is the line joining between A and B. The components, let me make the line a bit more clear. Like this. Okay, let us take this is theta A and this is theta B. So the component along the line has to be same because that separation cannot change. So I will say VA cos theta A is equals to VB cos theta B. Next thing, with respect to A, B can only move in circle as I already mentioned. Yes. So with respect to A, if you see the velocity of B, what will be that? This along component will be VA cos theta, that along component will be VB cos theta. Sorry, perpendicular component I am talking about. Okay. Anyways, along component is same. If I take the perpendicular component, this is VA sin theta A. This I am taking this velocity like this. So anyways, I can write the component in this direction then. Okay, this will be VB into sin theta B. With respect to A, B can only move in circle. Okay, so with respect to A, if you see the perpendicular velocity, so you will add the relative velocity also, and that total velocity we will write as R into omega. If this separation is R, so we will write as R into omega. This is how we relate. Next is we can relate acceleration also the same way. PW Vidyapeeth. Hello, hello. Okay, so we can relate accelerations also the same. So the acceleration of B with respect to A can be of 2 types because it is moving in circle na, centripetal acceleration and tangential acceleration. So the relative acceleration along the line will be equal to my centripetal acceleration. The relative acceleration along perpendicular to this will be the tangential acceleration. A relative along line will be equal to the centripetal, and A relative along perpendicular to line will be my tangential acceleration. Okay, simple thing. Now let us talk about torque and equilibrium of rigid body and toppling. So how we write torque? Torque is equals to R cross F. This you can write as RF sine theta, the magnitude. This you can write as R perpendicular into F, or you can write as R into F perpendicular. This thing is clear to you. Equilibrium, we will say here, talk about the complete equilibrium. Complete equilibrium means translational equilibrium also and rotational equilibrium also. Sir, can I join Vidyapeeth SCON coaching for 2 years, but my class 11th is wasted? How will study in class 12th? Please give me some tips. Now class 11th is wasted, then what you have to do? You have time right now. You can revise the concepts. You can watch the one shots that are freely available on the YouTube channel. Okay, so there are so many one shots. You can watch them, cover all your backlogs from there. At least get a decent confidence in 11th, then move to the 12th. That will be a better idea. Okay, so you have free time. Utilize this time. Good opportunity. That's all. It's not that you can now you cannot do. No problem at all. Even if you have so many backlogs in 11th, okay, still you can enter into IIT if you improve your focus right now. That is the biggest thing. Improving the focus is not possible for most of the students. Okay, maintaining the focus, that consistency, that is the biggest problem with the students nowadays. Their focus is so much fickle. They will come in the live discussion, they'll see, okay, teacher is doing something, okay, watch for 5 minutes and then go, we'll do something else, watch some reels, scroll some reels, and then he'll come back again, then see, okay, sir is doing like this, and then they'll go and they'll watch some reels, scroll some reel, like that. Focus is the biggest problem with students right now. If you maintain your focus, very easily you can do. Sir, is 240 possible in 1 year in maths? In maths 240, or you are talking about the total 240 score in JEE Mains? Maths is just of 100 marks, na? How you can get 240 in maths? Okay, so this is the torque. Now equilibrium, when we say, it is both translational equilibrium and the rotational equilibrium. That is the meaning of complete equilibrium. Translational equilibrium means my total force has to be 0. Force along x direction has to be 0. Force along y direction has to be 0. Force along z direction has to be 0. Similarly, rotational equilibrium means total torque has to be 0. Then again you can say torque along x has to be 0, torque along y has to be 0, torque along z has to be 0. That is the meaning of complete equilibrium. With full consistency. Yes, sir, in total JEE is 240 possible in 1 year from scratch. Yes, easily possible in 1 year. 1 year is sufficient time, more than sufficient time. Problem is the focus. That is the biggest problem actually. See how much time effectively you utilize in one whole day. How much time you waste in mobile phones or here and there. See yourself first. Okay. If you say no sir, I'm not wasting any time, okay, hardly just some time I spend, okay, that is okay. You utilize most of the times. 240 is very easy for you. 240 is very easy for you if you maintain the focus. Hello. Can I join the 3 months backlog? Then sir, I can join late 3-month backlog. Then I was panic. What chapters I can cover for 12th, please, sir? For 12th, at least cover gravitation nicely. Okay, those derivations for field, the derivation for potential, that will help you for electrostatics. Okay, and waves you can cover. Okay, some of the things that will be needed in wave optics. SHM things are also many times used, that also you can cover nicely. And some basic fundamentals, you can say integration, differentiation, these type of things you should cover nicely. And what else should I say? Laws of motion, yes, those equations, writing force is equal to mass into acceleration, some basics of rotation motion also. But not that you have to cover everything as of now. When you will start your 12th journey, okay, then also you will have time. Okay, some chapter is coming, there are some fundamentals of a particular topic is needed, then go watch that, cover those things again, then come back. You will have time, no problem. I am saying time is not the issue, focus is the issue. Okay, focus is the issue. This is what takes time. Work energy too. Yeah, work energy concepts are also needed. Conservation of mechanical energy specifically, very much needed. Conservation of total energy, potential energy, kinetic energy, writing that. Sir, what about advanced 500 rank with 7 hour per day? 7 hour per day is a bit less. Okay, try to increase it a bit more. If you need JEE advanced 500 rank, okay, at least make it 10 hour per day, then it will be possible. Certainly, one more thing, not only duration, focus is the most important thing. If you are effectively able to give 7 hours, okay, very, purely able to dedicate to studies, that 7 hours will, behave like, 10-12 hours. But if you are spending 10-12 hours, but with distracted mindset, watching some reels, coming back to the studies, then watching some reels, the whole focus is lost then. Okay, today I am planning to cover complete mechanics. Okay, so and the toppling is, let us take a block is there. Okay, we are applying a force here F. So when toppling is about to happen, certainly the toppling will happen about this point. When toppling will be about to happen, now in general, if this force will be there, normal reaction will be passing through the center. But when toppling is about to happen, normal will be passing through this. Force due to gravity will be here only. Then about this point, you can apply rotational equilibrium for the critical condition, just about to topple. Okay, so then you can apply rotational equilibrium out this. So this distance, if side is A, this distance is A by 2. So I can say this mg into A by 2 is equals to the clockwise torque, that is F into this H. F into H. Like that you can find the minimum force needed to topple it. Sir, my class 10th board over, should I start preparing for JEE? Yes, great opportunity. Give it a try with full efforts. Okay, make your mindset first, because it's not that much easy that, like 10th only. Okay, just do the things very lightly. No, you have to put lot of energy. So prepare your mindset and then put lot of efforts, you'll be able to make it. Time is sufficient. Two years complete are more than sufficient actually. I invested 2 years for JEE preparation, starting from scratch. Like in my 8th, 9th, 10th, I was not knowing what is IIT. 11th, I started my IIT journey. Okay, I invested 2 years, but with consistency. I was an average student, okay, not that, exceptional student. But with consistency, 2 years was more than sufficient for me. I cleared JEE Mains, I cleared JEE Advanced, I got electrical engineering in IIT Roorkee. Great opportunity. But the thing is, the consistency has to be there. Step by step, the things will grow. But consistency is not there. You are putting some efforts, then 10 days goes, you are not doing anything. Then putting some efforts again, oh, I wasted my 10 days, I'll put more efforts. Okay, again you will study for one day 10 hours. Then from next day, again, bloop. Then you'll scroll some reels. If that thing happens, it will not work. Is that possible to crack JEE in 20 days? What type of question you are asking? Sir, I'm in class 12th. We have school for 8 hours. Then how can we spend 10 hours per day in 1 year? School time you have to utilize effectively. During the school time, if you know the basics, the teacher is teaching the basic, then at the end sitting at the table, you can have Irido solving questions from Irido at the last desk. These type of things many students do, no problem. Okay, yes, this is possible. You have to utilize the time effectively. You are going to the school, if you are traveling in the metro or maybe in the bus, utilize the time. Time is not the problem. The problem is the focus. I am again saying time is not the problem. The problem is the focus. If the focus is there, you can do. The torque of force is this about the origin tau. If the force acts on particle P whose position vector is this, then the value of torque is. Now position vector I know, force I know. I need torque. What is torque? R cross F. Now you know how to take the cross product. You draw the matrix, okay, then solve for ijk like that. I, j, k, okay, for what is first for r, okay, what is r? This is the position vector. So 2 to 1, 2 to 1, then for force 5, 3, minus 7, then solve this matrix, you will get the torque. You have the options, you can mark it. Next, a uniform cylinder of mass m and radius r is to be pulled over step of height a, okay, this is the height a, by applying a force F at its center O, okay, perpendicular to the plane through the axis of the cylinder on the edge. So this is the plane, it is perpendicular like this. The minimum value of force F required is, minimum value of force means just about to topple. Just about to topple means apply the rotational equilibrium about this. Here this mg is acting, here this F is acting. So the torque due to F, clockwise torque due to F is F into R. The anti-clockwise torque due to mg, that will be mg into this perpendicular distance. How to find that perpendicular distance? In that right angle triangle, you can say this is R, this is A minus R, R minus A. Okay, so this perpendicular distance will be root of R square minus R minus A square. Okay, so that will be root of R square minus R minus A square. And then you can easily solve it. You got F from there. Next is the question of equilibrium. An object of mass 8 kg is hanging. Somebody is asking, sir, your JEE advanced rank, it was 4000. Okay. An object of mass 8 kg is hanging from one end of a uniform rod CD of mass 2 kg. My category rank was 716 OBC and general rank was 4000. And I was thinking, like, should I, like, I was expecting much better rank, but I was thinking, should I take 1 year drop and then again go? But I got a decent opportunity. Therefore, that was my first attempt only, okay, by the way. In the first attempt, I got that. So till my 10th, I was not knowing about IIT. And in 11th, I got to know about IIT and started my preparation for IIT, you see. Now students nowadays, from 8th or from 6th only, they are knowing very well. Few of them start from the beginning only, okay, from 6th, from 7th or like that. Till 10th, I was just doing boards preparation, 10th board preparation, nothing extra. I didn't even appear for Olympiads also before that. Okay, I was like in a village, in village we used to go to the nearby school, and we didn't had that type of guidance from the very beginning. So I just did my preparation for JEE. Once I got to know about that, and then eventually things improved. I put extra efforts and was able to make decent achievement. Certainly not exceptional. Yeah. Is my 1 year enough for JEE Advanced top rank with focus? Yes, enough. With focus, if you do, that is more than enough. More than enough. Okay. So the thing is, maintain your focus. Don't leave your focus in between. Let us continue further. Okay. Continue. Yeah. An object of mass 8 kg is hanging from one end of a uniform rod CD of mass 2 kg and length 1 meter, pivot at and C. Okay, here it is pivoted. It is supported by a cable AB such that the system is in equilibrium. This AB cable is there. This whole system is in equilibrium. Equilibrium means both equilibrium, translational and rotational. The tension in cable is, we need to find how much is the tension here, T. Okay, so here this is 8 kg, it means 80 Newton force will be acting like this. Some hinge force will also be there. Some, what is the mass of this? Uniform rod CD of mass 2 kg. So mg will be acting at the center. How much? 20 Newton. So about this hinge, you can apply rotational equilibrium. You can apply rotational equilibrium about any of the axis basically. But why I am saying about this? Because then you need not take the force that will be there at the hinge. Okay, you need not take that then. So variables will be reduced. So about this apply rotational equilibrium. So the clockwise torque due to 20 Newton will be 20 into 50. This distance is 50. So 20 into 50 plus this clockwise torque 80 into this 100. You may say, sir, why you are taking distance in centimeter, not in meter? Anyways, that will get cancelled. Okay, anyways, that will get cancelled. I can convert also, but that is not needed. And the torque due to T, this is T sin 30. This is equal to my anti-clockwise torque. Okay, so that will be my T sin 30 into this distance. How much is that? 60. Okay, now simply from here I can find what is my T. So T by 2 into 30 is equal to, I can cancel it. 5 into 2 is 10, so 1000. This is 8000 and this is 18,000. Sorry, 9,000. Yeah, 5 into 9,000. Yeah. So this is 30 by 2 into T. 10, 3, 300. So this comes out to be 600. I did some mistake. Let us see what mistake I did. This is 20 into 50. This was 100 into 80. Yes, that is correct. And this was T cos T sine. So T sine into that 60. Yeah, T sine 30 into 60. Sine 30 is 1 by 2 into this was 60. This was 6. This was 60. And this was 60 by 2. This was 9,000. 10, 2 into 3, that comes out to be 300. Yeah, third option is coming now. Moving ahead, consider uniform cubical box of side A on a rough floor that is to be moved by applying minimum possible, what is that? That is minimum possible force F at point B. Okay, there it is being applied. If the coefficient of friction is mu, then maximum possible value of 100 into B by A for box not to topple before moving. Okay, so here we have to see it should not topple before moving. So for moving, how much is the force needed? For toppling, how much force is needed? That you can find, and then accordingly you can check the condition. Okay, so I am not going into detail of this simple question that I have already taken this question in my one short series. Next is moment of inertia. Okay, now if there is system of particles m1, m2, m3, m5, m4 like this, this is the axis. We want to find the moment of inertia about this axis. So what that will be? m1 into, let us take this mass is m1, the perpendicular distance is r1, so m1 into r1 square plus this mass is m2, this perpendicular distance is, let us take r2, m2 into r2 square plus this mass is m3, into this perpendicular distance is r3. So m3 into r3 square, so on. Divide, total moment of inertia, sorry, like this. If this is a uniform kind of body, then you can integrate. Okay, so you take at a distance r small mass dm, that moment of inertia di will be r square dm integrated to find the total moment of inertia. Now, few of the moment of inertia you should remember for a uniform rod, for a disc, for a ring, like that. So for a ring, about this is my ring, moment of inertia is mr square, because all the masses, any point mass at a distance is at a distance r only. So for any point mass, if you write the moment of inertia, it is m into r square. Sum that, so total mass into r square. About this axis, it will be m into r square by 2. Okay, and I'll talk about the parallel and perpendicular axis in a while. Okay, if it is a disk, about this the moment of inertia is mr square by 2. If it is a rod, about the center ml square by 12. If a solid sphere, about the center 2 by 5 mr square. If it is a hollow sphere, about the center 2 by 3 mr square. Okay, so at least these things you should remember. Now let us solve some questions quickly. 4 particles each of mass 1 kg are placed on the 4 corners of a side of a square of side 2m. Moment of inertia of system about an axis perpendicular to its plane and passing through one of the vertex. About this, 4 particle, each mass is 1 kg. So this is also 1 kg, this is also 1 kg, this is also 1 kg. About this, if I write the moment of inertia for this particle, 1 into 2 square. For this particle, 1 into 2 square. For this particle, 1 into, what is this distance? 2 root 2, side was 2 na? Yeah, 2 root 2. So plus 1 into 2 root 2 square. Simple. Add them up, we'll get the total moment of inertia. Okay, another question, another simple question. Let us read. A massless equilateral triangle EFG side A has 3 particles of masses m situated at the vertex. The moment of inertia of the system about line EX, okay, perpendicular to EG on the plane of EFG is this, n by 20 ma square. What is the value of n? So about this axis I have to take. Each mass is m. This is m. This is m. This is equilateral triangle. So for this, if you write the distance is a, so m into a square plus. For this, if you write this distance is how much? What is the side, by the way? Side is a. So this distance will be a cos 60. So this is a by 2. So m into a by 2 square. This is right? Yes. This you can write as n by 20 into ma square, and you can solve for the value of n. Moving ahead with some other questions further. An object of mass 8 kg is hanging from one end of a uniform rod, a CD of mass 2 kg, and the length is pivoted. I think this we did. Pivoted at end C on a vertical wall as shown in the below. I think this diagram is missing, anyways, I am leaving it. Next, 2 identical spherical balls of mass m and radius r, each are stuck on 2 ends of a rod of length 2r. So this length is 2r. Okay, this total from here to here, this is 4r. The moment of inertia of the system about the axis passing perpendicular through the center of the rod is, yes, we need to find moment of inertia about this. Okay, we didn't discuss about parallel and perpendicular axis theorem. Let us discuss quickly here. So parallel axis theorem. Okay, if a body is there like this is the axis passing through center of mass, and we know the moment of inertia is ICM. So for any other axis which is parallel to this at a distance d, here moment of inertia will be ICM plus m into d square. This is the parallel axis theorem. Then the perpendicular axis theorem is for laminar bodies. Okay, 2D. This is for 2D bodies. Okay, so if you have two axes perpendicular to each other in the plane, here the moment of inertia is Ix. About this, the moment of inertia is Iy. So about an axis perpendicular to the plane, the moment of inertia is Ix plus Iy. Oh, sorry, I'm moving ahead, coming back there. Yes. So here these are two spherical balls. So about this, if I write the moment of inertia, what is that? 2 by 5 mr square. So what will be the moment of inertia about this axis? How much is this distance? This is r plus r, this is 2r. So when I write about this axis, it will become 2 by 5 mr square plus m into 2r square. What is the mass, by the way? Identical ball of mass m only. Yes, ends of the rod of length 2r and mass of the rod is also m. So this is the moment of inertia of this sphere. Same for this sphere, so into 2 plus the moment of inertia of the rod. About center, ml square by 3. Add these up, that will become our total moment of inertia. Is that clear to you? I'm not doing the calculations, I'm moving ahead. Dynamics of rotation motion about fixed axis. Now let us talk about the work done by torque. How we write? Work done is equals to tau dot theta. We write work done as F dot S. Now in rotation sense, if I talk about, instead of force we will have torque, instead of my displacement we will have angular displacement theta, so tau dot theta. Now power is F dot V. Okay, here we will write as tau dot omega, the instantaneous power. Kinetic energy. Kinetic energy for translation motion we write half mv square. Okay, instead of mass we have moment of inertia, so half I omega square. This is the rotational kinetic energy about an axis, fixed axis. Angular acceleration, F is equals to ma. Here we write tau is equals to mass, instead of mass we will have moment of inertia I into alpha, the angular acceleration. Okay, so I am relating these rotational variables with the translational variables, easy to remember. Comparison between translational and rotational motion. Okay, so my rotational, here translational. For translational I have my force, for rotational I have moment of inertia. For translational we have our acceleration, we have our velocity, we have our displacement. Okay, here acceleration we have angular acceleration, angular velocity, angular displacement. We say here F is equals to ma. We say here tau is equals to I alpha. We say here power is equals to F dot V. We say here power is equals to tau dot omega. We say here, let us write kinetic energy, translational kinetic energy. This is half mv square. We say here the rotational kinetic energy as half I omega square. Okay, other variables also similarly you can relate. Some questions. Now this was similar to the previous question. Okay, so what is needed here? The torque is given to us, the angular acceleration for the system is. So first what you do, about this axis find what is the moment of inertia for this plus for this rod. Find I. This I will get, okay, then I'll say that my torque is equals to I into alpha. torque is equals to I into alpha. I need alpha, so my alpha will become torque divided by. I'm not finding moment of inertia because I already taught you how to find it. Next question. Okay, next question. As shown in the figure, a bob of mass m is tied to massless string whose other end portion is wound on a flywheel of radius r, mass m. When released from rest, the bob starts falling vertically. Now this bob starts falling vertically, released from rest. When it has covered a distance of h, the angular speed of the wheel will be. Now it will come down by height h. What will be the angular speed omega at that instant? Simply apply, please listen sir, doubt. Sir, doubt. What is your doubt? Please mention. Very important. Okay, please mention what is that. Okay, so when it is rotating with omega, it will be moving with some speed v, and we know v should be equal to r omega, string constraint, that is there. Decrease in the potential energy will be converted to my kinetic energy. Yes, decrease. Total energy is conserved, isn't it? Decrease in the potential energy is equal to the kinetic energy half I for this. What is this? By the way, this is a disk. So mr square by 2 omega square plus the kinetic energy of this mass half m into v square. What is that? R omega. Simply from here you can find r is given, r is mentioned as small r. Yes, r is mentioned as small r instead of capital. Then you can solve what you need to solve from here. You can find what is omega by solving this equation. Okay, yeah. A thin uniform rod of length 2 meter, cross section area A, density D is rotated about an axis passing through the center and perpendicular to the length with angular velocity omega. If the value of omega in terms of rotational kinetic energy is E, what is the value, that is given as this alpha E by A into D. What is the value of alpha? Cross section area is given, density is given, rotated about an axis passing through the center. How we write the kinetic energy? Half I omega square. This is how we write. Now what is I? M L square by 12. What is M? Mass will be equal to volume into the density. What is volume? Volume is area into cross section into the length into the density rho. Simply relate it, solve it. Moving ahead. Now constraint motion of rotating rigid body, discs connected by a rope or chain. Might have seen one disc like this, another disc like this, like in bicycle we have. The chain is passing like this. It is rotating with angular velocity omega 1. It is rotating with angular velocity omega 2. Its radius is r1. Its radius is r2. Okay. Now relate omega 1 and omega 2. Now we know this point here will be having speed r1 into omega 1, and this point will be having speed r2 into omega 2. This rope is not slackened, okay, or it cannot expand also. So r1 omega 1 is equals to r2 omega 2, and we can relate omega 1 and omega 2 by that way. Okay, this is the similar question. So I can say my r1 into omega 1 is equals to r2 into omega 2. The value of x is, in case of same rotational kinetic energy, let me read again here. In the given figure, two handles P and Q are connected by a belt. The radius of P is 3 times of that of Q. This is 3r, that is r. In case of same rotational kinetic energy is also same. The ratio of rotational inertias I1 by I2 will be, okay, these are two wheels. So these we can take like a ring, isn't it? Is it mentioned? It is a ring or it is what? Anyways, this is rotating with angular velocity omega 1, it is rotating with angular velocity omega 2. So I will say that 3r into omega 1 is equals to r into omega 2. So from here omega 2 comes out to be 3 times of omega 1. This we got. Next thing is given is kinetic energy is same. So half I1 omega 1 square is equals to half I2 omega 2 square. I don't need to know whether it is disk or whether it is, you can say, my ring kind of shape, because I1 I2 relation I can find it. So from here I1 by I2 comes out to be omega 2 by omega 1 square. What is that? 3 square. So that is 9. 9:1. Is it clear? I think few of them are still watching this discussion. Few of you. Acceleration and velocity of any point on rigid body. Now, when a rigid body is there, let us take this as the center of mass. As it is rotating about center of mass with some angular velocity omega, it is translating also, center of mass is having some velocity. If you need to find the velocity of any point, let us take here. So first thing is, with respect to center of mass, it is moving in circle. Let us take this distance is r, so this is r omega. This velocity is with respect to center of mass plus add velocity of center of mass. So the resultant of these two vectors will be my net velocity. Okay. Similarly, for acceleration also I can talk about. This is center of mass having some acceleration ACM. About this whole body is having angular acceleration alpha and angular velocity omega. So of any point somewhat here, so one thing is about the center of mass, the centripetal acceleration, that is omega square r. The tangential acceleration r alpha plus the ACM. The resultant of these three will be the total acceleration of that point. Radhe Krishna sir, hello. Can you please answer the above question so that I can manage the time and know what should I plan in future? Sir, till which chapter will you teach in this session? I'll be covering till fluid mechanics. I mentioned it initially also. I'll be covering till fluid mechanics. Okay. Rolling motion of a rigid body. Now, a circular type of body is there. It is rolling about this. Now, pure rolling condition. Pure rolling means no slipping. This point is not slipping. It means the velocity of this point is 0. Okay, it is rotating about this with angular velocity omega. Velocity of center of mass is VCM. So this VCM is equals to r omega for no slipping. Okay, similarly, if I relate ACM, if I differentiate it again, ACM will be equals to r alpha, like that. Okay, and same way, if you have to find the velocity of any point, you can find the way I mentioned previously. Okay, if you have to find the velocity of this point, so what it will be? It will be r omega, okay, about the center of mass plus the VCM, that is r omega. So it is actually 2 VCM. This point is having velocity 0. This point VCM here, root 2 r omega or root 2 VCM. Acceleration when you find, so you will take the 3. First, the tangential acceleration, the centripetal acceleration, and the ACM. The resultant of the 3 will be the net acceleration. Dynamics and rolling. Okay, so dynamics, let us talk about the dynamics. So let us take a disk is there or any spherical kind of body is there. Okay, some force is applied like this. You need to find, for no slipping I am taking pure rolling condition, how much will be the alpha, how much will be the friction force, these type of things you have to find. Then what you can do, about this point, this is my inertial point, above this point tau, the total torque will be moment of inertia into alpha. Okay, there is no slipping. So about this point, the torque will be F into this perpendicular height. S is equals to moment of inertia into alpha, and as pure rolling, ACM is equals to R alpha. Then you can see the friction force also. Let us take friction force is acting in this direction, this F is acting in that direction. So in horizontal direction, I can say F minus F is equals to M into R alpha. ACM is R alpha. Okay, and accordingly you can find the force of friction, you can find the angular acceleration. So whatever is asked, you can find it. Next is on inclined plane. If on inclined plane pure rolling is happening, then first you see, let us take, it is released from here. Now it is asked how much will be the angular acceleration and all. So about this point, take the torque due to mg sine theta. This is the mg sine theta, the perpendicular force. So the total torque is mg sine theta into r. That will be moment of inertia about this into alpha, and you can find alpha. From there you can find the acceleration of center of mass. That will be my r alpha, and eventually you can solve it further. I'm just revising these concepts very quickly. If you want the detailed explanation, certainly you have to go for the one shots. So the one shots are already there on our channel. Any of the point you want the explanation, you can go there and watch it fully. मुझे फिजिक्स में 90 परसेंटाइल चाहिए, कितने क्वेश्चंस अटेम्प्ट करने होंगे सर? Do all the PYQs nicely. Okay, do the PYQs nicely, see the varieties of that. Okay, cover all the concepts that are required to understand those PYQs. Then very easily 99% is very easy for you. I tried searching for your one shot on a rotational motion but could not find it. It's there on the channel PWJ English only, this channel only, on which we are going live. Okay, so go to the videos, scroll down, you'll see the one shot there. Clear? Now rolling on a movable plank. Okay, now when movable plank is there, let us take it as moving like this, and on this the rolling is happening. Let us take this is moving with velocity v. Now here rolling is happening on this. Here the velocity of this is vcm, and it is rotating like this with omega angular velocity. This point which is on the plank should have the same velocity as that of plank. So this point velocity, if I write in terms of vcm and omega, here we have r omega, here we have vcm. So this point will have velocity vcm minus r omega, and this should be equal to my v. Similarly, I can differentiate it to find the acceleration relationship. So acm minus r alpha is equals to acceleration of Planck. This is velocity of Planck. Clear? Now, कब तक होगा? We'll try to wind up. Let us see. Next is the kinetic energy. So when I say kinetic energy, we have to take both the rotational kinetic energy plus the translational kinetic energy. So rotational kinetic energy we'll write as half ICM into omega square. The translational kinetic energy as half into m into VCM square. This is my total kinetic energy. Now some questions on this. Let us solve some questions quickly. A solid disk of radius a, mass m, rolls down without slipping on an inclined plane, making an angle theta with the horizontal. Wait a minute, I'm just coming. Okay, I'm back. We are back. Let us see. A solid disk of radius a, mass m, rolls down without slipping on an inclined plane, making an angle theta with the horizontal. So this inclined plane is making an angle theta with the horizontal. The acceleration of the disk is given where b is. Okay, acceleration of the disk means acceleration of the center of the disk. So about this point, this force which is mg sine theta, torque due to that will be mg sine theta into r, that will be I into alpha. This is a disk. About this moment of inertia will be mr square by 2 plus mr square. So 3 by 2 mr square into alpha. Clear? R got cancelled, m got cancelled. From there I got my r alpha, that is 2 by 3 g sin theta. Okay, r alpha is the acceleration. So 2 by 3 g sin theta, b is 3 from here. Next question. A string is wound around a hollow cylinder of mass 5 kg. Okay, radius is given to us. If the string is now pulled with a horizontal force 40 Newton, the cylinder is rolling without slipping on a horizontal surface. Then the angular acceleration of the cylinder will be about this. This is 40. How much will be the total torque? 40 into 2r. Total this perpendicular separation is 2r is equals to I alpha. What is this? This is a hollow cylinder. So about this moment of inertia is mr square. About this mr square plus mr square. So 2 mr square into alpha. Simply r got cancelled and this 2 got cancelled. 40 divided by m. This is our r alpha. Angular acceleration of the cylinder will be, what is m is 5. So 40 by 5 into what is the radius? 0.5. 0.5 means 1 by 2. So 5 into 8, this comes out to be 16. Yeah. Moving ahead. Next question. A disk of radius r, mass m is rolling horizontally without slipping with speed v. If it moves up an inclined plane, okay, smooth surface as shown, the maximum height that can go up is, now it is rolling now. When we move up, only the translational kinetic energy will be converted to the potential energy. Only the translation. Rolling will continue. Here also the rolling will continue because the smooth surface is there. There is about center, there is, you can say, no friction force to stop that rolling or like that. Anyways, so what is happening? My translational kinetic energy will be converted to my potential energy. Rolling with without slipping with speed v, so translational kinetic energy is half mv square, and this is equals to mgh. From there we can get the maximum height. Next, angular momentum of a particle. So angular momentum is m into v. Angular momentum is r cross p. Okay, or I can say r cross m into v, or I can say like m into r cross v, or I can say like m r magnitude I am talking about. This was L. Magnitude is m v into r sin theta. This we can write as m v perpendicular into r, or m into v into r perpendicular, same thing. Okay, and torque and angular momentum relation. Torque is equals to rate of change of the angular momentum, dl by dt. Torque and angular momentum for system of particle. For system of particle also, total torque is equals to dl by dt. Okay, and angular momentum of system of particle for a rigid body. Now a rigid body is there. If it is rotating about an axis, about this axis, let us take this is rotating about fixed axis. The moment of inertia is I, it is rotating with angular velocity omega. So I will say that my angular momentum L, that is I into omega. Okay. And if let us take the rigid body is rotating also, and you can say translating also, then you have to take the you can say what should I say, the resultant of the two. Okay, so it is, let us take rotating also and it is translating also. The center of mass is translating also. So if I write the angular momentum here, so first is ICM into omega, about center of mass it is rotating like this, plus due to center of mass translation motion, the moment of inertia, that is like a point mass. Okay, so that is r cross m into VCM. Simple. This is my total angular momentum. A body of mass m is projected with speed u making an angle 45 with the ground, the angular momentum of the particle about the point of projection at the highest point. So it is projected like this. It will go like this. When it is at the highest point, it is moving horizontally with speed. What is that? This was u. This angle is theta. The speed is u cos theta. So about point of projection, when you write the angular momentum, what you can do is mv into the r perpendicular. This is my r perpendicular. I can take h max. Okay. So the angular momentum L is equals to m u cos theta into the h max. Okay. mv into the r perpendicular. Sir, class 11th or class 12 more tougher? Class 11th is comparatively difficult. Why so? One factor is there is huge gap between the 10th standard and 11th standard. One factor is this. When you move from 11th to 12th, the gap is not much there. Gap is not at all there actually. Okay. And the basics which you learned in 11th, they are required for the 12th. So 12th becomes comparatively easy. Certainly, many of the topics in 12th class are completely independent also, like modern physics is there, semiconductor is there, completely independent things, okay, nothing else is required. Optics things are there, nothing is required. Even if you don't know anything of the class 11, you can understand them very nicely. I have joined Laksha English batch, eagerly waiting for it, sir. Okay, great, we'll meet there. Sir, class 11, okay, yeah, we discussed. Next, a spherical shell of mass 1 kg, radius r is rolling with angular speed omega on a horizontal plane. The magnitude of angular momentum of the shell about origin is. So about origin, when we write the angular momentum, so we say angular momentum total is the angular momentum due to the rotation about center of mass. So ICM into omega. This spherical shell means this is holosphere. So 2 by 3 mr square into omega plus, due to the translational motion of center of mass, that is r cross m into v, that will become mv into this perpendicular r. Okay, so that is mv into r, like that. Okay, then v you can write as r omega. Okay, and then you can simplify it. Conservation of angular momentum. As I mentioned, the torque is equals to dl by dt. If about a axis the torque is 0, then I'll say that the angular momentum has to be constant. Okay, angular momentum will be constant if about an axis the torque is 0. Simple. Then angular impulse, we say linear impulse. Impulse is change in linear momentum. When I was talking about the linear impulse, okay, that linear impulse was integration of f dt. Here we have an angular impulse. How will find dl is equals to tau dt. If you integrate it, integrate the angular momentum. If you integrate dl, what will be? Change in the angular momentum, delta L. Change in the angular momentum. That will be integration of tau dt. Okay, this is my angular impulse. Angular impulse is the area under tau dt curve. Is that clear? Next question. Now questions on this. You teach very nicely. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, a thin circular ring of mass m, radius r is rotating with constant angular velocity 2 radian per second in a horizontal plane about an axis vertical to the plane and passing through the center of ring. Of the two objects, each of mass m to be attached gently to the point opposite of the diameter of the ring, then rotate with angular velocity final. So what will be the final angular velocity when you attach these points masses there gently? So what will be there? ये ले जाइए, ये ले जाइए. Okay, so what is happening is This was my circular ring, mass m, radius r, rotating with 2 radian per second. Then, okay, if two objects each of mass m, each of mass small m is attached gently on the opposite ends. Now what has happened? Here small m, here small m. Now it is rotating like this. The diameter of the ring, okay, on the diameter, then rotate with the angular velocity. What will be the angular velocity here? Now they are gently attached here. There is no external torque on the system. It is not mentioned, we will not consider. If no external torque is there, whatever is my initial angular momentum will be my final angular momentum. Initial angular momentum will be my final angular momentum. What is initial angular momentum? I into omega. What is the final angular momentum? I into omega. Moment of inertia is changing, but okay, if I say here moment of inertia is I1 into omega 1 is equals to I2 into omega 2. What is I1? This is a circular ring, so mr square. What is I2? Due to the ring plus due to these 2 point masses, so 2m into r square. I2, put them, solve for omega 1, omega 2 like that. Okay. Omega 2 in terms of omega 1 you can find. This question was asked in 2026, a uniform bar of length 12 centimeter, mass this, smooth table. Okay, anyways, so about center of mass, conserve the angular momentum. Okay, there is no external torque on this system. Total initial angular momentum is equal to total final angular momentum. This is quite simple for you. So I'm not doing this. This is your homework. Okay, this is also. So here what we can do is, let me explain first. Uniform rod of mass AB of length of mass 2 kg. Let me show. This is a rod of mass 2 kg, length 30 centimeter, rest on smooth horizontal surface. An impulse of force 0.2 Newton second is applied at end B. So here some impulse is given. The time taken by the rod to turn through right angles will be. So about center, you can say whatever is the angular impulse is equals to the change in the angular momentum. So whatever is the angular impulse is equals to change in angular momentum. Okay. So about center, what is the angular impulse? This distance, which is 15 centimeter, into this impulse, this is linear impulse, which is 0.2. So it will become 0.15 into 0.2 is equals to change in angular momentum. Initial angular momentum was 0 only. Final angular momentum I into omega. I is ml square by 12 into omega. From there you will find omega, and the time taken by rod to move through right angle means pi by 2. Omega t is equals to pi by 2. Okay, time will be pi by 2 omega. Simple. We'll find omega from here, we'll put it here, we'll solve it. Okay, now we are moving to gravitation, next topic, and we are taking a break here for almost 10 minutes. Okay, continue at 10:45. So it's a break for 10 minutes. Hello. I'm back. Now we are starting the gravitation chapter, and now we'll be moving to the questions. We'll be not be covering the theory. Okay, so we are already it's almost 11. Okay, so we'll be moving to the questions directly. So basics, fundamentals of the theory part you already know, and if you need any conceptual clarity, what you can do is you can go and watch the one shots. Okay, so one shots, the complete theoretical understanding is there. Now let us come to the questions. Two identical particles each of mass m go round in a circle due to mutual gravitation. This is m, this is m, the angular speed of each is. So on one of them, let us take radius as r. So total distance between them is 2r. This force F acting on this is equals to mass into the centripetal acceleration. Centripetal acceleration you can write as omega square r. What is force? G m1 into m2 divided by the distance square. So this becomes my m omega square r. From here we can find what is omega. Further we are moving. Four particles each of mass m move along a circle. Okay, there are four particles. Now what you can do? You find the force on one of the particle due to the other three particles and put that force equals to mass into centripetal acceleration. So due to this mass, the force will be in this direction. How much is that? You can say this is r, this is r, this angle is 90 degree, this is r root 2. This distance is r root 2. This force will be g m1 m2. So g m square divided by this r root 2 square, so 2r square. Similarly, this force will also be g m square divided by 2r square. This force due to this mass will be g m square divided by, what is the total distance? 2r. 2r square means 4r square. Total resultant will be along this only. How much will be? Take the component of these two along the center, add this with this. So that is gm square by 4r square plus. This angle is 45, this is also 45. Gm square by 2r square cos 45 into 2. This is the total force toward the center. This is mass into centripetal acceleration. Okay, so we can find speed of each particle from here. Gravitational field. Question. Okay, solid sphere of radius r gravitationally attracts a particle at a distance 3r. Okay, at a distance 3r from the center. Where it is 3r from the center means from here this total is 3r. Yes, that is 3r. Now a spherical cavity of radius r by 2 is removed. This is removed. The force becomes F2. What is the ratio of F1 by F2? So if I say F1 is equals to, due to complete, this distance from the center is 3r. So the field is gm square by r square. So gm divided by the distance square r square. So that is 3r square. This is the field into the mass. This is my F1. Now when this part is removed, the field will be total minus the field due to this portion. So total is gm divided by 3r square minus g into mass of this. Radius is half, mass will be 1/8. So g m by 8 into this distance from the center is 2r plus r by 2, 5r by 2. Okay, so 5r by 2 whole square. This will be the total field into the mass. So I got my F1, I got my F2. I can take the ratio of the two, F1 is to F2. Next, metal wire, uniform mass density, length L, mass m, is bent in a form of semicircular arc like this. A particle of mass m is placed at the center of the arc. The gravitational force will be. Now, if a uniformly charged semicircular arc is there, what is the field? 2k lambda by r. Yes. So here, this field will be 2g, okay, 2k lambda by r, na? So 2 instead of k will have g into lambda. Lambda is mass per unit length divided by r. Force will be into mass. Mass is m. So 2g lambda m by r. What is lambda? Mass per unit length. Total length was L, mass was m, m by L. Okay, and how to find r? Radius. This length by r is equals to L. From there you can find what is m, f. Very easy. Moving ahead, find the gravitational force of attraction between the ring and the sphere as shown in the diagram. F root r is the distance between the center of the ring and the sphere. Now, due to ring, I can find the field here. To find the force, multiply with this mass. Simple. Now, due to ring, what is the field here? E. Certainly that will be towards. Okay, here also it was the direction of E was towards because it is mass. Okay, the field will be like this. So here, due to ring, gmx on the axis of the ring divided by r square plus x square to the power 3 by 2. This is how we write the electric field. Sorry, the gravitational field. So what is g? Mass is m. What is x? Root 8r. Okay, root 8r divided by r square plus x square. So that will become 9r square to the power 3 by 2. So that will become, root of that will become 3r. 3r cube will be 27r cube. This is the field into the mass of that. What is that? M. This becomes my force. Okay, that becomes root 8 by 27. Next question. A straight rod of length L extends from x is equals to a to L plus a. The gravitational force it exerts on a point mass at x is equals to 0 if the mass per unit length changes like this. So find the field, multiply that with mass, that will become the mass, that will become the force. So the straight rod is from between x is equals to a to L plus a. Okay. A to L plus a. The gravitational force it exerts on a point mass m at x is equals to 0. Here my point mass is placed. Now find first the field. Due to this rod here, so at a distance x, take a small section of thickness dx, its corresponding mass is dm. The field here due to that dm is dE. So dE is equals to g m, it is dm, divided by distance square. Okay, integrate it to find the total field and the force will be E into m. What is dm? dm is equals to lambda into dx. What is lambda? A plus bx square dx. Okay, so this is my dm. I'll put this dm here, then I'll integrate and then I'll find the things. Some questions on acceleration due to gravity. Acceleration due to gravity on the surface of Earth is g. If the diameter of the Earth reduces to half to that of original value and mass remains constant. What is g? That is gm on the surface, okay, divided by r square. Now mass remains constant. Acceleration due to gravity on the surface of the Earth will be what happens? The diameter of the Earth reduces to half. Diameter reduces to half means radius will also reduce to half. If radius will become half, it will become 4 times. At what distance above and below the Earth's surface, body will have same weight? Okay. So above at a height h, what is the value of g here? G into m divided by the distance square. This is the g dash. Below, what distance above and below of the surface? The same distance we are taking. Let us take this is also h. Here, what will be g into 1 minus h divided by r. Okay, this is how we write. Okay, so m into this. Okay, here it will be m into g into 1 minus h by r is equal to m into this. What is that? We can say gm by r square. I can write as my small g. Okay, gm by r square. I'm taking r square common here. So 1 plus h by r whole square, like this. So m into g divided by 1 plus h by r whole square. So from here I can find the value of h. Moving ahead, a weight, what is given to us? A weight W is projected vertically upward from Earth's surface to reach a height above the Earth which is equal to 9 times the radius of Earth. The weight of the body at height h will be, which is equal to 9 times the radius. So this height is 9r. Okay, it means from the center this total distance is 10r. Here my g dash will become g divided by, because gm by r square na, so gm divided by 10r whole square. So this is g by 100. So weight becomes w by 100. Now moving ahead, next question. Let us read it. Three masses, okay, these three masses are given, are placed at the vertices of equilateral triangle with side 20. Side is increased. How much will be the work done? Work done is equals to change in the potential energy. Change in the potential energy. Let us take the side is L of the equilateral triangle. Okay, this mass is 200, 300 and 400. Now, if we write the potential energy of this pair plus this pair plus this pair. So, potential energy is equals to minus G m1 m2 200 into 300 plus 300 into 400 plus 400 into 200 divided by the distance is same. Okay, this is the potential energy. Now, L changes. Okay, now L will change, my potential energy will change. I'll find the change in the potential energy, that will be my work done. Simple thing, isn't it? Moving ahead. If V is the gravitational potential due to sphere of uniform density on its surface, then the value at the center of the sphere will be. This is a uniform solid sphere. Okay, uniform solid sphere, V center is equals to 3 by 2 times of V surface. V surface. Okay, what is the formula? V is equals to minus Gm divided by 3r square minus r square divided by 2r cube. Like this we write. Okay, put r is equals to 0. This V at center will become minus 3 by 2 times of Gm divided by r. Okay, so 3 by 2 times of that. Next, gravitational potential at a point above the surface of Earth is this. The acceleration due to gravity at that point is given to this. Then what? Assume the mean radius of the Earth to be this. The height of that point above the Earth is. Here, the gravitational potential is given. How we write the gravitational potential? Gm divided by r, where r is this. Now, this is given to us, minus Gm by r, certainly. Okay. Acceleration due to gravity at that point is also mentioned. What is acceleration due to gravity? Acceleration due to gravity is Gm by r square. So, Gm divided by r square. This is my acceleration due to gravity. That is also mentioned. You may write G or A. Okay. Assume the mean radius of the Earth to be the height of that point. Now, divide these two. By dividing these two, this is given, this is given. You can find r. Yes. What is this height then? R minus h. R minus my total distance minus the radius of the Earth. Simple. Clear? Is this point clear to you? Next, the gravitational field in the space is given like this. Taking the reference point to be at r is equals to 2, gravitational potential as 10 joules, find the gravitational potential at r is equals to 3. So, how we relate field and potential? Okay, here what is given to us? Field at one point is given to us, we need to find field at another point. So, we know that my E is equals to, or my dV is equals to minus integration of E dot dr. Okay, put the limits, V changes from V1 to V2, R changes from R1 to R2, simple thing, put E as minus k by r square, dr, the distance changes from R1 to R2. What is R1? R1 is 2 centimeter and R2 is 3 centimeter. Okay, so R1 2 centimeter to R2 3 centimeter, and this is dV. What is V1? V1 is 10 joule per kg to V2. So from there I can find what is my V2. Okay, we are moving ahead with some more questions. Quickly, two planets having mass m and m 16m. Okay, this is a famous question which we had previously also discussed. So to hit that on the surface, okay, just make that reach on the surface, find the point where my gravitational field is 0. If you cross that point, it will be easily be able to. Okay, so make sure it reaches that particular point. So that solution is already there in the one shots that I discussed. So I am not taking this. You can solve it. You can watch the solution from the one shot. Next, Earth has 8 times and radius 2 times as that of a planet. If the escape velocity from Earth is this, the escape velocity from the planet will be. You know, escape velocity is equals to, from the surface, is root of 2 gm by r. This. Mass is 8 times, radius is 2 times. So V escape dash will be equal to 2g. Mass becomes 8 times, radius is 2 times. So it becomes root of 4 times, means 2 times of the escape velocity. Initial escape was 11.2. The escape velocity from the planet, it is getting 2 times. By the way, okay, Earth is having 8 times mass. Sorry, not the planet. Not the planet. Planet mass will be 1 by 8 of this, because Earth mass is 8 times of that. So 2g, planet mass will be 1 by 8 and planet radius will be 1 by 2. Yeah. So this becomes root of 1 by 4, which is 1 by 2 V escape on Earth. So 5.6. Now we are coming to the satellite portion. Okay. Let us see. Is there anyone still in the discussion solving questions with me? Please mention in the comments. I see few of the people are there. I don't know if you are solving the question or not. Please mention. Is there still anyone solving the question? Please mention in the comments. The orbital angular momentum of a satellite is L when it is revolving in a circular orbit at a height h from the surface. Okay, if the distance of satellite from the center is increased by 8 times to the initial value, the new angular momentum will be. Okay, so in a circular orbit like this, what is given? When it is revolving in a circular orbit at height h from the earth surface. So let us take this as earth surface. From here, this height is h. Clear? And the angular momentum L will be equals to m into v into the total distance, that is r. V we can write as root of gm by r. Like this we can write, isn't it? So we can say this is m root of gm into r. What is changing? R is changing, na? So my angular momentum is basically proportional to root of r. That relation is given to us. Yes, okay, that's great. That's motivating that still there are some students solving questions with me. So L is proportional to root of r. Initially, so what is mentioned? If the distance of the satellite from the center is increased by 8 times. From the center, if the distance is increased 8 times, the new angular momentum will be equal to root of 8 times, isn't it? If the distance of satellite from the center is increased by 8 times to the initial value. So, initial value was r and now it is made 8r. What is there? I think something is missing. Gm by r, so we got root of r there. Something is there, I missed. Orbital angular momentum of a satellite is L, okay, when it revolving in a circular orbit at a height h from the Earth's surface, okay, if the distance of satellite from the Earth center is increased by 8 times to its initial value. Now, initially it was r, now it is made 8 times of r. So, r dash is 8 times of r to its initial value, then the new angular momentum will become root of 8 times of r. There might be something that is missing in this question. MV, everything seems simple. Distance of satellite from the Earth center is increased by 8 times to its initial value. Okay, sorry. Increased by 8 times. Final is 8r plus r, that is 9r. This was the thing actually. Increased by 8 times. So, final becomes 9 times. So, final angular momentum L dash will become root of 9 times of this, that is 3L. Okay, moving ahead. The mass density of a spherical galaxy varies like this, where r is the distance from the center. In the region a small star is in a circular orbit of radius r, then the time period of the revolution t depends upon rs. Here somewhat this star is there, this radius is r. If inside this region total mass is m, then I'll say that the force, how much will be the force, is equals to gm into mass of the star divided by r square, and this we will say as mv square by r, okay, mv square by r. So, my v comes out to be root of gm by r, and my time period will come out to be 2 pi r by v, like that. So, 2 pi r to the power 3 by 2 by root gm. Now, the one thing is there, this m is also depending upon r. I need to find what is m. Mass density varies like k by r. So, at any distance r, if you take a shell, that mass will be 4 pi r square into dr, okay, that is the volume into k by r, okay. Integrate if you this will become my mass. R goes from 0 to r. So, 4 pi r square into k by r, this got cancelled. So, this is k, 4 pi is my constant, r integration r square by 2. Okay. So, m is coming out to be proportional to r square. Here proportionality of r square will come. Okay. Anyways, I can take capital R here, 2 pi r divided by, when you write this v as root of gm by r. So, here there is a proportionality of r square. It is proportionality of r square. So, this will be r divided by root of r square by r, that will be r. So, it is proportional to root of r. T comes out to be proportional to root of r. So, t square is proportional to r. This is what we are getting. Yeah, total distance was 9r there, that I missed. I did it now. Okay, initially a satellite, because I am solving question from last 8 hours almost. Okay, so therefore sometimes a few of the things, few of the easy things become difficult to catch. The mind freezes. Now, Initially, a satellite of 100 kg is in a circular orbit of radius this. The satellite can be moved to a circular orbit this by supplying this much energy. What is the value of energy? So, energy is equal to how much energy you will supply, that is equal to change in the mechanical energy. How much is the total mechanical energy? Minus gmm by 2r. Okay, so you need to supply energy delta E as minus gmm by 2 into 1 by r1 minus 1 by r2. So my final minus initial, na? Okay, now you can put the values and you can solve. R1, R2 is given, you can do the calculations. Next, a satellite revolving around a planet in stationary orbit has time period 6 hours. Stationary orbit. Okay. The mass of the planet is 1/4 the mass of Earth. The mass of the planet is 1/4 the mass of the Earth. The radius the radius orbit of the planet is, okay, given the radius of geostationary satellite for Earth is this. Now we know that T square is proportional to R cube. This relation we know. For Earth, the time period is 24 hours. For that, the time period is 6 hours. And satellite is revolving around a planet in stationary orbit that has time period 6 hours. The mass of the planet is 1/4 the mass of the Earth. Not only this, we need to relate with the mass also. So what is T? 2 pi r to the power 3 by 2 by root of gm. This is how we relate. So T is basically proportional to r cube by m, T square. Okay, so I'll say that T1 by T2 square will be equal to R1 by R2 cube into M2 by M1. Okay, so what is M2? Mass of the planet is 1/4 of mass of Earth. Then also, what is that? Time period. T1 is for Earth is 24 hours. T2 that is 6 hours. So now you can put the values and you can do the calculations to find R2. Now we are moving to Kepler's law. Tamil here, anybody? Okay, anybody from Tamil, please mention. Somebody is asking. Questions. The maximum and minimum distance of a comet from the sun is given. Okay, the speed of the comet at the nearest point is given. The speed at the farthest point is. Okay, apply conservation of angular momentum. Okay, so angular momentum at nearest point is equal to angular momentum at farthest. M V1 R1 is equals to M V2 R2. V1 R1 is equals to V2 R2. The maximum and minimum distance. Okay, maximum is this is my R2. Minimum is this is my R1. Okay, if the speed of the comet at the nearest point, this is my V1. At the farthest point, V2. I can find V1 R1 is equals to V2 R2. Put the values, get the answer. Angular momentum, okay, we know that as aerial velocity is L by 2m. Many of you directly know. Simple question. Planet takes 200 days to complete one revolution around sun. If the distance of the planet from the sun is reduced to 1/4 of the original distance, how many days will it take to complete the revolution? So T square proportional to R cube. Just simply use this relation, we'll get. Okay, now we are moving to mechanical properties of solids. So I'm not going to the theory part, just coming to the questions. Solids we are starting now, and then we will discuss the fluids. Solids. A wire of length L, radius R is clamped at one end. If its other end is pulled by a force F, its length increased by L. Okay, if the radius of the wire and the applied force both are reduced to half of the original values, keeping original length constant, the increase in the length will be, what is the increase in length? Delta L is equals to FL by AY. How I mentioned this? Young's modulus is equals to stress divided by strain. Okay, from there I wrote it. Now what is given to us? If the radius of the wire applied, okay, initial this is given to us L. Let me write this as capital L. The elongation is given as small l. Anyways, elongation is given as small l, so you can take length as the capital L. Okay, what is that? Stress by strain, like this. Okay, if the radius of the wire is wire and the applied force both are reduced to half. Radius is reduced to half means area will become 1/4. And applied force is also reduced to half. It means F dash will become F by 2. Keeping original length constant, length is same. The change in the length will be, now what L will become? Area is becoming 1/4. 4 factor will come in the numerator. Force is becoming 1 by 2. So twice. That will be there. Simple thing. Okay. Fourth option. Yes. Sir, आज first day है क्या? Yes, today is the first day. Today is the first day, 2 times yes. It's almost 7 hours now. I'm containing it more than 10 hours. Very much tired. Let us see. Try to wind it up soon. Two wires A and B made of different material length this and this respectively are of cross section this and this. Okay, stressed by same magnitude under given load. Okay, if the load is same, okay, the you can say expansion is coming out to be the same. The ratio of Young's modulus of A to that of B is, what is the elongation? FL by AY. This is how we write. Now load is same, it means force is same. You are trying to pull. Okay, length is different, Young's modulus is different, area of cross section is different. So L1 by A1 Y1 is equals to L2 by A2 into Y2. What is A1? This is A1. What is A2? This is A2. What is L1? This is my L1. This is my L2. And Y1 Y2 ratio we need. From here I can say Y1 by Y2 is equals to L1 by L2 into A2 by A1. Simple. Just put the values of L1 L2, A1 A2 and get the answer. 5 it is coming. Okay, great. Somebody is solving. It's good to see. Hardly there are few people who are solving, but it's good to see that somebody is solving the questions with me. Amazing. Like, okay, two wires, each of radius this and negligible mass. One made of steel, other made of brass, loaded as shown. The elongation of the steel is, how much will be the elongation in the steel? So in the steel wire I need, what is the elongation? FL by AY. Okay. How much is the force? Means the tension force equal to the total weight of this. 1.14 and 2. Total mg will be, total force, that is mg, that is 2 plus 1.14, 3.14 into g. This is my F. So delta L will be equals to F 3.14 into g, that I am taking as 10, into the length. How much is length? 1.6. So 1.6 divided by area of cross section. What is the area of cross section? Radius is given. Okay, so radius, area of cross section is pi r square. Pi 3.14 into r square. So 0.2 into 10 to the power minus 2 square, converting that to meter, na? Centimeter to meter, into the Young's modulus. What is the Young's modulus? 2 into 10 to the power 11. Simply, then you can find what is the extension in that part. Hats off to your dedication, sir. Are you really nothing greatness trying to complete? Thank you so much, sir, for this lecture. You teach students selflessly without expecting anything in return. That shows a very kind heart. Thank you for this appreciation. And it feels like, still some students are solving questions with me. Means great. Yeah, it's working. A uniform heavy rod of weight 10 kg, cross section area 100 centimeter square, length 20 is hanging from a fixed support. Young's modulus is given. Neglect the lateral contraction. Find the elongation in the rod due to its own weight. How much will be the elongation? Now, normally we say delta L is equals to FL by AY. This is how we say, isn't it? But in this case, this stress is changing uniformly. Stress is changing. This force is not same everywhere. Here the tension will be different, here the tension will be different, here it will be different, here it will be different. So these type of things, here what we say, delta L is equals to F average L by AY. What is F average? Here the tension is 0, here the tension is mg. So F average is equal to 0 plus mg by 2. So that is mg by 2. Okay, so the elongation here delta L will be equals to mg L by 2ay. This is the important thing to understand here. Somebody may write just it as mg by mg L by ay. That will be wrong. By 2 factor is coming. A certain pressure P is applied to 1 liter of water and 2 liter of liquid separately. Water get compressed by this much percent and the liquid get compressed by this much percent. The ratio of bulk modulus of water to that of liquid is. So what is bulk modulus? Delta P divided by delta V by V. Compression is there, so a negative sign is there. Now when we take the bulk modulus ratio, okay, delta V by V is given to us. Pressure is same in both of them. Okay, certain pressure P is applied, means delta P is same for both of them. So if I say B1 by B2, that will be equal to delta V by V for, you can say, my 2 divided by delta V by V for 1. Okay, delta V by V, you can see here water compressed by this much percent. Okay, so this is my delta V by V for water and this is my delta V by V for liquid. Water I am taking 1. Okay, so this is my delta V by V for water. This is my delta V by V for liquid. Okay, and then from here water to that of liquid you can find, putting the values. Fourth option, okay, answer is ratio 1, x is equals to 1. Which you are talking about? Which you are talking about? Acha, previous one you are talking about. I don't know, like here you are talking about. Why the ratio will come out to be 1? No. It will not come out to be 1. Why it will come out to be 1? This is delta V1 by V. That is delta V2 by V. Okay. Okay, x is coming out to be 1. Yes. Ratio will come out 3 by 1. Delta V2 by 1, that is 3 divided by 1. Yes. So x comes out to be 1. Yes. X is 1. You are correct. X is 1. Perfect. Yes. Ratio is 3. Yes. A square aluminium, okay, shear modulus is given. Slab of side 60 and thickness 15 centimeter is subjected to shear force on its narrow face. This is important to notice here. The lower edge is reverted to the floor, the displacement of the upper edges. Okay, so it will get displaced somewhat like this. Okay, so this is theta. I will say the shear modulus is equals to stress, here this area A, divided by strain, which is my theta. And theta we can write as this x divided by, let us take this as my L, so by L. So I can say eta is equals to F divided by A into theta is my x divided by L, like this. Now here I have to find x. So x is F L by A into eta. Now one thing to notice, this is on the narrow face. So one side is 60, another side is 60 because base is square, one is square, okay, and another side is 15. Narrow face means my area is 60:15. So this L will be 60. Eta is given to us, or force, sorry, this force is given to us. The shear modulus is given to us. This is my eta. And now you can put the values and solve it. Okay, I'm moving ahead. 480 micrometer. Okay, that's great. I'm moving ahead. Next question. The elastic limit is given. What should be the minimum diameter of brass rod if it is to support this much load? Now, elastic limit, it means the maximum possible value of the stress. Okay, maximum possible value of the stress is 379 mega. If the rod is to support 400 Newton load, so this is 400 divided by here, the minimum possible value of area will come, okay, and that you can write as pi d by 4, like that. Area is pi d square by 4. Here you will get the minimum possible value of the d, that you can find by doing the calculations. Okay, I'm moving ahead. Next question. Sir, answer is yes. Your answer is correct. That is 480. An aluminium rod with a Young's modulus Y is equal to this undergoes elastic strain of this much percent. The area per unit volume stored in the rod is. Now, area per unit volume means energy density, that we call as 1 by 2 into stress into strain. Now, what is given to us? Strain is given to us. We know Young's modulus is equals to stress by strain. So, stress I can write as Young's modulus into strain. So, it will become 1 by 2 into Young's modulus into strain square. And now, strain is given in the percentage. Okay, divide that with 100. Don't put in the percentage directly. Then do the calculations. You will get your answer. ऐसा एक और क्वेश्चन था शायद जिसमें डायमीटर पूछा था वायर का. Okay. Okay. Next question. A stone is of mass 20 gram is projected from a rubber catapult of length this much meter and area of cross section this strength, and by an amount of this 0.04. The velocity of projected stone is. So what is happening here? My potential energy stored in this catapult will be equal to the kinetic energy. It's like a spring. You compress or you elongate the spring and then you leave it. It means that the potential energy stored in the spring is getting converted into the kinetic energy of the stone. Okay, so how to write the potential energy stored in the catapult? Young's modulus is given. Okay, the cross section is given. Everything else is given. So 1 by 2 into stress into strain. Okay, but strain is given to us, so 1 by 2 into Young's modulus into strain square. This is the potential energy per unit volume into the volume. So area into the length. This becomes my total potential energy, and this is equals to half m into v square. What is strain? Stress by amount this. This is delta L, this is L. Okay, this is my L, this is my delta L. Strain is delta L by L. Okay, area of cross section is this. This is my area of cross section. Young's modulus is given here. Now put the values. The length is also given. Okay, put the values. The mass is also given 20 gram. This is the mass. From there you can find the velocity easily. 20 meter per second. Okay. सुबह करा था. Oh, that's great. Sir, is this enough for JEE April attempt before going to hard level question? Is this enough for JEE attempt before going to hard level question means what? These are JEE Mains PYQs only, what we are doing. This is the type of the question NT is asking. I took 2026 questions also. Okay. So you are able to see which type of questions are coming. Similar type of questions will be there, April attempt also, isn't it? Next, a rod of length L at room temperature and uniform area cross section A is made of a metal having coefficient of linear expansion alpha. It is observed that an external compressive force F is applied on the rod each of its end prevent any change in length, okay, when the temperature rises by delta T. Okay, Young's modulus is. Now what is happening here? Between two rigid, you can say, boundaries, we are putting the rod. Temperature is increased, thermal expansion will happen, but we are not allowing the rod to expand. So what will happen? Additional strain is generated, due to that stress will be there. So what is the strain? Delta L is equals to L alpha delta T. This we know due to thermal expansion. So delta L by L is equals to alpha delta T. We got the strain. Young's modulus is equals to stress divided by strain. Okay. So from here, what I need to find? What I need to find? Force, compressive force is given. The Young's modulus is needed. So Young's modulus is equals to F divided by A into delta L by L is alpha delta T. Okay. Temperature rises by delta T Kelvin. This is correct. Now we are moving to the fluids topic. Coming to the questions. Now we will be discussing fluids. Last few questions, not few questions, entire chapter is there. Let us discuss. Mercury is filled in a tube of radius 2 cm up to height 30 cm. The force exerted by mercury on the bottom of the tube is this. Okay, how much will be the force exerted by the mercury? Okay, mercury is filled in a tube of radius 2 cm. Radius is 2 cm up to a height of 30 cm. Yeah. The force exerted by mercury on the bottom is. What will be the pressure here? If I ask you how much will be the pressure? So pressure will be P naught plus rho GH. That's all. How much will be the force? Pressure into area. Okay. P naught plus rho GH into the area. H we know. What is H? 30. This is my H. What is P naught? This is my P naught. What is rho? This is the density of the mercury. This is rho. G is this. What is A? Radius is given. You can find area pi r square. Simple. Next question. Next question. Good night, sir. Bye. Bye-bye. I'll be completing this soon. An open-ended U-tube of uniform cross-section area contains water. The density of the water is 10 to the power 3. Initially, the water level stands at 0.29 meter from the bottom of each arm. So initially the condition was both sides the level was 0.29. 0.29, yeah. Kerosene oil of density this is added to the left arm until the length is 0.1 meter as shown. Okay, this 0.1 meter length is added. The ratio of H1 by H2 of the heights of the liquid in the two arms is. So what will be the ratio of H1 is to H2? Okay, see, the pressure here and the pressure here will be same. Why so? 2 points on the same height in the same liquid will have the same pressure. So here pressure and here pressure will be same. If this height is H1, this height is okay, this height is 0.1. How much is this? H1 minus 0.1. Okay, so here this is H1 minus 0.1. Okay, so how much will be this? This will be H2 minus this, which is H1 minus 0.1. Here the pressure is P, I am taking this as 1, I am taking this as 2. Okay, so P1 is equals to P2. What is P1? The density of kerosene. Kerosene is there, na? Yeah, density of the kerosene. Okay, so P naught plus rho kerosene G into this height 0.1 is equals to P2. P2 there, P naught plus rho of, what is this, water it is? It is water, other, yeah, water. Rho water into G into this height. How much is that? H2 minus H1 minus 0.1. Okay. Any other relation between H1 and H2? Yes. H1 minus 0.1 plus H2 was equal to 0.9 plus 0.9. So point of 5 into 8 was equal to my this total water length, na, isn't it? So this is H1 minus 0.1 plus H2. Now you have which variables? You have H1 and H2, two variables. Okay, two equations are there. Solve these two equations. Find the value of H1 and H2. Vidya, hello, Vidya Ravi. Hello, hello, hello everyone. Got it? Next question. Okay. Hydraulic pressure containing water has two arms. The diameter as mentioned, okay, diameters are given to us. The force required to applied on the surface of water and the thicker arm to maintain equilibrium. If this force is F, this area of cross section is A1, this force is 10, area of cross section this, okay, let us take area of cross section as A2, this force I am taking as F2, this force as F1. So F1 by A1, this has to be equal to F2 by A2. Okay, Pascal's law, the pressure applied here will be uniformly transmitted everywhere in the liquid. That will balance this F2 by A2. F1 we know, F2 we know, A1 we know, A2 we know. We can solve the value of F1 by F2. Now, moving ahead with some more questions. Two liquids of density rho 1, rho 2, okay, this is rho 1, this is rho 2, are filled up behind a square of side wall 10 meter as shown. Each liquid has height of 5 meter. The ratio of force due to these liquids exerted on upper part Mn to that of lower part No is the ratio of the forces. So how we write force due to a liquid on a area, okay, like this is the perpendicular, like this. How to write force on that? Average pressure into the area, okay, and not average pressure, pressure at centroid basically we say, okay. So if area is like this, okay, so this is the centroid, so we say that force is equals to P centroid into the area. Simple thing. So I'll say F1, this centroid, okay, here. What will be the pressure? Pressure will be P naught plus rho 1 G into H is 5 by 2. This is my P1. Here the pressure at this centroid, P2, will be equal to pressure due to this plus due to this, P naught plus rho 1 G into H plus rho 2 G into 5 by 2. This is 5 by 2, half of that. P1, P2 I got, okay. So F1 by F2 is equal to P1 into area divided by P2 into area. Area is same anyway, so this is P1 by P2. P1 and P2 we got, we can put the values, we can do the calculations. And also Assume that the liquid has no intermix, okay, that is also given to us. The ratio of force due to these liquids. So here when we say ratio of the forces due to these liquids, so here we are not considering the force due to atmospheric pressure, okay. So only due to liquid you can consider, so need not consider the P naught thing, only due to liquid, okay. Now you can find the value. How much it will come, by the way? It will be 5 by 2 divided by, okay, 1:3 it is coming now. Yes, 1 by 3. I'm moving ahead. Questions. Next question. A cubical block of density this floats in liquid of density this. If height of the block is this, then the height of the submerged part is. Okay, simple fundamental question on Archimedes principle, and this question was asked in 2026 January attempt. Simple question. The cubical block is submerged like this. The height of the submerged part is, let us take this height as h. Downward force is force due to gravity mg. Upward force is the force due to buoyancy. So force due to buoyancy force is equals to the force due to gravity, that is mg. What is buoyant force? Volume in rho liquid into g, and this is mg. What is volume in? Area of cross section into this height h into the density of the liquid. What is density of the liquid? Cubical block density is this, density of the liquid is this, 900. So 900 is equal to, mass is area of cross section into the length of the cube, the side of the cube. What is the side of the cube? 8. Okay, into the side of the cube is 8 centimeter into the density of the block, that is 600. Now from here you can find what is the value of h. Easily, a will get cancelled both sides. Okay. Yeah. Next is also you can say Archimedes principle. So the part of the liquid that is in the one you can say first liquid. Okay. So force due to buoyancy due to that, and force due to buoyancy on the other liquid. So sum of the two we will take here. The ratio of the volume of ice immersed in water to that of the liquid is. So total mg is equals to, okay, downward force is mg, downward force is mg, upward force is my buoyant force. This is an equilibrium. So when I say, let us take the part that is there in the kerosene oil is V kerosene, the part that is there inside the water is V water. So my downward force mg is equals to force due to buoyancy. Mg is equals to force due to buoyancy for the kerosene oil. If I write, that is my V kerosene, rho kerosene into G. Due to the water, if I write, V water into rho water into G, and my V kerosene plus V water is equal to the total volume, and you can relate and solve it simply. Moving ahead. Next, figure below shows liquid being pushed out of the tube by a piston having area of cross section this is the area of cross section of the piston. Okay, the area of cross section of outlet is also given. The piston is pushed at speed of 4 meter per second. Here speed is 4 centimeter per second. Here area of cross section is 2 centimeter square. Here the area of cross section is 2 centimeter square. Okay. At outlet, this is area of cross section is 10 mm square, and here velocity is my, let us take V2. I'll say A1 V1 is equals to A2 V2. This is A1, this is V1, this is A2, V2 we can find easily. Equation of continuity. Okay. Venn digraph generator. No, this is not Venn digraph generator. What you are talking about? Okay, now Bernoulli's equation questions. Let us read. A liquid ideal fluid of density 800 flows smoothly through a bent pipe like this, okay, that tapers in cross section area from A to A by 2. It changes from A to A by 2. I can relate the two velocities. A1 V1 is equals to A2 V2. So A into V1 is equals to A by 2 into V2. So I got my V2 is equals to twice V1. First equation. The pressure difference between the wider and the narrow section is given. Okay, here this is P1, here this is P2. P1 minus P2 is given to us as 4100. The velocity of the fluid, okay, is this for x is equals to at wider section. Okay, we need V1. Applying Bernoulli's theorem, this point 1, this point 2. Okay, so P1 plus half rho V1 square plus rho G, this height is y, which is 1, is equals to P2 plus half rho V2 square. P1 minus P2 is 4100 plus rho G is equals to half rho V2 square minus V1 square. V2 is 2V1. Okay, so 2V1 square when I do 4V1 square minus V1 square. Simply put the value of rho, solve the things. Here you will get the value of V1. Sir, are these lecture enough if I have covered NCERT? These lectures are enough if you understand. Okay, if you understood the concepts of these lectures, it is enough. Yes, only these type of questions will be asked by NTA, no doubt about that. I have Venn diagram generator in my school project. Okay, okay, that's great. Previously, a Venn diagram generator was there, part of NCERT syllabus. Now, then it was removed. Water flows through a horizontal tube as shown in the figure. The difference in height between the water columns in vertical tubes is this, okay, 5 centimeter. And the area of cross section at A and B are also mentioned. The rate of flow will be, okay, the rate of flow will be where? Wait a minute. And the area of cross section at A and B is given like this. The rate of flow will be where? Okay, total rate of flow. Yeah, centimeter cube per second, not the velocity at 1 only. Okay. Anyways, let us take here the velocity is V. Should I take A and B or 1 and 2? Let us take 1 and 2. This is 1. Okay, here the velocity is V1, here the velocity is V2. Okay, so I'll say here the area of cross section as A1, here the area of cross section is A2. First equation of continuity, I'll say A1 V1 is equals to A2 V2. Then Bernoulli theorem, point 1, point 2. Okay, so write P1 plus half rho V1 square, both are at the same level, so H is same for both of them. P2 plus half rho V2 square. Okay, now here P1 minus P2 comes out to be half rho V2 square minus V1 square. What is P1 minus P2? Rho GH. Rho G, H is 5 centimeter. Convert that to meter. I'm just writing with unit. Is equals to half rho. This is my V2 square minus V1 square. V1, V2 I can relate from here. Okay, so V1, V2 I can relate from this. So this and this equation we can solve. We can find V1 and V2, and then my A1, V1 I need basically. This is my rate of flow Q that is needed. So do the calculations, you'll get the answer. Sir, are these lecture enough? Okay, I did already respond to this. Satya Sharan. Hello Satya Sharan, how are you? Moving further, a plane is in level flight at constant speed and each of the two wings has area of 40 centimeters. Okay, if the speed of air is 180 km per hour over the lower wing and surface area, over the lower wing surface and 252 over the upper wing surface. Got it. The mass of the plane is. So the plane is like this moving, you can say like this. Downward force is mg. This force is balanced due to the pressure difference. Okay, so here upper pressure will be lesser, lower pressure will be higher. Here pressure is P1, here pressure is, let us take P2. So P2 minus P1 into area of cross section is equals to mg for this to be balanced. Okay, now let us relate P1 and P2. Half, so P1 plus half rho V1 square is equals to P2 plus half rho V2 square. This is how we write because height is the same. Now what is P1 P2 difference? I can say P2 minus P1 is equals to half rho V1 square minus V2 square. What is V1 and V2? Okay, at lower surface is this and upper surface, sorry, and 252 over the upper surface. Okay, this is my V2. Wait a minute, where the pressure is, okay, there my pressure is P1, this is my pressure P2, this is P2 minus P1 into area, that is balancing my weight. P1 plus half rho V1 square is equals to P2 plus half rho V2 square. So I got my P2 minus P1 as rho V1 square minus V2 square. Okay, and if the speed of the air is 180 km per hour over the lower surface. So this is my V2 lower surface, na? This is my V2 and this is my V1. Okay, so we will put value of V1 and V2. Rho is the density of the air. This is my rho, and what else? P1, P2 we will get. Now P1, P2 into area. This is the area of one wing. Total area will be twice of that. So from here we will say P2 minus P1 into 80 into 80. Okay, so that will become my half rho V1 square minus V2 square into 80, and this is equals to mg. M into this is m into g. Okay, there you put the value of g. From there you will get what is the value of m. Hello Ashok sir, lesson is important for what you're talking about. Okay, I'm moving ahead. Next, yes, consider a water tank as shown in figure. Its cross section area is this. Okay, the tank has opening B near the bottom. Cross section area is given to 1 centimeter square. The load of 24 kg is applied on the water on the top. Okay, when the height of the water level is 40 centimeter above the bottom. This height is 40 centimeter. Okay, the velocity of the water coming out of the opening is V. The value of V to the nearest integer is, okay, one thing you see, this area here is too big as compared to this area. So that approximation we will take here. Next thing, this is 0.1, this is my 0.2. So P1 plus half rho V1 square, okay, plus rho G into H, this is my H, is equals to P2, here this is my pressure P2, okay, this is open to the atmosphere, that is P naught, plus half rho V2 square. This area of cross section is too big, okay, so this V1 will be very less, so this part will be nearly 0. Now what is P1 here? Pressure, P naught plus mg by A. So P naught plus mg divided by A plus rho gh is equals to P naught plus half rho V2 square. Now see here, this P naught is getting cancelled. Okay, so and this I can take rho here, and I can put rho here. Multiply this with 2, so 2 mg by A into rho plus 2g into h, root of this is my V2. Okay, there V2. Now put the values, the data is the given, here everything is given to us. M is given 24 kg, area of cross section is given to us as 0.4, okay, everything else is there. So this is basically my A, which I am taking here. This is A, this is my M. What else? Rho is rho water, okay, take that as 1000. Moving ahead. Next question. A light cylindrical vessel is kept on horizontal surface. Area of base is A. A hole of cross section area A is made just at the bottom. The minimum coefficient of friction necessary to prevent the vessel to slide. Now, when the vessel, from this you can say water will be coming out. So there is, you can say, force on the water that is coming out. So the same force will be applied on this liquid in the backward direction. How much force will be there? Rho into A into V square. Okay. Change in momentum per second. Mass is rho into V into, yes, change in momentum per second, rho A V square. So rho A V square force will be applied on this hole also in the backward direction. Who will balance this? Friction. So friction force has to be equal to rho A V square. What is V? This height is h. V is equals to root 2 gh. Okay. So put it, rho A V square is 2 gh. This is my F. Minimum coefficient of friction I am finding. It means this friction force will be critical, means mu into n. So mu into m into g. What is mass? Volume into the density. What is volume? Rho. Sorry, density is rho. What is volume? Area of cross section A into this height h into g is equal to rho A to gh. Simple. Just few things will cancel. Rho will cancel. My h will cancel. Okay. My g will cancel. Okay. My mu is coming out to be 2 small a divided by capital A. 2 into small a divided by capital A, that is first option. So do we have a class tomorrow? And thank for this session, sir. Tomorrow we will have class. Yes, chemistry session will be there tomorrow. Moving ahead. Okay, surface tension part we are moving now. Liquid drop of radius r is divided into 27 identical drops. If the surface tension is T, then the work done is equal to change in the surface area into the surface tension, okay, means change in the surface energy. Okay, initial radius was r, it is divided into 27 small, you can say 27 drops, each radius small r. So total volume will be the same, 4 by 3 pi r cube is equals to 27 into 4 by 3 pi r cube. R comes out to be capital R by 3. Change in the surface energy will be equal to surface tension into change in the area. Surface tension into final area is 27 into area of each 4 pi into r square. R is r by 3 minus the initial area 4 pi into r square. That's all. Just do the calculations. You will get the answer. Next question. Two small drops of mercury, each of radius r, coalesce to form a single large drop. The ratio of total surface energy before and after. just basic thing, okay. So two drops, each of radius r, they coalesce to form a single large drop. Let us take here, this is the radius r. So 2 into 4 by 3 pi r cube is equals to 4 by 3 pi r cube. So my r comes out to be 2 to the power 1 by 3 capital R. The change in the surface energy, the ratio of surface energy before and after. So before and after. Surface energy before, okay, to the surface energy after. Before, surface tension before is T, area before is 2 into 4 pi r square. Then surface tension will remain the same, T into the area after. It is 4 pi into this r square. So this is 2 to the power 1 by 3 into r square. Simple. Cancel few of the things, you'll get the answer. Now moving ahead to the capillary questions. Okay, soap bubble first. Let's do. A spherical soap bubble of radius 3 cm is formed inside another spherical soap bubble of radius 6 cm. Okay, this is spherical bubble of radius 6 cm. Inside this, we are having another soap bubble of radius 3 cm. If the internal pressure of smaller bubble of radius 3 cm in the above system is equal to the internal pressure of another single soap bubble of radius r cm. This is another soap bubble of radius r cm. Here this pressure P and here this pressure P are same. Okay, now let us write. Let us say this is P1, this is P2. P1 is equals to P2. How will write P1? Start from outside. This here pressure is P0 plus this excess pressure 4T by R. 4T divided by this R1 is 6 cm plus 4T by R2 is 3 cm is equals to P1. Here outside P0 plus the excess, which is 4T divided by R centimeter. Just from here you can cancel P0 first, then 4T will also get cancelled, and then you can say R centimeter comes out to be 2. R comes out to be 2 centimeter. Simple. Clear? Salute to effort, sir. Thank you. A pressure inside two soap bubbles 0.01 atm, 0.02 atm, the ratio of their volumes is. So if I write P1, soap bubble, okay, P0 plus 4T by R1 is equals to 1.01. P0 is 1 atm, so 4T by R1 is equals to 0.01 atm. Then for this soap bubble, similarly if I write P0 plus 4T by R2 as 1.02. Okay, so my 4T by R2 will be 0.02. Divide these two. If I divide these two, R1 by R2 will be 2:1. Am I right in saying this? Yes. R1 by R2 is 2:1. The ratio of the volumes is, so V1 by V2 is R1 by R2 cube. So this will become 8. Fourth. Clear? Okay, the height of liquid column raised in a capillary tube of certain radius when dipped in a liquid A vertically is 5 cm. If the tube is dipped in similar manner in another liquid of B, where surface tension and density double the values of liquid A, the height of the column will be. What is the height raised? 2T cos theta divided by R rho J. This is the height. Now, what changes? H dash I am saying, another liquid is dipped in Okay, if the tube is dipped in similar manner in another liquid B of surface tension and density double, means T dash will be twice of T and rho dash will be twice of rho. The height of column raised in liquid B would be. Now you may say, sir, here it is not mentioned about this theta, whether this angle of contact remains same or not. If it is not mentioned, take by default that is to be same. Okay, so this also comes out to be 5 only, 5 centimeter only. So in meter, so this is 0.05. So h dash is coming same as h, because this 2 and this 2 will get cancelled. Moving ahead with great consistency. Metal block of base 0.02 meter is placed on the table, okay, as shown in the figure. A liquid film of thickness 0.25 mm is inserted between the block and the table. This thickness 0.25 mm. The block is pushed by a horizontal force 0.1 Newton and moves with a constant speed. Okay, if the viscosity of the liquid is this, okay, the speed of the block is, how much will be the speed of the block? First thing is, it is moving with a constant speed. If it is moving with a constant speed, means acceleration is 0. This acceleration is 0. Okay, it means the viscous force is equal to the force that is applied. What is the viscous force? Eta A dV by dx. This is 0.1. Okay. Yes. What is eta? Eta is anyways given, okay, to us. Area is also given. Eta is 5 into 10 to the power minus 3. What is area? Eta into area. Yeah. Area of the base 0.02. 0.20 into delta V. dV by dx we can write del V by del x. The lower portion here is having velocity 0. The upper portion is having velocity same as that of the cube. So V divided by this thickness, which is 0.25 mm. So 0.25 into 10 to the power minus 3. This is equal to 0.1. Now from here we can do the calculations. We can find the value of V. Clear? I'll be here till you complete, sir. Here I solving with sleepy, sir. Okay, you are solving with me questions. Okay, that's great. A small ball of mass m, density rho. Few questions are only remaining. I think we are just going to complete. A small ball of mass m, density rho is dropped in a viscous liquid of density rho node. Okay. After some time, the ball achieves constant velocity. The viscous forces on the ball is. Now, first is the force due to buoyancy, force due to gravity, and here is my viscous force or my drag force. Simple. So when it appears terminal velocity, means the constant velocity, acceleration is 0. If acceleration is 0, it means total force has to be 0. It means Fd plus Fb, this is equals to my m into g. I need the drag force, the viscous force, this is mg minus F by on. Okay, so mg minus F by on says V rho g, V into rho liquid. Rho liquid is what? Density rho and liquid of density rho node. Rho node. So V rho node into G. Volume you can write as mass divided by density. So mass divided by the density is rho. From here we got the value. Okay, 64 raindrops of radius 1 mm each, 1 mm each, falling down with terminal velocity of 10 centimeter per second, coalesce to form a bigger drop. Okay, 64 drops. So 64 drops coalesce to form a bigger drop. The terminal velocity of the bigger drop is how the terminal velocity depends. What is the formula for terminal velocity? 2 by 9 r square g by eta delta rho. So my terminal velocity is proportional to r square. Initial radius was 1 mm. So 64 into volume of each, 4 by 3. Initial radius, let us take this as my r, okay, r cube is equals to final radius my capital R, 4 by 3 pi capital R cube, 4 by 3 pi. So capital R is basically 4 times of R, okay, cube root of this now. So radius is getting 4 times. If radius is getting 4 times, V terminal will get 16 times. V terminal will be 16 times, okay. Okay, so we completed all the questions. It was a great marathon, I think, heavy marathon, 8 hours continuously. We completed all the chapters of the mechanics, starting from units and measurements till fluids. Now, few of the theory portions I skipped here, yes. And if you are having any doubt in the theory part, or you want to cover the theory part, then one shots are there available for you on our channel PWJ English, this channel only, okay. You can go and refer the theory there, okay. So we are ending here. Thank you all. Bye bye.